Chapter 1 Trial of Civilization, the last civilization on Earth, final announcement. The next civilization trial will officially arrive in 3 days. Please note to those who survived, new monsters will randomly appear around us and be replaced by any of our relatives, friends, and colleagues. The state machine is now completely paralyzed. Whether you can survive the 13th civilization trial can only depend on yourselves. Just yesterday, all 30 million people in the United States died at the hands of monsters, and the country was officially declared annihilated. Although I am very reluctant to admit it, the end of mankind has really arrived. Sorry, we have tried our best. China, Yanjing, the originally prosperous capital, has long been in dilapidated condition. A piece of ruins. On both sides of the road, exposed corpses can be seen everywhere. Their expressions are different, but without exception, despair and panic were written on his face. Above the ruins, from time to time, you can see monster figures flying around, licking their bright red lips, their pupils flashing with a bloodthirsty monster light, searching for the last surviving humans. Here, it is no longer human territory. It has completely become their home, and thousands of meters underground in Yanjing. Underground broadcast room. After Yang Mo finished this announcement, he put down the phone with a tired look on his face. Just now, it was he who broadcast the news through the radio. The huge underground base was extremely empty. No one spoke to him or communicated with him. His colleagues, superiors, have all died at the hands of various monsters. Perhaps at this moment, he was the only living person left in Yanjing City, which once had a population of tens of millions, and now the situation is not very good either. When he went out to search for supplies, he was attacked by a monster and narrowly escaped death. The internal organs were severely damaged. It took so long, did not receive timely medical treatment. He could feel that his life breath was rapidly draining away. Soon, like his colleagues, he will close his eyes permanently. Is this the end of everything? We have fought for so long and made so many efforts, but we still cannot resist the invasion of these monsters. Yang Mo clenched his teeth and muttered to himself. That's right, the Earth is currently experiencing an unprecedented disaster. Civilization trial. 1 year ago. A huge sky curtain enveloped the Earth and pulled it into it. Every other month, a monster appears, randomly replaced on each citizen. They are full of tricks. First, he pretended to be an ordinary person, climbed up step by step, infected the top management, and launched the S3 season, dragged the world into chaos. Then, after the state machine was completely paralyzed, his true nature exposed, they are fierce and cruel, likes to torture and kill humans and then feed on them. Before them, 0.6 billion human civilizations can only survive 12 months, withstood 12 rounds of civilization trials, and now, yesterday, the United States was completely occupied by monsters and declared annihilated. China is the last surviving country. Yang Mo looked at the lifeless scene of Yanjing City outside on the screen. I sighed unwillingly. The fight lasted until the last minute. Really tried my best. All our compatriots are dead, the whole country is in mourning, and the whole world is dead. The monsters that descended from the trial of civilization are ferocious, brutal, and possess supernatural powers that cannot be resisted by human civilization on Earth. It's just that he is unwilling to do so, not willing to die like this, even more unwilling. The inheritance of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, this country that has gone through countless hardships but has become stronger and stronger, just died like this. If I could do it all over again, then, Yang Mo smiled bitterly, and a ridiculous idea came to his mind before he died. Actually, after a year of civilized trials, countless compatriots died and were injured, but he and his colleagues, hiding in this dark basement, have obviously figured out a way to break the situation, but it's too late. The building has collapsed, the tide has fallen. Now that the entire China is occupied by monsters, the national machinery is paralyzed, the industrial system has collapsed, and there is no way to implement that plan. Science fiction heaven establishes an unparalleled foundation, suppresses the unknown in the heavens. Yang Mo thought silently about this ultimate plan created by gathering all the power of China. The eyes are getting darker and darker. It turned into a deep sigh, consciousness fell into boundless silence. June 1st. 2024 AD. Yanjing in the Supreme Emergency Meeting Hall. More than 200 experts, scholars, and researchers from all over the country are sitting there. There are those in the field of biology, there is the field of genetics, there are those who specialize in the study of rare creatures. The expressions on everyone's faces were extremely solemn. The person in charge of this meeting, Wang Yu, stood at the front, pointing to a series of photos on the big screen in the back. He said in a deep voice, just yesterday, a gray curtain shrouded the sky over the Earth. An unknown voice informed us that our Earth civilization has been included in the civilization trial. Every month, a certain number of monsters appear randomly in various countries. The monsters have the sole mission of destroying our civilization. But, he paused, looks puzzled, he muttered, according to the news from the civil affairs and the military, no trace of monsters has been found in our territory of China so far. Yesterday, that majestic voice enveloped the whole world, solemnly announcing that the trial of civilization has officially begun. Shocked, the entire Earth, including China's top executives, make response decisions as soon as possible and search for suspicious monsters across the country, but they all found nothing. Is it possible that this is a conspiracy from other countries? A biologist frowned and questioned, maybe it is to create some kind of conspiracy theory to make the world people are panicking and searching and investigating, thereby wasting manpower and material resources? Wang Yu glanced at him, his eyes moving around everyone word by sentence, said in a deep voice, I can tell you responsibly that this matter has nothing to do with other countries. The curtain in the sky appeared completely out of thin air without any warning, sealing off the entire Earth. Any technological means that attempt to break through the Earth, such as spaceships and rockets, have all failed. In fact, after that voice appeared, Huaxia immediately immobilized the scientific research team. After researching the curtain, I found that it is not just a background color, but more like an invisible cage. Secure the people on Earth inside. No one is allowed to escape of this method. No country on Earth has ever mastered IT. IT can only come from other unknown and mysterious forces below. After listening to Wang Yu's words, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem, and in a corner of the conference room, Yang Mo was looking at everything in front of him blankly, and his consciousness returned to his body. After reacting, he quickly looked at the current date and time. Chapter 2 Rebirth on the eve of disaster, looking ecstatic, 2024. June.1 is say, the day after the civilization trial started, he was actually reborn. Rebirth returned to the eve of the disaster, and returned to the second day after the civilization trial began. If he remembers correctly. At this time, all countries, although they have made certain responses, have not truly realized the crisis. Civilization trial. As the name suggests, only civilizations that pass the trial are qualified to continue. Failed, there is only destruction and burial in the ancient history of the Earth, and Wang Yu. He is the person in charge of the Chinese disaster response team. Everyone, the main purpose of convening us this time is to discuss a response plan. Our opponent this time is unknown and mysterious. But China, will not give in and will fight them to the end. The front. Wang Yu spoke in a deep voice again, looking at experts and scholars in various fields, start asking about countermeasures. These experts comes from the fields of biology, genetics, alien civilization research, aerospace research, and other fields. They are all top researchers in the country. At this moment, they all frowned and started thinking. Not long after. One feasible suggestion after another was released. The voice said that a certain number of monsters will descend every month, but currently our country is calm and peaceful. It is very likely that these monsters are hidden in the deep mountains and old forests. I suggest launching a nationwide investigation. According to the description of the civilization trial, these monsters have the ultimate goal, which is to destroy our civilization. We must act first and find them quickly. Improving the reporting mechanism. As long as you find traces of monsters, report them and you will be rewarded. In the conference hall, experts and scholars worked together and put forward various targeted suggestions, but focused. It's all about finding these monsters and killing or controlling them quickly. Maintain stability throughout China. However, Yang Mo in the corner couldn't help but frown after listening to these suggestions. This seemed exactly the same as what he experienced in his previous life. Previous lives. He is also one of these experts and scholars, actively participating in this discussion and trying to find solutions, but it turns out all the plans are of no use. Monster, he wasn't hiding in any deep mountains or forests at all, but he has become one ordinary person after another, hiding in normal people. They can disguise themselves as humans. And IT can also infect humans through special methods, and step-by-step control the upper echelons of human society. By the time Huaxia found out, it was already half a month later. That time, the vast majority of companies' CEOs, middle and low level leaders in China have become the monsters' allies. This brings great difficulties to the operation of destroying monsters. Rao is so. China still launched a nationwide purge operation with extremely amazing determination and execution. A strong man breaks his wrist, strongly suppressed all the monsters in the first civilization trial, but the same thing, injure the enemy 1000, and injure oneself 800. It is precisely because of this carelessness that China's vitality has been greatly damaged, its national power has been sharply reduced, and its strength in all aspects is far less than before. Yang Mo, you haven't expressed your opinion. Do you have any different opinions? Suddenly Wang Yu noticed Yang Mo, who was out of place in the corner, frowned and asked. The words fell. In the conference room, more than 200 experts and scholars all stopped the discussion in unison. Turn around, the eyes focused on Yang Mo. Yang Mo was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, but he didn't panic at all. He stand up calmly, looking at everyone, said bluntly, with all due respect, these plans proposed by everyone are a pure waste of time and will be of no use to the upcoming disaster. As soon as he said this, the experts and scholars present suddenly showed displeasure, just stared at Yang Mo. One of them stood up and asked coldly, tell me, why are our plans useless? For a while, the entire conference room, the atmosphere became tense. Yang Mo, tell me, why are these plans a waste of time? Wang Yu frowned, but gave Yang Mo a chance to explain. It's very simple. Yang Mo stepped forward confidently and pointed at a certain photo on the screen. Shen Shang said, the civilization trial has started yesterday, and monsters have also descended on various countries. However, 1 day has passed, but no abnormalities have been reported. Don't you find it strange? China, it's so big, with a population of 1.4 billion, it's normal for monsters to be hidden and not discovered for the time being. A sociology expert thought for a while and retorted. Yang Mo glanced at him. He then looked at the other people who agreed, and said something shocking. This expert's guess is correct, the monster is indeed hiding. It's just, they hide in human society, disguise themselves as ordinary people, and live and work normally with us. Yang Mo, the words just fell. The entire conference room, suddenly it exploded. Everyone stared at Yang Mo with wide eyes in disbelief. They were frightened by the conjecture proposed by Yang Mo. It's scary to think about it. Those monsters can actually disguise themselves as humans, they work and live normally together. Then how to find traces of these invading monsters? Yang Mo, what you said is too unbelievable. Wang Yu looked deeply at Yang Mo and asked thoughtfully, do you have any evidence? Of course. Yang Mo held his head high and looked at the more than 200 experts and scholars present again. He said calmly, among the people attending the meeting today, there is one person who is a monster in disguise. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present changed instantly. Look around, looking at the people around him. Shock, doubtful, be alert, fear, all kinds of emotions. At this moment, Yang Mo suddenly took steps and walked towards the sociologist. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly retreated. The distance between Yang Mo and the sociologist was widened. Is it him? Wang Yu frowned and asked in a deep voice, can you prove that he is a monster in disguise? While speaking, he looked outside the door, ready to call the guards outside the door to enter at any time. I want to see how you can expose me as a monster. But the sociologist stood still, motionless, as if waiting to see Yang Mo's joke. No, it's not him. Unexpectedly, Yang Mo shook his head and passed him directly. The steps on my feet did not stop but continue walking towards the other corner of the conference room. Final, standing in front of a middle-aged woman wearing a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses, leaned down, smiled and asked, Director Zhou, can I ask where your husband and son are now? Chapter 3, Establish a Monster Research Institute. It is obviously an ordinary question, but it seemed to stimulate the other party. She stared at Yang Mo resentfully, her face becoming distorted. The body is bent at an angle beyond normal, the bones keep dislocating and colliding. In just 10 seconds. Her body has fewer and fewer human features. Eventually, it turned into a monster with a goat-headed face and scales all over its body, crawling on the ground, exudes a violent and bloodthirsty aura. Hiss. The entire conference room, the 200 experts and scholars who attended the meeting were so frightened that they gasped when they saw this. The pupils shrank sharply, rolling and crawling backwards, hiding behind Yang Mo. Especially the sociologist, who had refuted Yang Mo several times before, ran faster than anyone else. Jia jia jia, the sheep-headed monster's hideous laughter echoed in the conference room, and a fierce and violent murderous aura instantly filled the room. Guard! Guard! Wang Yu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly shouted towards the door. Not long after, 5 armed guards rushed in and were startled when they saw the sudden appearance of the monster, but they are soldiers. The psychological quality is extremely high. A short time, he calmed down and launched intensive sniper fire at the goat-headed monster, with the crackling sound of gunfire. The goat-headed monster that tried to pounce forward finally fell into a pool of blood. Damn, what the hell is this? The frightened people stepped forward one after another, curiously looking at the monster in the pool of blood, but he was struck by Yang Mo's words. I was so frightened that I almost lost my mind and hurriedly hid behind Yang Mo as if running away. Be careful, he's not dead yet. As expected, in a pool of blood, this monster with horns and a human face has been shot dozens of times, but its vitality is still extremely tenacious. The heart goes up and down, still beating powerfully. A pair of eyes. He stared at everyone, full of hatred and anger. Just the breath. It makes people feel palpitation and fear. Yang Mo, how do you know she is a monster in disguise? Wang Yu swallowed and looked at Yang Mo in confusion. Just now, if it weren't for Yang Mo's reminder, none of them would have discovered Director Zhou's identity. On her appearance, they are no different from humans. They actively participated in the discussion just now and put forward several practical national investigation plans. Think about it now. He felt scared for no reason. I will explain this to you separately later. She was probably descended by a monster after the civilization trial started yesterday. Her self-awareness was wiped out, and she was assimilated into a monster. My husband and children have probably been eaten. Yang Mo quietly looked at the ferocious monster in the pool of blood, his expression as usual. There is no wave in his expression. Before rebirth, he and his colleagues have faced various monsters. This is just a small scene. It's just, in the previous life, Director Zhou's identity was exposed very late. The third civilization trial has been postponed. It caused immeasurable losses to China, and countless of his comrades lost their lives for this. Therefore, only then would he directly expose his identity at the meeting. He has only eaten 2 people now. He is still very weak, so it is easier to deal with it. Yang Mo turned around and said in a deep voice, if we wait for him to eat 10, if you complete the advancement individually, everyone present will probably die. He finished his words. The expressions of more than 200 experts and scholars changed drastically again. Advanced, monsters will also advance, and you can advance by eating people. That is to say, the strength of the monster will become more abnormal and more difficult to deal with. When everyone is shocked and frightened, Yang Mo continued, that's why I say that all the previous plans are useless. The early stage of the civilization trial is the golden opportunity to deal with monsters. Because they are also very weak. Once the monsters develop, you will have to pay 1,000 times or 100 times the price to deal with them. Yang Mo clenched his fists and looked at Wang Yu again, looking solemn. Word by word, he reminded, the time left for us is running out. That's it, he said. No more. It left time for everyone to digest and react. Wang Yu and other experts and scholars were all shocked by Yang Mo's groundbreaking words. Falling into thought or original, they are still doubting the authenticity of what Yang Mo said, but the monster with a goat's head and a human face in the pool of blood has already explained everything. If it weren't for Yang Mo, they would still be deceived by the monster. Be with monsters, working together, share key meeting. Information. Just thinking about it made them feel creepy and frightened for a while. Since these solutions don't work, do you have any better solutions? After a while, Wang Yu raised his head and stared at Yang Mo in the eyes. There is a hint of expectation. When Yang Mo saw this scene, he felt slightly relieved. The reason why he did so much, just to attract Wang Yu's attention and gain his trust. His next plan. We must get the support of the top management and the support of the entire China. And Wang Yu is the general person in charge of this top emergency team. He has huge power. My plan is, he took a deep breath, turned around and wrote a line on the blackboard, establish a monster research institute. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. Some people don't quite understand what Yang Mo means. Frowning his brows. Do you want to conduct scientific research on these monsters? The facts have been proven. The monster that descends has great suspicion and hatred towards human civilization. Bloodthirsty. Violence. It even feeds on humans. So far, Yang Mo is the first to propose research. Yes. Yang Mo nodded and said seriously, we know nothing about these monsters. The top priority is to establish the research institute, conduct systematic research on them to understand their characteristics and analyze their weaknesses, so that we can develop more targeted weapons and reduce casualties. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight without victory. Unbeatable. In previous lives, it is not that monster research institutes have not been established in various countries. It's just, they were established too late. Huaxia, which was the first to be established, only officially completed the preparations for the establishment of the Monster Research Institute in the second round, but, one step too late, every step too late, missed the best period. The first monsters to come, they have eaten a lot of human flesh and blood and have already developed. Analyzing weaknesses? Understand the characteristics? Research weapons? Wang Yu and others looked at each other and fell into deep thought again. Yang Mo's words, it opened up a whole new way of thinking for them. The monsters tested by civilization will only become more terrifying each time. The monsters we will face will become stronger and stronger, so strong that they can exceed our knowledge and imagination. BR when the technological level of human civilization cannot keep up with the intensity of monsters. What awaits us? Yang Mo looked solemn and said word by word, well, it is the annihilation of the race and the destruction of the civilization. Chapter 4 The world's first monster anatomy experiment. Hear the words, the whole place was silent for a moment. Everyone's face showed a look of shock. Yang Mo said, too alarmist, although this sudden civilization test was strange. They never thought that there would be a day when their race would be exterminated. China's splendid civilization that has been inherited for 5,000 years, will it be destroyed in their hands? Everyone. I'm definitely not being alarmist. Yang Mo looked at the crowd and said slowly, not to mention the distance, every monster that comes will immediately wipe out the host's consciousness and replace it, disguised in human society. Live and survive. Once they take control of those in high positions. Speaking of this, he paused and said no more. It leaves room for everyone's imagination, Wang Yu and others, but their faces became extremely ugly indeed. Yang Mo is absolutely right. Monsters come randomly once it takes up residence in someone in a high position. The damage caused will be immeasurable. The most troublesome thing is, these monsters are all proficient in disguise and hide in human society. He usually looks like an ordinary person, extremely difficult to find. If Yang Mo hadn't reminded them this time, they would still be stupidly discussing a plan to deal with the monster. In response to Yang Mo's proposal, let's vote. Wang Yu slowly raised his head and looked at everyone. Should we establish a monster research institute immediately, carry out research on monsters? Everyone's expressions moved slightly, look at each other. After thinking briefly, decisions were made one after another. Everyone was convinced by Yang Mo's words just now and voted in favor. 221 votes agreed. Wang Yu looked at the final statistics and nodded. Then I declare that the Monster Research Institute will be established immediately. As for the first director, as a candidate, Wang Yu's eyes were pondering as he scanned the people present, participated in this meeting. They are all authorities in various fields, and there are many leading figures. Minister Wang, can you please take a step to speak? Seeing this, Yang Mo stood up again and spoke. Wang Yu was stunned for a moment. He nodded. Subsequently, under the watch of the guards, the two walked to another room. In another room, Yang Mo took a deep breath. He simply revealed the secret of his rebirth. What? Wang Yu's pupils flashed, his face full of shock. A few minutes later, he just digested the breaking news. He murmured in a low voice, you mean, China was destroyed in the previous life, and everyone, including me, died? Yang Mo nodded solemnly. How can I believe you? Wang Yu stared at Yang Mo and did not believe Yang Mo's words easily. In the previous life, you and your wife, Yang Mo spoke slowly and told Wang Yu the information he knew. It's all private matters about Wang Yu. Half an hour later, Wang Yu took Yang Mo back to the conference room, looking at everyone, said in a deep voice, I announce that the first candidate for the director of the Monster Research Institute is Yang Mo. The words just fell. The experts and scholars present all widened their eyes. I once suspected that I was delusional. They all looked at Wang Yu, but Wang Yu opposed all opinions and said in a deep voice, on behalf of China, I now grant the Monster Research Institute first-level authority. Regardless of the needs of the Research Institute, its personnel, supplies, weapons, scientific research equipment, etc., other departments will give priority to it. This matter is related to the future of the entire China and the safety of countless Chinese people. Yang Mo. He turned around and looked at Yang Mo, and solemnly warned, you must uncover all the monsters hidden in human society as soon as possible. After listening, Yang Mo revealed his identity. He already believed most of it, only then did he take the risk and hand over the position of director of the Monster Research Institute to Yang Mo. Despite all opinions, extraordinary times, extraordinary people should be used. As Yang Mo said, the longer the monster hides in human society, the greater the harm it will cause. Time is running out. The sooner the monster is discovered, the less of a threat it will be to China. Please rest assured, China. Yang Mo suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded solemnly. Finally, he gained Wang Yu's trust and became the director of the Monster Research Institute. So he can then implement his plan better. In previous lives, China fought hard and resisted tenaciously. In the 12th round, the wisdom of scientific research teams across the country was gathered to develop a sci-fi heavenly plan that can suppress monsters. It's a pity, it's too late. The building has collapsed and the waves have capsized. In the end there was no way to save the day, but this time he has a great initiative at the beginning, and everything has a chance. That night, after the meeting, all the experts and scholars who attended the meeting left with mixed and anxious moods. As for the approval document for establishing a Monster Research Institute, at an astonishing speed. After many layers of approvals, and against all objections from Wang Yu, it was distributed to Yang Mo Dai in Yanjing. The former site of the Ministry of Science and Technology has also been divided into the office area of the Monster Research Institute. And the military even mobilized a battalion of troops to take charge of the security and defense of the Monster Research Institute. Anyone, without approval from superiors or permission from Yang Mo, no one is allowed to enter. At the same time, each department has mobilized elite key personnel and assigned them to the Monster Research Institute. Even the monster lying in a pool of blood was transported to the institute, detained in a temporary prison made of super strong tungsten steel alloy. Just half a day from the Dean Yang Mo to the ordinary employees, the entire institute team was set up in an instant. Institute. A beautiful, tall woman wearing a professional uniform stood respectfully in front of Yang Mo. Dean, Zhao Ziyan is here to report. From now on, I will assist you in your daily work and take care of your daily life. She was originally a staff member of the Ministry of Science and Technology, although young, but he does things vigorously and resolutely, never sloppily. It belonged to the elite of the elite. Wang Yu transferred her here mainly to assist Yang Mo and promote the progress of the research institute. Old Zhao? Yang Mo looked at the beautiful assistant in front of him, looking a little dazed. In the past life, Zhao Ziyan is his colleague and once fought alongside him. She is obviously a delicate woman. Get to work. But he works harder than men. Eventually, in an unexpected incident when dealing with a monster, he died together with the monster and was buried in a rocket launcher. House, Dean, are you calling me? Zhao Ziyan was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly. Yang Mo finally came back to his senses, and the figure in front of him gradually overlapped with that in his memory. Smile slightly, take the initiative to reach out. Hello, nice to meet you. Dean Yang, our research institute has been established. Zhao Ziyan was serious about her words and just asked respectfully, may I ask what your next step is? Yang Mo didn't take it seriously and shrugged. Immediately issued an order. Notify all scientific researchers in the hospital to prepare for the first monster anatomy experiment. Yes. Zhao Ziyan agreed, and then leave in a hurry, crisp and neat. Half an hour later, under the notice of Zhao Ziyan, the scientific researchers temporarily transferred from the institute gathered in a laboratory. In the laboratory, IT is filled with densely packed scientific research instruments. They are all transferred from other departments and are the top equipment in China. Soon. A monster, which was tightly bound by 10 alloy chains, was carried in by 3 soldiers with live ammunition. Dean, his injuries seem to be recovering quickly. Are you sure you want to study him? The leader of the soldiers said in a deep voice, but his eyes were firmly fixed on the monster, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Lao Shang, don't worry, he can't change the world. Yang Mo waved his hand and motioned for the scientific researchers behind him to step forward. The monster, which kept roaring and showing its fierce look, was carried onto the dissecting table. House. Dean, do you know me? The soldier who just spoke was stunned for a moment and looked at Yang Mo in surprise. Yang Mo smiled slightly. No answered. He is more than just acquaintance. I in the past life. Asa colleague. He and Zhang Yangguang fought side by side, and together they killed no less than 100 monsters. The two of them are comrades who can trust each other in life and death. Original. The two will not get to know each other until the Monster Research Institute is established 3 months later, but this time, because of his proposal, the Monster Research Institute was established in advance. Chapter 5 Number 001 Undead. The two were able to meet in advance. Okay, let's start the dissection. Yang Mo came back from the memories and took a deep breath, being the first to step onto the dissecting table. Roar. When the monster with a goat's head and a human face saw this, he immediately bared his teeth and tried to attack. Zhao Ziyan and others were so frightened that their expressions changed slightly. I took a few steps back unconsciously facing this unknown monster. They were filled with anxiety and fear, but Yang Mo looked as usual, unhurried, and walked 1 meter away from the monster, pick up the scalpel skillfully. Crack the scales on the monster's chest hard. It's stinging. A faint scratch appeared on the scales. The extremely sharp scalpel, it can't even break the monster's defense. Record the data. While everyone was stunned, Yang Mo's voice came out quietly. Monster number 001, codenamed Undead. Goat-headed human face. The body is covered with scales. Ordinary knives and conventional thermal weapons cannot cause effective damage to it. Zhao Ziyan reacted and quickly picked up the notebook. Swish, 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 he recorded what Yang Mo said to Ian, the eyes flickering with some surprising colors. Not everyone has the mental endurance to be able to dissect such a ferocious monster so calmly. Bring the pliers. Immediately afterwards, Yang Mo suddenly spoke, and Yang Zian quickly stepped forward and handed over a pair of pliers to I Saw. He took the pliers and clamped a scale of the goat-headed and human-faced monster. Then, with the help of the auxiliary equipment next to it, the scales were pulled hard and locked. Drawed with great force, the scales fell off in response. The pained monster let out a sharp roar. The body twitched and trembled crazily. His hateful eyes were locked on Yang Mo, but Yang Mo turned a deaf ear. Don't care at all. He said to himself. The defense of the undead is extremely strong, mostly relying on these scales. Even ordinary undead, only large-caliber bullets can pose a threat to them. BR Team 1, the task of analyzing the scales will be left to you, said. He threw the scales to the scientific research team behind him responsible for materials research. Go on. He picked up another wrench and aimed at the horns on the head of the goat-headed and human-faced monster. Its horns are also unusual and seem to be the source of its power. No matter how injured it is, as long as it doesn't kill you on the spot, he will be able to recover quickly. There was only a click sound. Under the huge pull of the instrument, the horn on the monster's forehead broke and was pulled out from the scalp. Bloody blood, blurred flesh and blood. The screams and wailing sounds are endless. Everyone who saw it was frightened. Don't pity monsters. Yang Mo's voice sounded faintly, echoing in everyone's ears. Being kind to them is cruelty to our compatriots. BR Team Number 2, the task of analyzing the horns will be left to you. After the explanation, Yang Mo turned around and ordered in a deep voice. Each team comes forward and seizes the time to conduct a comprehensive anatomical study on it. Within 3 days, I want all the data on it. Behind the researchers looked at each other. Although I was apprehensive, I still stepped onto the dissecting table. Under the roars and screams of the monsters, they started their own research work before reporting to the institute. Their original leaders have all talked to them, and they know the importance of monster research. Plus, as the dean, Yang Mo took the lead and personally demonstrated to them how to dissect the monster. They have no reason to back down. 7 days later, Monster Research Institute. Dean, that monster with a goat's horn and a human face, was studied to death. Zhao Zian hurriedly broke into Yang Mo's office with a pile of information in her arms. The latest research progress is reported. In these 7 days, the research team conducted an all-round, multi-angle, inside-out anatomy of the ram-horned human-faced monster, put various parts of its body, all stripped out, used the most advanced scientific instruments to analyze and test its ingredients. Get a lot of monster data and information, but the monster is too brittle. It only lasted 7 days. He lost all signs of life activities and died completely in the anatomy laboratory. If you die, just die. Yang Mo waved his hand and said lightly, we have already obtained the first-hand information about the monster, and it has no other research value. Then its body, Zhao Zian swallowed her saliva and asked in a low voice. Use it to its best advantage, make it into a specimen, hang it in my office as a souvenir. Zhao Zian, her face was filled with emotion of shock, looking at Yang Mo secretly. This leader of my family is about the same age as me, but the hobby is too perverted that he even made the monster's corpse into a specimen and hung it in the office. Give me the information. Yang Mo suddenly stretched out his hand. Zhao Zian was stunned for a moment, then he handed over the stack of information in his arms. The above, it is all the research results on monsters in these 7 days. Dean, there is something I don't understand. You named the monster number 001 undead. Will there be other monsters coming in the future? Zhao Zian looked at the stack of information and asked. The question I have always wanted to ask. The Earth now, every country is calm. Many people have forgotten about the civilization trial 7 days ago. Only occasionally when I raise my head, you can see the gray curtain in the sky, blocking the starlight and covering the sky. Of course. Yang Mo nodded and said solemnly, this monster is just the beginning. Actually, nowadays, various departments in China are somewhat dissatisfied with the Monster Research Institute he established. I think he is making a fuss out of a molehill. Even, some experts believe that the monster incarnated by Director Zhou is just some undiscovered mutant species on the Earth. There is no need for such a high-profile study. By the way, has the approval from the military regarding the establishment of a demon hunting team been released? Yang Mo paused. Not yet. Zhao Zian smiled bitterly, shook her head and said, the military thinks they are enough to deal with monsters, so let us concentrate on research and leave the rest to them. Yang Mo frowned. Really, it was pretty much what he expected. The newly established research institute only gained Wang Yu's personal trust. Other departments, they don't attach much importance to this small research institute. Ziyan, please send this information I compiled to the cabinet. He took a deep breath, took out a piece of SSS-level encrypted information, handed it to Zhao Ziyan. Chapter 6 Demon Hunting Team, Yanjing, Cabinet. Several old men are handling government affairs. Several people suddenly looked at the youngest Wang Yu. Xin Sheng asked, 7 days have passed, and neither we in China nor any other country have found any abnormalities. Recently, the Monster Research Institute has been frantically deploying personnel, instruments, and equipment. Prioritize the allocation of resources and manpower. Other departments have already expressed their opinions. Your movement is a bit big. Wang Yu was watched by the big bosses one after another, and he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Brows furrowed. It was he who single-handedly vouched for the establishment of the Monster Research Institute, given the highest priority. In an unusual move, Yang Mo was promoted to be the first dean of the institute, but 7 days have passed, the world is calm. The thing about monsters is like catching up with the wind and shadow. The United States and other countries did not take any countermeasures. Only China, in vain, created a Monster Research Institute. This, Wang Yu was quite embarrassed. Previously, he promised Yang Mo to keep it as confidential as possible, to conceal the identity of the reborn person for him, and to determine the time before telling the other senior officials of China. Now it seems, report to the head. The Monster Research Institute has sent SSS-level top-secret documents. At this time, a guard hurried in. Hear the words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Top-secret documents. An old man from the military shook his head and said casually, they came to me not long ago and said they wanted to form a demon hunting team, probably for this reason. He took the report casually, tear off the seal. He casually took out the documents inside. A quick glance, but the casual expression on his face was instantly wiped away. In the eyes, there was a look of shock. What? How is this possible? The other old men looked at each other. Everyone had a premonition of something. He took the initiative to walk up to the old military man. After seeing clearly the contents of the report on the document, everyone's expressions changed suddenly: shocked, panic, fear. The institute made a breakthrough so quickly and acquired all the monster's habits. It has strong defense, fast recovery, and extremely tenacious vitality, so it was named 001 Immortal? It has super strong defense and feeds on flesh and blood. The more human flesh it swallows, the faster it upgrades? The higher the level, the stronger the defense and the greater the destructiveness. Devouring 10 people at the first level can be upgraded to the second level. Devouring 100 people at the second level can be upgraded to the third level. The third level swallows 1,000 people, and can be upgraded to the fourth level. The fourth level monster, it cannot be hurt except by nuclear bombs. Several people are facing each other. See, keeping swallowing, there was a look of shock that could not be concealed in his eyes. The efficiency of the institute is too high, just 7 days. That's why he analyzed the monster's statistics, habits, advancement, etc. so thoroughly. This data, are you sure it's true? The old man in the military clutched the report tightly and stared at the guard and asked, if true, so the military must re-estimate the destructive power of this monster. I'm not sure about this, but Zhao Ziyan from the institute is waiting outside the conference room. The guard scratched his head. Let her in. Quickly, Zhao Ziyan walked into the conference room cautiously. I saw one big boss after another. These people are all big shots who can turn China upside down with just a tap of their feet. At this moment, everyone is like a primary school student, staring at her curiously. Are you sure the top secret information you sent is true? The old military man spoke first and asked in a deep voice. A pair of deep eyes, standing on Zhao Ziyan, is full of scrutiny and questioning. These information are compiled by the Dean NS after 7 days of painstaking research. Zhao Ziyan did not dare to hide it, and quickly and respectfully replied, the monsters recorded above the information and data have gone through a large number of repeated tests and can ensure more than 99.6% authenticity. The 001 Immortals have all been studied to death. Everyone heard this. They all looked weird. Monster, studied to death. This shows how crazy the research institute led by Yang Mo is. It can also be proved sideways, the reliability and authenticity of this report. Everyone, the situation is not optimistic. Wang Yu put down the information and said solemnly, Yang Mo said that according to model predictions, there are at least 50 001s in China. The undead lurk he had just flipped through the entire report, noted the above conclusion. He knows Yang Emo very well, there is no necessary certainty. I would never make such a conclusion. Several old men looked at each other, their eyes twinkling, brows between the eyebrows, they are all full of worry. Yang Emo. Too fierce. The research institute has only been established for 7 days, but it has already obtained such detailed parameters on all aspects of the monster. The high efficiency and great results completely exceeded their imagination, but the same thing, it also made them a little restless and worried. The 50,001 undead are mostly hidden among the 1.4 billion people in China. It will inevitably devour flesh and blood. Strengthen yourself, although the report says that it takes a certain amount of time to digest each person the monster devours, but once the monsters reach the 3rd or 4th level, their defense will be greatly improved and they will not be damaged except by nuclear bombs. Leaders, don't worry. At this moment, Zhao Yanran, who came to report, bravely said, before coming, the dean said that we discovered the monster early, step by step, come on, for now, I have the advantage. The 001 undead are still very weak and are trying to hide their identities. They don't dare to eat people openly. We only need to hold a press conference to educate the public about the habits of monsters, announce precautions, and be wary of monster attacks. If we find anomalies and report them immediately, we will surely be able to uncover most of the disguised monsters. Everyone heard this. My eyes lit up. He suddenly looked happy. Indeed, Yang Emo is right. The monsters that have descended on China are still only at the 1st level. The strength is still very weak. As long as the common people are alert to observe and report abnormalities immediately, they can be discovered, unless they don't eat humans. But without eating people, they cannot grow and advance, which is almost impossible. So, the advantage is indeed mine. Old Wang, you didn't make a mistake this time. Yang Emo can afford to be the head of a hospital. An old man looked at Wang Yu and was filled with emotion. I and the look of full of appreciation and affirmation for Yang Emo. Several other old men. He nodded again and again. If it weren't for this report researched by Yang Emo, they still know nothing about monsters. They are in the dark and know nothing, not to mention making accurate judgments and responses. I propose that the priority and treatment of the institute can be mentioned higher up. Agree. I also agree. Leave the press conference to the Monster Research Institute. Let professional people handle professional things. In addition, the protection measures for Dean Yang Emo must be upgraded. If the 001 Immortals know this, they may launch a hunting operation against Dean Yang Emo. Now the Institute and Dean Yang Emo are targeting China. Crucial. I second the proposal. The elders quickly reached a consensus. The serious decision was made. The old man from the military waved his hand and signed his name on the document that had not been approved, and write down the instructions. Deploy the most elite personnel from each military region to report to the Monster Research Institute, form a demon hunting team, and obey the orders of Dean Yang Emo unconditionally. Chapter 7 starts the live broadcast to inform all compatriots. Institute, office, what? Let me be the anchor? Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened and she pointed at her nose in disbelief. She just came back from the cabinet run to Yang Emo to return her life, but Yang Emo arranged a new job for her. I plan to open a live broadcast room on the official website of the Monster Research Institute to educate the 1.4 billion people across the country about the characteristics and methods of dealing with the undead number 001. Yang Emo clicked. He nodded and said with a smile, "You are good looking and have a good external image. It would be a waste not to be an anchor." Zhao Ziyan pouted. You said resentfully, "You are also very handsome, why don't you live broadcast? Have you ever seen the leader live broadcast?" Yang Emo stared. She took one look and made a unilateral decision. The live broadcast starts in the afternoon. You should quickly change your clothes and be more formal. This live broadcast in the afternoon is very important. Okay. Zhao Ziyan lowered her head and glanced at her casual attire. Afternoon. Zhao Ziyan walked into the live broadcast recording room wearing her usual casual clothes and formally dressed. Looking at the live broadcast equipment that had been adjusted, she sat in front of the camera carefully and nervously. When she became an anchor for the first time, she had no confidence in her heart. Start. Until I heard Yang Mo's voice, she gathered her thoughts and got into working mode. Look into the camera, showing a sweet smile. Friends from the audience. I am Zhao Ziyan from the Monster Research Institute. From now on, our institute will answer your questions in this live broadcast room, answer questions about monsters. After a simple opening remarks, she found out the live broadcast room was unusually deserted. The number of online viewers is very few, not even a barrage. Dean, with a sad face, she looked at Yang Mo, who was sitting opposite and playing with his mobile phone. No rush. Yang Mo put down his phone and smiled slightly. I have already said hello to other departments. This afternoon, there will be traffic in the live broadcast room, and at the same time, there will be traffic in the live broadcast room. Loop broadcast. Before this live broadcast, he specially greeted the cabinet and obtained super privileges, number of people and so on, not a problem at all. At the same time, a certain blog, the largest blogging platform in the country, a pinned announcement directly replaced the #1 popular search for an actor, hung in the most conspicuous position. The announcement is called, "Every man is responsible for the rise and fall of a country." Buzzing title, "It instantly attracted the curiosity of many netizens." A large number of netizens clicked on the announcement and found that they jumped directly to the live broadcast room of an external webpage. What catches the eye? She is a pure and sweet live broadcaster, claiming to be a staff member of the Monster Research Institute. Hacker intrusion? What happened? A certain blog has been penetrated. Where are the technicians? Monster Research Institute, what kind of organization is this? I have never heard of it before. Come on. Let me tell you, this beauty is so beautiful. If she were to be my wife, I would live in a villa every day. Brother, you don't want to suffer at all. In the live broadcast room, the originally deserted and lonely screen was flooded with barrages, overwhelming, densely packed. The number of people online in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded tens of thousands. At the same time, a certain sound, the largest short video platform in China, after every netizen clicked on the app, they all saw the same video. In the video, I saw a monster with a goat-headed face and a body covered with scales, staring at them ferociously. Those who saw it trembled inwardly, creepy, and next, before they could react, they jumped to the live broadcast room of an external webpage. Damn! Was that monster just a prank by a certain voice? I was shocked. Monster Research Institute? What kind of institution is this? Hello, can the beauty show off her talents? Can you tell me how to do it? I'll give you a yacht ride. This anchor is so beautiful, even more beautiful than a celebrity. Although I was startled by the image of the monster, but attracted by good looks, netizens all stayed in the live broadcast room and joined the Barrage Interaction Army. Almost at the same time, all domestic internet platforms have received instructions from relevant departments. Pin the link to the live broadcast room of Monster Research Institute's official website to the top. As long as you are a user of this platform and use this app, you will jump to the live broadcast room of Monster Research Institute. At the same time, on TV, all local satellite TV stations are broadcasting live simultaneously, even the elderly who cannot use smartphones. Everyone can see this live broadcast on TV. It can be said, this live broadcast covers all regions and people in China who have access to the internet and signals. It is unprecedented. Dean, the number of people in the live broadcast room has reached 80 million. Zhao Ziyan looked at the soaring number of people online in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She thought it was just a small live broadcast. I didn't expect. The Dean actually made the battle so big. Her pressure to IT suddenly grew bigger. There must be no mistakes in this live broadcast. Let's start popularizing science. Yang Mo looked normal and nodded towards her. Civilization trial each month around will be launched. People will continue to come into contact with various monsters in the future, and they must be fully mentally prepared. Friends from the audience. Zhao Ziyan raised her head and showed a gentle and sweet smile. I am Zhao Ziyan from the Monster Research Institute. The Monster Research Institute, as the name suggests, is specially built for monsters. I believe everyone still has an impression. 8 days ago, a gray fog suddenly appeared over the earth, and it has not dissipated yet. I can tell you responsibly that all civilizations on Earth are going through a cruel test called the civilization trial. Failed civilizations will have their traces of existence erased and buried forever in history. In the Long River. In front of 80 million netizens, Zhao Ziyan made a shocking statement and dropped a bombshell, the truth that will put civilization to the test. Tell everything. A moment, the live broadcast room was filled with excitement, barrages poured out overwhelmingly, the screen was so dense that it was impossible to see clearly what the netizens were saying, and now. Zhao Ziyan pursed her lips and continued, the world is going through the first round of civilization trials, and an unknown number of unknown monsters have descended on our country. they disguise themselves as ordinary people and lurk around us. They may be your father, your son, your wife, or your daughter. It feeds on humans and is full of bloodthirsty and violent factors. Once you find something abnormal about the people around you, please call the 12111 hotline as soon as possible and contact the Monster Research Institute. The words just finished, netizens from all over China were completely shocked. Chapter 8. The whole world is watching. Is China crazy? What does it mean? The relatives, friends and colleagues around them are most likely to be monsters in disguise. The truth, many people cannot accept it for a while. That's outrageous. They were watching the live broadcast and subconsciously looked to their side. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. I don't quite believe what Zhao Ziyan said. If the Monster Research Institute had not been endorsed by the country, they would definitely regard this live broadcast as a farce. Don't rush to judge. Zhao Ziyan seemed to have expected this situation, and said calmly, "This is the monster response code issued by our hospital, which can help everyone in life and work. In addition, protect your own safety and identify disguised monsters. The report will be broadcast in a loop in the live broadcast room, please remember it." The first article of the Monster Code. Monsters do not dare to be exposed in public, and do not stay away from people at any time. Article 2 of the Monster Code. If you find someone behaving abnormally, don't make a fuss, please call the police immediately and seek help from the police. BR Article 3 of the Monster Code. Never trust anyone easily, even if she is your parents. Article 4 of the Monster Code. If someone around you loses contact, don't please call the police secretly, she may have encountered something unexpected. Article 5 of the Monster Code. After 10 o'clock in the evening, the monster's desire for food is strongest, so do not go out alone. Article 6 of Monster Code. If you find that the corners of your colleague's mouth are red, it may not be ketchup, but your other colleagues. With the announcement of the rules one by one, netizens in the live broadcast room gradually realized that this was not a joke. Every code sounds creepy. Have anyone around them really been replaced by a monster? Monsters disguised as ordinary people of food, housing, and living with them just to secretly eat them? Anchor, what you said is too scary. Is it true? Are monsters really disguised around us? It's over, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Sleep? I'm living in the employee dormitory of my company now, and I just want to move out quickly. After listening to Monster Code, I think everyone feels like a monster. Didn't the Monster Code say? Don't stay away from the crowd, monsters will not be easily exposed. In the live broadcast room, the number of people online unknowingly exceeded 100 million. This is the real number of people online, not the kind of data that the platform falsifies. It covers almost all netizens currently surfing the internet. It has had a huge psychological impact on these people. Monster, it really appeared, just lurking next to them, a little carelessness. You may be targeted by monsters and become their food. Monster Code said it. When ordinary people face monsters, the difference in combat power between the two is equivalent to an ordinary boxer facing Taylor. Resistance will only make the monster more excited. Panic, afraid, worry, fear, despair, various emotions are filling the hearts of everyone. Don't be too pessimistic. Zhao Ziyan glanced at the barrage and struck while the iron was hot to promote. Once you find traces of monsters, call the 12111 hotline to report it in time. Please believe in China. Believe in the Monster Research Institute. We will do our best to protect the safety of everyone's life and property. These words won out. The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, it was a massive number of phone calls that flooded the institute's hotline. Dean, no, the hotline is out of service. A staff member hurried into the recording room and reported next to Yang Mo. Expand threads and divert access. Yang Mo frowned and made a decisive decision. Hurry up and send more operators to ensure that the hotline is open 24 hours a day. The effect of this live broadcast finally reached. People already have a certain understanding of monsters. He believed it. Under the joint report of 1.4 billion people, the 50 monsters in the country will be exposed. Unless 8 days since their arrival, no one has eaten, and not a single murder has been committed, but that is almost impossible. Across the ocean, the United States Department of Defense. China's nationwide live broadcast quickly shocked this place. All the traffic in China has gathered in this live broadcast room. James stared at Zhao Ziyan on the screen. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times. I couldn't help but sneer. China is really out of its mind. It actually thinks that monsters are disguised among ordinary people, and actively spreads panic to the people. He even made up a so-called monster code for fear that the people will not be afraid. They deliberately spread panic that he is simply afraid that the world will not be in chaos. To no, China has a population of 1.4 billion people. This continues. I'm afraid that China itself will be in chaos even without the monsters taking action. Sir, we in the United States have been investigating for a week, and we only took a blurry picture of the monster, and nothing else was found. An assistant next to James suddenly spoke and said worriedly, China's speculation, is it possible that it's true? Hearing this, James frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, shook his head, certainly said, impossible. How can a monster disguise itself as a human and still live normally in human society? Although they have never found a monster, but I never thought about the monster disguised as a human being. This is incredible. Monsters that can disguise themselves as ordinary people are obviously highly intelligent, and the Earth has evolved for so many years. The intelligent species human beings were born. Let the Ministry of National Defense continue to investigate. The monster must be hiding in a corner. James' eyes flashed and he denied the assistant's speculation. Abroad Tubing, the world's largest video platform, the live broadcast of the Chinese Monster Research Institute was also reposted and synchronized here by someone who was interested. Suddenly, it aroused heated discussions among netizens from all over the country. The number of onlookers was unprecedented. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Are my relatives and friends monsters? I'm very curious. She can actually read the monster code seriously. How can she hold back her laughter? I remember China has 9 years of compulsory education. How come there are so many people slipping through the net? Monster Research Institute, it's just a joke. Most netizens, they all scorned the monster code announced by Zhao Ziyan. No one believed it. The monster has hidden in human society and integrated into their side. As for the Monster Research Institute, it was because of this live broadcast that it was pushed to the forefront, became the laughingstock of netizens around the world. Many people are complaining that Huaxia has lost its head and actually created such an organization. Chapter 9 Yanjiao University of Science and Technology. 8 days ago, the Earth has indeed been pulled into a gray curtain, but no one is sure whether the monster has really arrived. In case, is it a national prank? Only China, such a shameful figure, actually established a Monster Research Institute at an astonishing speed. They really can't figure it out. This institute not only spreads panic and makes people afraid. What else does it do? China Yanjing Monster Research Institute. As the live broadcast continues, the monster hotline has been overwhelmed. Every minute, there are calls coming in from hundreds. For this, Yang Mo has specially added a large number of operators to handle the reporting hotline from netizens across the country. Hello? Is this the Monster Research Institute? I just watched the live broadcast and I suspect there is something wrong with my roommate. Last night I found a piece of meat stuck in his teeth, and he lied to me and said it was with my daughter. My friend is eating hot pot. Just kidding. How can my girlfriend go out to eat hot pot with him? Hello, sir, please wait a minute, I'll record it here. Hello? Hello, I want to report it. I suspect that my colleague is a monster in disguise. I borrowed him 3,000 yuan the day before yesterday, and he has been delaying in paying it back. He was obviously not such a person before. Hello, sir, please don't slander monsters. Monsters only eat people and never lend money. Hello? Police uncle, come here, help. I'm in the company building in the toilet cubicle. I am in the toilet now and heard a man's voice. Could it be a monster? This lady, the operators are patient and responsible and listen carefully to every call, collect clues provided by netizens, all recorded. Not long after, thousands of them have been summarized. However, most of these clues are random speculations by netizens. It has nothing to do with monsters. Dean, a college student, reported that he saw a monster with a sheep's head and ate his roommate. He is now hiding in the cabinet in the dormitory. Suddenly, an operator put down the phone and hurried to Yang Mo. Submitted a key clue, place, location. Yang Mo's pupils narrowed slightly and he asked in a deep voice, just in Yanjing, the Polytechnic University in the suburbs. Demon hunting team, gather and prepare to go. Yang Mo made a prompt decision and issued the order. After approval from superiors, elite personnel transferred from the military have arrived at the institute one after another. 300 people in total. He was arranged to join the demon hunting team, with Zhang Yongguang as the captain. But Zhang Yongguang looked embarrassed and hesitated. The demon hunting team has just been established and has not been trained yet, there is no but. Yang Mo interrupted him coldly, there is no doubt, combat is the best running in training. Yes. Dean. Zhang Yongguang was stunned for a moment, react quickly. A military salute, turn around, leave. The 300 people under his command were counted and gathered in front of Yang Mo demon hunting team. 300 people were supposed to be there, but there were actually 300 people. 300 people held their heads high and their eyes as sharp as eagles, each of them. They all come from various military regions and are kings of arms, proficient in various combat skills. This mission is extremely dangerous. Yang Mo glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, in addition, during the execution process, I will start a full live broadcast. Those who are afraid of death and shame can withdraw now. The words have not yet finished. 300 people stared at him with red faces and swollen eyes. As if, to them, this is a huge insult. From the moment of enlistment, they have long disregarded life and death. Protect your home and country. It is their lifelong belief. Die in battle. It is their highest honor and destination. We are not afraid of death. 300 people said in unison, their voices extremely loud, responded to Yang Mo with an angry roar. It's like a roaring mountain and a tsunami. Very good. Yang Mo nodded with satisfaction. No more words, let's go. Yanjiao, Polytechnic University. The guard looked confused at the sudden arrival of Yang Mo and others who were armed and loaded with ammunition. He was so frightened that he almost called the police on the spot. Urgent notice. Monster Research Institute, now temporarily take over your school. Zhang Yongguang stepped forward immediately, showing his ID card and X. He led the demon hunting team and quickly rushed into the school gate. Go straight to the student dormitory building. Zhao Ziyan was responsible for the entire live broadcast, synchronizing this scene to the live broadcast room. In an instant, the live broadcast room was blowing up again. What's going on? Why did you suddenly come to my school? What is the number of this demon hunting group? Hiss. It seems that we have found traces of monsters. Is this demon hunting team an organization specifically responsible for hunting monsters? This equipment is so luxurious, it should be. Is it a real gun? Netizens were shocked, high energy throughout, stare at the screen intently. I saw, under the leadership of Zhang Yongguang, the demon hunting team quickly locked onto a student dormitory, include all students in it. They all shouted out, standing in the open space in front of the dormitory, there are thousands of people. These students were all confused and looked at Zhang Yongguang and others who were armed with live ammunition. I didn't know what happened for a while. Who called the police? Yang Mo stepped forward first and asked loudly. I reported it. I saw the monster eat my roommate. A pale-faced college student stepped forward and looked around anxiously. Keep an eye on everyone around you. Be defensive, afraid that they would suddenly turn into monsters. You don't know who the monster is? Yang Mo frowned, instinctively feeling that something was a little tricky. A whole building of students, there are thousands of people, obviously the monster is disguised in it. Want to find out? The difficulty is not that great. Science fiction paradise must be put on the agenda. He sighed in his heart and muttered to himself, for science fiction heaven. It was before the destruction of China in the previous life. Gather the power of all China. The crisis response plan discussed has multiple functions, including suppressing monsters, sealing strange things, and upgrading civilization. Recognizing the identity of monsters is just one of the small functions, but now, he can only use the most primitive method to investigate the monsters. Everyone, check your identity. He waved his hand. A comprehensive investigation was launched on thousands of students in the open space. According to what the whistleblower said, he saw the monster eat his roommate 2 hours ago. Obviously, after the monster noticed the arrival of the demon hunting team, disguised his identity again, hidden among these students. 2 hours later, after rounds of cross-examination, the identities of the thousands of students present have been verified by the demon hunting team, but, Dean, everyone has been checked. Zhang Yongguang walked to Yang Mo and shook his head. No abnormalities were found on them. They should not be monsters disguised. This cross-examination, they screened strictly according to the monster code compiled by Yang Mo, and did not find that any of them had the characteristics of monsters in disguise. There is still one person who has not been checked. Yang Mo shook his head, his eyes shining. Chapter 10. We can't lose to monsters. I've checked it all. Zhang Yangguang was stunned for a moment and glanced at the crowd in the open space. 300 people from the demon hunting team surrounded everyone. Check one by one. Cross-examination. View physical characteristics. He can make sure absolutely no fish will slip through the net. No. Yang Emo shook his head and said quietly, Dormitor, you haven't checked yet. After that. He turned around and looked through the crowd to lock his eyes on a middle-aged man watching nearby. Huang Zilong, you are the administrator of this dormitory. Where have you been for the past 3 hours? The words have not yet finished. The expressions of Zhang Yangguang and others suddenly changed, and they unconsciously picked up the weapons in their hands, aiming at this middle-aged man with an unattractive appearance. You guys, did you make a mistake? The middle-aged man looked innocent and swallowed in confusion. Live broadcast room. The tens of millions of viewers were even more excited at this moment. Is he transformed into a monster? From top to bottom, how does he look like a monster? I squatted in the live broadcast room for 2 hours just to watch the monster, and the result give me a chance to do this? If he is a monster, I will jump from the 18th floor. The commentators were extremely excited. They all feel that Yang Emo is talking nonsense here to cope with this embarrassing farce, and this dormitory administrator is too ordinary, belongs to being thrown into the crowd. Just ignore everyone, the kind without any outstanding features. It doesn't look like a monster at all. Article 7 of the Monster Code, when the undead number 001 is disguised, the horns on his head cannot be completely covered. Yang Emo glanced at the barrage and did not panic. He looked busy at the dormitory administrator, pointing to the peaked cap on his head. The corner of his mouth turned up. Can you take off your hat? The dormitory administrator stared deeply at Yang Emo. A glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, killing intent is already brewing and spreading. Article 10 of the Monster Code. Every time a monster eats a human, the skin on its abdomen will turn red for 24 hours. Do you dare to take off your shirt? Yang Emo turned a deaf ear and said to himself. Article 14 of the Monster Code, monsters can be perfectly disguised, but their weight will not change. This is a scale. Facing the live broadcast camera he talked freely, used the Monster Code to expose the dormitory administrator again and again. Public execution, that's enough. Finally, the dormitory administrator shouted loudly, interrupted him. I saw him. He violently tore open his shirt, revealing his blood-red abdomen, the original human body. It is also distorted at this moment. Just a few seconds, the transformation was completed and the original shape was revealed. A four-legged monster with a goat-horned face and a prostrate body stared at Yang Emo ferociously. Smiling ferociously, you are so familiar with my clan. For a while, the sky is filled with murderous intent, like substance, be alert. Zhang Yangguang yelled hurriedly. He immediately stood in front of Yang Emo. The cabinet has issued a death order. Yang Emo's safety will be China's top priority. Anyone can die, only Yang Emo can't even rub against him. Other students in the open space saw the monster transform with their own eyes and screamed in horror, looking pale. The scene was very chaotic. The demon hunting team performed the demon hunting mission. Yang Emo, however, was calm as usual and issued the battle order in a deep voice. Yes. Zhang Yangguang glanced at Yang Emo and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Confronting the monster at such close range, he was very uneasy and extremely nervous, but the dean was extremely indifferent, not even raising his eyelids. Demon hunting team, listen to my order. Tactic number 1, aim at the monster's horns and shoot. Zhang Yangguang took a deep breath. Take the lead, fire first, try to snipe and kill the monster before it attacks. Tactics number 1. Yang Emo told him, aiming at the weakness of 001 Immortal, avoid its body defense and attack its horns first. After research, the ram's horn is the source of power for the undead. Roar, even my clan's weaknesses are known. I can't let you live. 001 Undead saw this. An angry roar broke out again. Smiling ferociously, he rushed towards Yang Emo desperately. The demon hunting team opened fire forcefully, suppressing the actions of Undead 001 with intensive firepower. Bullets.it hit the body of Undead 001, they were all blocked by the scales. No effective damage was caused. With this defense strength, you have eaten at least 5 people. Yang Emo stared at the monster. My heart felt cold, and my murderous intention was fierce. At the same time, live broadcast room, under the synchronization of HD camera capture, the battle in front of the dormitory building, it is clearly seen by tens of millions of netizens. The monster showed its true form and started a battle with the demon hunting team. All things. It all happened between lightning and flint, but it subverted everyone's inherent cognition and refreshed their world view. Really, there is a monster? At this moment, no one doubted Yang Mo's words anymore. A monster really hiding in human society, lurking around them, feeding blood from their fellow humans, even bullets can't do anything to them. Monster code, quickly memorize the monster code. The Dean just used the monster code to identify monsters. From now on, who will wear a hat in front of me and fight like a wolf? This monster is so ferocious that I don't even have the courage to look at him. I really admire these people in the demon hunting team. I admire Dean Yang even more. When he interrogated the monster just now, the distance between the two of them was only 3 meters, right? The barrage surged crazily. They were all venting their shock and disbelief. For Yang Mo, they are sincerely admired. Recall the situation at that time. Be them instead. If you knew the identity of the monster in advance, you would definitely want to hide as far away as possible. But Yang Mo took the lead, standing 3 meters away from the monster. Such courage is not something ordinary people can have. We must win. Looking at the intense battle scenes on the screen, the netizens in the live broadcast room were filled with anxiety and worried. A demon hunting team of 300 people, powerful fire suppression. He actually fought a monster back and forth. Give them a deeper understanding of the power of monsters. Ordinary people, the only result of encountering a monster is to become food. Even Tyson, I'm afraid I won't survive either. If fear or afraid. Confused, various emotions permeate everyone's heart. Has the end of mankind arrived? Just at this time, the scene on the screen suddenly changed and shifted to Yang Mo, who was conducting the scene. I saw Yang Mo was alone, stand behind, continuously make tactical adjustments and correct the fighting methods of Zhang Yangguang and others. It was obviously a very ordinary scene, but it ignited a flame in everyone's hearts. A thing called security emerged in their hearts. We can't lose to monsters. I don't know who posted this barrage. The entire live broadcast room totally turned on. The barrage was overwhelming. It's all. We can't lose to monsters. The tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room have all become repeaters, repeating this sentence constantly. Chapter 11 Countries. Hurry up and copy China's homework. Yanjiao, Polytechnic University. In front of the dormitory building. Half an hour later, the intensive gunfire finally subsided. Report. Zhang Yangguang covered his injured right arm and walked up to Yang Mo. The demon hunting team successfully completed the mission. The target 001 undead has completely lost its combat effectiveness. Behind him, the extremely arrogant goat-horn monster with a human face that tried to kill Yang Mo had fallen into a pool of blood, although still brutal, but one of the horns on his head has been broken. The scales on his body were also penetrated several times by large-caliber bullets, completely lost combat effectiveness. But the situation of the demon hunting team is not optimistic either. Including him, more than 10 people were injured. 2 people were seriously injured. This is the result of Yang Mo guiding the tactics. Without Yang Mo's guidance, their casualties will only become more tragic. It can be said. In this battle, they did not lose, but they did not win either. Bring it back to the institute. Yang Mo waved his hand, his mood also heavy. Demon hunting team, although they are all elites in the army, they lack training and are not familiar with the fighting methods of monsters. Therefore, we must seize the time to train tactics. Monsters from the future. It will only get stronger. The time left for them is running out. Dean, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million. Zhao Ziyan, whose face was pale, stepped forward and suppressed the discomfort in her heart to report. Yang Mo frowned, looking deeply at his beautiful assistant. This operation Zhao Ziyan has been following him, responsible for the simultaneous live broadcast. For the first time, I witnessed the ferocity of monsters and the brutality of the battle. He was still able to report work to him while standing. No wonder. In the previous life, when the research institute was attacked by monsters, she would resolutely die with the monsters, but in this life. No more. He will not let the monster have any chance to pose any threat to China. Live broadcast room. As the battle ends, netizens were finally relieved. The barrage covered the entire screen. Awesome! The research institute is so powerful. Dean Yang, I will be your die-hard fan from now on. What a tenacious monster! He withstood such a fierce fire attack. He didn't die on the spot. What's the name of the female anchor? Brothers, I really like this. Which one doesn't like it? After being stimulated by the truth about the monster, the people are tensed. I also relaxed a lot after this incident. The Monster Research Institute and Yang Mo's name are also known to the world. A complete blast. Monster code was even printed out by netizens. Recite the entire article. Many people imitate Yang Mo and use the method in monster code to identify monsters, although still full of fear of monsters. But whenever I think of Yang Mo, I think of the Monster Research Institute. They feel confident, they, not alone China, protecting them all the time, across the ocean, America, Department of Defense. Monsters can actually disguise themselves as humans? Johnson's pupils shrank and he looked at the live broadcast on the computer in shock. On the screen, the Chinese Monster Research Institute blocked a certain university. A monster disguised as a dormitory administrator was uncovered, with sharp means suppressed on the spot. Knock it down. The whole process is open and transparent, and the battle process is even more brutal and exciting. The monster is so powerful, it can actually withstand the siege of 300 heavily armed elite troops. No, I must report this to James quickly. He gritted his teeth and stood up suddenly. China, obviously, the monster disguise has been known for a long time and has been researched accordingly. Even the habits of monsters have been investigated clearly, but they in the United States, but they know nothing about monsters. Soon. He came outside the office of James, the head of the Ministry of National Defense. Come in. After pushing the door open, his face was full of anxiety and he couldn't wait to say, James, we were wrong, big mistake. He was about to talk about China, suddenly stunned. Unintentionally, I caught a glimpse of a complete copy of the monster code placed on the desk. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So you also saw China's live broadcast? China is too far ahead of us. Especially Yang Mo from the Monster Research Institute. His vision was too forward. He established the institute decisively and achieved such great research results. It's a pity that such talents could not be born in the United States. We must quickly learn from them and convert the monster code. After watching the live broadcast, he was deeply aware of the problem. For Yang Mo, it even gave a very high evaluation. I want to convince James to popularize the monster code across the country. However, James waved his hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. A meaningful smile appeared. Johnson, close the door first. Johnson was stunned again, but he still listened to the other party's words and closed the office door. Ke just turned around, but I saw a scene I will never forget. I saw James' body twisted 270 degrees, and huge scales grew on his body, transformed into a monster that exuded a violent aura. The mouth is wide open, pounced towards him, tubing. The world's largest video platform. Huaxia's live video was uploaded and shared here by interested people, caused an uproar. No less than a magnitude 10. Earthquake. Netizens who originally scorned China's Monster Research Institute and the monster code were dumbfounded. Is it true that someone turned into a monster? No, is it a monster disguised as a human? What exactly is this monster? It can actually talk and speak human words. Does it still have the characteristics of a human being? Wisdom? My God, is the end of the world coming? Isn't there a monster hiding around me? In the face of hard facts, netizens from all over the world have realized that they were wrong. For a while, an atmosphere of fear has enveloped the people of all countries. China is not lying. Those monsters really came to ordinary people. Perfect disguise. Live and work with them. Maybe their parents, relatives, and lovers are monsters in disguise. The thought of this, they couldn't help but feel terrified, and they didn't even dare to leave the door casually. More and more people start its own country. China has established a Monster Research Institute and developed the Monster Code. What are you doing? I don't want to die. I'm still young. I really don't want to die. At Sakura, Baga, hurry up and find the monster. Why do you think so at this time? Mute. Monsters are good at disguise. Feed on humans, cruel and brutal, full of unknowns. It has brought great fear to the people of all countries. The shadow of a snake with a bow and a cup of the wind roared. Both trees and grass are soldiers. A layer of haze shrouded over all countries. Chapter 12 Global Turmoil. Monster Research Institute. Lab. The dormitory administrator was tightly bound by alloy chains and locked to the experimental table. Standing beside him, it was Yang Mo and a group of scientific researchers wearing white coats. Finally, the second monster was captured. Yang Mo's eyes flashed, and his heart was filled with excitement. In the past life, China has gone through 12 rounds of civilization trials. Before destruction, some scientists have found a glimmer of hope in the trials of civilization. Every monster has incredible power, possess extraordinary abilities, seemingly irresistible, but, as long as the monster dies, some strange items will fall from their bodies. Carry out analytical research on these items, access to a variety of technologies beyond the current era. For example, immortal number 001. His power comes from the horns of the sheep. Once he dies, his horns will automatically fall off. It's just, jia. The monster on the experimental table struggled crazily and glanced at everyone with a sinister smile. Even if he is seriously injured, still vigorous, exuding bursts of violent aura, raising his throat, roaring like crazy, humble human beings. Don't think you can win. This trial has just begun. Destruction is your final destination. Everyone was the monster looks crazy. I was so frightened that I took a step back. Only Yang Mo stand where you were, staring coldly at the monster. He said word by word, this time, it won't happen. Previous life, countless people in China have stepped forward and sacrificed countless people, just so that civilization can continue. Perhaps it was the unwilling obsession of all Chinese people that gave him a chance to be reborn. Let him. He can make arrangements in advance and have time to launch the ultimate plan of China in the previous life. The second round of monster research begins. Yang Mo took a deep breath and walked to the ferocious monster first, pick up the scalpel, start the dissection with an expressionless face, let the monster roar and threaten, always remain motionless. Behind, seeing this scene, everyone's fear dissipated a lot. Damn it! I heard that you ate 5 people. If you don't drain all the blood today, I will take your surname. The first one to step forward was from the medical field. A middle-aged researcher. He was holding a thick needle in his hand, cursing. He walked to the monster's side, start with the exposed scales. It plunged hard into the monster's artery. Everyone, please be patient. The skin under his scales seems to be very tough. It is a new type of material. It is best to peel off the whole set with the scalp attached, so as not to hurt him. The professor of materials science spoke quickly. A look of worry. The material of this ram's horn is also very special. It seems to emit some kind of radio waves from time to time. Take it off together with the skull. His hair is actually waterproof and fireproof, and it has good warmth retention properties. The thieves are strong. They are all elites drawn from various departments across the country in their respective fields. They are all outstanding. After the fear dissipates, they all aimed at various parts of the monster's body. It can be said, these monsters who have mastered extraordinary power are full of treasures. It has great research value. Of course. The main reason is the monster's desperate cry. He actually said that China must perish. It has already caused public outrage. The monster's screams and wails suddenly sounded in the laboratory. Humble humans. You did this to me. I will tear you all to pieces, he roared in pain, continuous threats, but to no avail. This can only make researchers more excited. Outside the laboratory. Dean, inside, the research has started? Zhao Ziyan swallowed and looked at Yang Mo, who walked out of the laboratory in shock. Even standing outside the door, she could also hear the screams and wails. Pain. It hurts too much. I don't know what inhuman torture the monster suffered inside. Let's start. Where is Lao Zhang? Yang Mo nodded and asked at the same time. After returning from Polytechnic University, he organized a research team and entered the laboratory immediately. Captain Zhang took his people to train. Zhao Ziyan smiled bitterly and replied, even the wounded have gone. I can't even persuade them, otherwise you go and persuade me. After the battle, nearly half of the members of the demon hunting team were injured. Many people were bruised, blurred flesh and blood, but after returning to the institute, they simply dealt with the injury and couldn't wait to go to training. This is the siege and killing tactics I compiled for the 001 Immortal. Yang Mo walked to the office and took out a plan, handed it to Zhao Ziyan, instructed, go and give it to Lao Zhang and let him train it according to this method. Ha! Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened. I thought Yang Mo would dissuade Zhang Yangguang and others, but unexpectedly Yang Mo actually came up with a training plan. This is also, isn't it too hard? Stop it, we don't have time. Yang Mo sighed softly and said in a deep voice, 8 days have passed since the first round of civilization trials. Among the monsters that descended, there must have been level 2 monsters. We must race against time to increase the combat power of the demon hunting team. Br here the words of Zhao Ziyan's heart trembled, and she suddenly thought of the top secret file, Monsters Eat People. It can be advanced, although the monster eats every person. It takes 24 hours to digest, but the stronger the strength, the shorter the digestion time, and they only need to eat 10 people. They can advance to the second level. Strength will undergo earth-shaking changes, defense, destructiveness, speed, recovery, vitality, etc. will all be more terrifying. No wonder, Zhang Yangguang and the Dean are so eager. With the current combat power of the demon hunting team, facing the second level undead, the entire army will be destroyed. Don't worry, Dean, I'll go right away. Zhao Ziyan took over the training plan and walked quickly towards the training ground. At the same time, since the monster incident at the Polytechnic University, officials in various countries are aware of the seriousness of the problem. Follow the pace of China, copy homework like crazy. China established a monster research institute, and they also established a monster research institute. China formed a demon hunting team, and they also formed a monster hunting team, even the monster code. It has also been published in different language versions and spread like wildfire in various countries. Unknowingly, the code compiled by Yang Mo has become the best-selling book in the world. Not one. In short, what China did, other countries followed suit. At the same time, under the careful attention of people from all over the world, the figure of the monster gradually emerged from the water. More and more people photographed the appearance of the monster. Goathorn face, body surface. Scales prone on all fours, cruel. Monster killings are happening more and more frequently. Invisible fear permeates the lands of all countries. The first to collapse, it's those small countries. Lack of strong execution and repressive power. The monsters are getting more and more arrogant. Even, no more hiding. He simply showed his body. Look for humans to hunt and kill to improve your own strength. Chapter 13. Fight to support war. For a while, countries around the world are in turmoil. Tubing, the world's largest video platform with the frequent appearance of monsters, netizens from various countries have uploaded more and more videos of monsters attacking and feeding on humans. My neighbor was attacked by a monster yesterday, and half of his body was eaten by the monster. My God! This monster with goat's horns was shot by a machine gun, but it was still alive and kicking. I heard from China that monsters that eat people will become stronger and stronger. Is the end of the world really coming? Bold prediction: human civilization will perish within a year. Who is responsible for this damn civilization trial? I don't want to participate in this trial. Videos one by one aroused heated discussions among people around the world. Most people have a pessimistic attitude towards this civilization trial, extremely negative. This is the first round. It is said that new monsters will come every month. Humanity, it is very likely that they were destroyed by these monsters of different races. Doomsday speech. There is a lot of noise, intensifying, all kinds of chaos. Performed one after another around the world. Incidents of beating, smashing, looting and burning are happening more and more frequently. Order it has collapsed quietly. China, when the global order collapses and falls into chaos, here, looks a little out of place. The terrifying atmosphere of monsters also envelopes this land, but the people are not as pessimistic as they imagined. All over the country, every city is still brightly lit and orderly. Security is also the same as usual. And all this it all stems from the crackdown at Yanjiao University of Technology that Yang Mo broadcast. Live Yang Mo told them with practical actions. China it has been moving quietly. Do your best to protect them. Everyone must believe in our country. Although monsters are scary, we can survive them. I have sent the monster code to my whole family to read. Once the monster is found, report any traces as soon as possible and never give the monsters time to develop. The ancestors said that everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of a country. No one can stay away from monster disasters, and we must do our part. Everyone must protect themselves and never cause trouble to the country. On the internet, Chinese people support and encourage each other. The disaster is terrible, but quietly awakens something engraved in their bones. Everyone is silently reciting the monster code, trying to identify monsters and report them to the Monster Research Institute. Follow the guidelines in the monster code. Stay with people you trust. Never alone. Do not give monsters a chance to attack alone. The whole of China. Now there is unprecedented unity and conscious cooperation with the Monster Research Institute. Follow instructions. Once something is discovered, the reporting hotline will be called as soon as possible. Ask for help. Everyone knows it very well. In the face of this disaster crisis, as long as they do not sacrifice their lives, it is the greatest help to China. Latest news. A monster was found in a residential building in Shanghai. Suddenly, a netizen sent a message, which attracted the attention of many netizens. Under the trend of curiosity, a large number of people immediately logged into the official website of the Monster Research Institute and poured into the live broadcast room. As expected, I saw Zhao Ziyan sitting in front of the camera, reporting the latest monster progress. Broadcasting a temporary emergency message. Reliable reports were received that someone discovered an undead 001 in a residential building in Shanghai. The local military has now taken action and blocked the residential building. Our hospital's demon hunting team has now set off. People near the Magic City are asked to protect their own safety, do not go out unless necessary, and wait patiently for rescue to arrive. The Monster Research Institute is always with you. Zhao Ziyan, the voice came out quietly yet gentle, with a hint of calmness, soothed the restless people, and if from time to time, he answered questions raised by netizens in the live broadcast room to ease people's nervousness. 3 hours later, Yanjing Monster Research Institute. Dean, the mission is accomplished. After the battle, Zhang Yangguan called Yang Mo to report as soon as possible, looking quite excited. Dean, according to your tactics, we had 0 casualties this time and perfectly captured this 001 undead. It was different from the first battle. This battle, they only sent a team of 30 people, the monster was successfully captured our own side, there are no casualties or casualties. Why in the last battle at Yanzhou University of Technology, even he was injured, it was that time too he truly realized the ferocity of the monster, therefore. After returning to the institute, he took the demon hunting team and trained day and night. The training method was naturally given to him by Yang Mo each. Combat team is equipped with 3 heavily armed snipers specialized, aim at the horns of the 001 undead. The rest are assisting in harassment, blocking the movement and counterattack of undead 001. With roundabout cooperation, this time we achieved such amazing results. As long as no one is injured or killed. A smile appeared on the corner of Yang Mo's mouth. This strategy, it was summed up by countless warriors in previous lives who paid the price of blood. It can perfectly target the attack of the beginner 001 undead. Ziyan, go report the battle situation. Then, Yang Mo turned around and looked at Zhao Ziyan beside him. Today, in addition to serving as his assistant, Zhao Ziyan also shoulders the important position of national female anchor. Every day in the live broadcast room, answer questions and doubts of all people in China, appease people's hearts, and alleviate the atmosphere of tension and fear among the people. Experienced the extinction of a civilization. He deeply knows what is most important to a civilization and a nation: national self. Confidence and cohesion. If fear permeates the land of China, then it is not far away that people will be distracted. Time passes slowly. Under the daily science popularization in the live broadcast room, people of China gradually accepted the fact that civilization is a trial in monsters. The atmosphere of fear that permeated the land has also dissipated a lot, and the demon hunting team has become the busiest department. In addition to the Yanjing headquarters, there are branches all over the country. Whenever there are traces of monsters, he will immediately set off and rush across the country to suppress the monsters himself. Adopt the method of supporting war with war. Their combat cooperation has become increasingly close, combat efficiency also getting higher and higher. More and more undead 001 were captured and transported to the institute. These undead, of course, they were sent to the laboratory so that the scientific research team could make full use of them, carry out in-depth and detailed research on it. It is worth mentioning, under the influence of Yang Mo, the scientific research methods of the scientific research team became increasingly cruel and abnormal. 001 undead, it could only last for half a day at most, and then died completely amidst the shrill wails and screams. Chapter 14 Brainwave Technology Breakthrough Recording Room. Friends from the audience. Today's live Q&A ends here. Zhao Ziyan faced the camera and said with a smile, if you find any trace of the monster, remember to call our hospital hotline as soon as possible. After that, ignored the barrage pleas and disconnected the live broadcast recording, stretched lazily. He walked straight into the changing room. He took off his casual and youthful anchor clothes and put on his usual work uniform. It's true, the dean, if you insist on saying anything, don't be too serious and let me dress casually. She pouted and murmured in a low voice. She always felt the dean had some personal agenda in it. Ziyan, compile a list of information on monsters in various countries and send it to me. At this moment, Yang Mo found her. Right away, I'll go sort it out. Zhao Ziyan responded quickly. Take a deep breath, quickly entered working mode, walking towards his office, called the intelligence department to find out the recent situation abroad. It didn't take long. A thick piece of information was delivered to Yang Mo's desk. Dean, 15 days have passed since the first round of the civilization trial began. Monsters appear frequently in various countries. All countries have taken active and decisive measures to suppress and destroy the monsters. Even so, it still caused huge casualties. Among them, the official casualty data released by the United States is the highest, with as many as 42,034 people. The second is ASEAN country, with 21,928 casualties. The third Sakura country, with 21,928 casualties. The casualties reached 3749. Speaking of this, Zhao Ziyan paused and glanced at Yang Mo secretly. Our country has the lowest number of casualties in this disaster. China's response was the fastest and its actions were the most decisive. The results achieved are also very significant. No, the larger the population of a country, the greater the threat posed by monsters. China's population ranks second in the world number of casualties, but it is the lowest in the world. Yang Mo is indispensable for achieving this result. The situation is still very serious. Yang Mo frowned and did not relax at all. Of these data, not much different from the previous life, the monster crisis in various countries has begun to brew and is about to break out in full force. China, same thing. By the way, just yesterday, James, the head of the United States Department of Defense, was found to be a monster disguised as a monster. Zhao Ziyan paused for a moment and added, the United States launched its most recent. The elite army launched a comprehensive encirclement and suppression, but still allowed James to escape. In this regard, she didn't quite understand. The military strength of the United States has always been the strongest on Earth. Unexpectedly, failed to wipe out James. Second order. Yang Mo's expression moved slightly and he said calmly, if nothing else happens, this 001 undead has reached the second level, so it can escape the full siege of the US military. In response to this situation, he was not surprised. In the past life, the monster lurking in the US Department of Defense was only exposed 2 months later. This time bomb has caused fatal damage to the United States. Most of his elite army was destroyed and his vitality was severely damaged, and this time, perhaps it was because of his butterfly effect that James was exposed in advance. Second level? Zhao Ziyan's eyes widened. Always she only knows that monsters can advance by eating people, but there is no intuitive understanding of the second order undead. The second level undead, can he survive the encirclement and suppression by the most elite army in the United States and still break out of the encirclement? The horror of the second level undead is far more than this. Yang Mo shook his head, his expression quite solemn. Subsequently, he then asked, what about the number of monsters killed by other countries? Zhao Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then he looked at the information in his hand and continued to report. According to official reports from various countries, the United States has killed a total of 42,001 undead, and the Sakura country has killed a total of 29 undead. Our country has killed 49 undead. On the data of killing monsters, China, still ranked first. Demon hunting teams now have thousands of permanent locations across the country. Once there is a trace of a monster, they will go there as soon as possible to suppress and kill people and protect the safety of the people. The killing efficiency is extremely high. There is still half a month. Yang Mo put his hands on his back and looked out the window. The first round of civilization trials is about to end. As the reborn, only he knows, after each round of civilization trials, the mysterious voice will rate the performance of each different civilization. The higher the rating, the rewards you can get are even more amazing. That's right, the civilization trial is somewhat similar to a level pass. Failure leads to destruction, but if you pass it successfully, you will receive various magical rewards. In the past life, in the first round of civilization trials, China, like the United States, only received A level rewards. The physical fitness of the entire population has increased by 10%, but this kind of improvement still seems too weak in front of monsters. Rebirth. He must find a way to obtain the highest S-level reward. Dean, we succeeded. At this moment, a researcher broke into Yang Mo's office excitedly. Excitement is written on his face. I forgot to knock on the door, but Yang Mo didn't care about this at all, and stood up suddenly. His expression changed. He asked nervously, you mean brainwave technology? The visitor nodded excitedly. Yes, it is brainwave technology. According to your instructions, the Dean, we have been studying the horns of the undead day and night, and discovered the peculiar arrangement of brainwaves. Great. Yang Mo looked overjoyed and couldn't help but clapped and laughed, brows that have been furrowed. I felt relieved at this moment. Half a month, the 001 undead sent by the demon hunting team were all sent to the laboratory. Finally, this technology has achieved a breakthrough. It's time to start the Sci-Fi Heaven project. He took a deep breath and murmured in a deep voice, China cabinet. Several old men were sitting together, handling government affairs. The situation is not optimistic. Wang Yu frowned and sighed. Those small countries should be the first to be unable to withstand the test of civilization. Now. In China, there is a monster research institute led by Yang Mo popularized the monster code. A reporting hotline has been set up. A demon hunting team was formed. Whenever there are clues about monsters, the demon hunting team will be dispatched quickly. Go to siege monsters. The situation has finally stabilized and is moving in a good direction. It's just the execution. Capabilities of those small countries are too poor. Even if they copied China's handling methods, they still couldn't suppress the monster. Chapter 15 Science Fiction Heaven Plan. The first to cause chaos to IT must be those small countries. But then again, Dean Yang is indispensable for the fact that our country is so stable now. An old man suddenly spoke inside. Asa Superior, they all know it, this disaster came too suddenly. Wang Yu would have supported Yang Emo in setting up a monster research institute and preparing a demon hunting team against all the opinions. China, now I'm afraid it's the same as other countries, dragged into the quagmire by monsters. Exhausted. The United States is the best example. The most powerful country in the world still failed to suppress the monster, and the death toll reached more than 40,000 in half a month. Looking at China, minimally affected by monsters. The demon hunting team has received good news in recent days, and has hunted a total of 49 undead. Another old man pondered for a moment and looked at Wang Yu. He asked with concern, there shouldn't be many left in our country now, right? The old men looked at each other, the eyebrows slowed down, they all showed relaxed joy. The monster code popularized the habits and identification methods of monsters to the Chinese people. And Yang Mo opened a live broadcast room to teach people how to identify the monsters around them 24 hours a day, with many measures taken simultaneously. The effect is extremely significant. Each of them is very optimistic and feels that China has overcome this disaster. I don't know the number of monsters. Wang Yu smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, let Dean Yang come and introduce it to you in person. His words just finished. Outside the conference room, there was a knock on the door. Yang Mo hurriedly walked in after handling the affairs of the institute. Dean Yang. Several old men smiled and cast admiring glances, later curiously asked, according to your institute's modeling assessment, how many undead are there in our country now? After the civilization trial is started, within each country. An unknown number of undead descended upon them. Yang Mo had predicted it before. In the first round of trials in China, about 50 undead descended, counting the 49 heads cleared. It stands to reason, there should be very few left. However, Yang Mo's answer froze the smiles on everyone's faces, their eyes widened full of disbelief. There are at least 70 more. Dean Yang, how many did you say? Wang Yu was the first to recover and asked again. 70 heads. Yang Mo said calmly, his tone so calm that it made people's hearts tremble, but the other old men couldn't sit still, brows furrowed. He asked in a deep voice, Dean Yang, the number you mentioned in your previous modeling was only about 50 at most. How come you killed 49 and there are still 70 left? Everyone's look of focus on Yang Mo. Addition and subtraction within 100. It is impossible to get the result of 70 heads. At the beginning, the number of monsters that came to our country was indeed only more than 50. Yang Mo sighed lightly and said quietly, but the first round of civilization trials has been started for half a month. Don't forget, monsters can advance by eating humans. According to the latest research progress of our research institute, once a monster reaches the second level, will have the ability to infect. Hearing this, everyone showed a look of astonishment. Infection ability? Yang Mo nodded and explained, each second-level undead can infect one human being every day, obliterating their original consciousness and destroying them. Assimilate into its race. The words just finished the entire conference room. Suddenly there was deathly silence. Everyone's face was full of shock and disbelief. And new abilities of second-level monsters, infection, assimilate. This way, what Yang Mo just said makes sense. Although Huaxia killed and captured 49 monsters, they were all ordinary first-level monsters. As for the second-level monsters, there are none. This is the new data of the second-level monster. Yang Mo threw out a new piece of information and placed it on the table. Just yesterday, a second-level monster appeared in the United States. Surrounded by the most elite army in the United States, it still escaped calmly, causing hundreds of casualties. Hear this, the faces of the old men suddenly darkened, the expression became increasingly ugly. They are too optimistic after all. Unexpectedly, I forgot that monsters can still advance. Half a month's time, there must be some monsters that ate 10 people and successfully broke through to the second level, mastered the ability to infect, although the second level monster can only infect one human per day, but this also means that the number of monsters will no longer be fixed. As long as one monster survives. So sooner or later, monsters will reappear, develop and grow. In the end, Chinese civilization was destroyed. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they thought of this. This is the biggest crisis in this civilized trial, unless they can find all the monsters hiding in human society at once. but relying solely on people's reports, I'm afraid it's not realistic. Dean Yang, when you come here this time, you must already have a plan to deal with these second-level monsters, right? An old man looked at Yang Mo deeply and asked in a deep voice. Others listened, they also turned around, and everyone's attention focused on Yang Mo again. Science fiction heaven. Yang Mo said 4 words one by one. This plan, it is the crystallization of the wisdom of countless Chinese scientists and professors in previous lives, carrying the last hope of China, once stillborn, but today he wants to make it a reality and create a myth with the power of technology. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment. I saw Yang Mo walking to the front with his head held high. He began to elaborate on this great plan. Using the power of the whole country, we will create the supreme heaven in myths and legends. First of all, it has a top-level defense mechanism that can cover all areas. Any abnormal biological fluctuations are detected within an area of 10.45 million square kilometers. Secondly, it is equipped with a full set of attack systems, including heavenly armors that go up to the sky and into the earth, the aerospace mothership Lingxiao Palace that towers above the sky, and the giant orbital platform Xifang Tianmen that spans 1 million kilometers. The most important thing is, Yang Mo said impassionedly, looking in high spirits, excited. When it is truly completed, it will be the day when the whole country of China will ascend and everyone will be like a dragon. His voice echoed in the conference room for a long time, but everyone, the expression on his face was not shock and support, but confusion and confusion. Dean Yang, with all due respect, this science fiction heaven, Wang Yu was the first to speak and poured cold water on him. It only exists in theory and fantasy. None of the conceptual technologies you mentioned can be achieved with China's current technological level. Chapter 16, the 7-foot-tall body has been promised to the country, no matter how difficult it is to give it to the Qing dynasty. Don't talk about space carrier, China cannot even build a heavenly weapon mecha that can go up to the sky and into the earth. It was indeed not possible before. Yang Mo nodded, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, but now, everything is possible. Wang Yu and others looked at each other, the confusion in his expression became even more intense. The trial of civilization is a disaster, but it is also an opportunity. Yang Mo did not sell out, and said in a deep voice, monsters have supernatural powers. As long as the sources of these powers are analyzed, corresponding technology can be obtained. Our hospital has launched a comprehensive study on undead number 001. We have achieved breakthrough results in brainwave technology, and the utilization and development of biological brainwaves has reached a new level, said. He dumped another top-secret SSS-level information, handed to everyone. What is recorded in it is the most advanced technological achievements in the field of brainwaves today. Brainwave field? An old man from the Ministry of Science and Technology heard this and quickly opened the information, looked carefully. After a while, the pupils shrank sharply. He gasped, staring at Yang Mo with trembling eyes. He was extremely excited. This technological achievement can actually remotely control the life and death of living things through brainwaves, causing their brains to die directly? BR what? When the other old men heard this, they all looked horrified. Remotely control brainwaves causes a creature to die. What is the difference between this ability and the methods of gods in myths and legends? That's it. They then took a serious look at the science fiction heaven plan proposed by Yang Mo just now. It seems, isn't this incredible plan impossible to realize? Wang Yu and others fell into deep thought. After a while, an old man coughed lightly and said, let's vote. Those who agree with the science fiction heaven plan proposed by academician Yang, raise your hands. I agree. BR agreed. I have no objection. Finally, it passed unanimously. The old man headed by him stood up slowly and looked at Yang Mo solemnly. He solemnly said, I now announce that from now on, the science fiction heaven project will be officially launched. The general person in charge will be Yang Mo, the director of the Monster Research Institute. Comprehensive implementation of the Science Fiction Heaven Project Plan. The priority is the power of the whole country. Immediately afterwards, the old man bowed slightly towards Yang Mo, cupped his hands and said, the future of China is entrusted to Dean Yang. Yang Mo's heart trembled, suppressing the excitement. Stand up straight. A solemn promise. China will shine for eternity and last forever. This is the sentence that has been said the most by people in the land of China in previous lives. On TV and on the radio, I hear this repeated almost every day. Monster Research Institute. After returning from the cabinet, Yang Mo returned to the office immediately. The first step is to solve the personnel problem. He took a deep breath and picked up the white paper in front of him. Swish, brush, brush, write down one name after another. These names, they were all colleagues who had fought alongside him in his previous life. They once stuck to their respective jobs for the continuation of China. Crazy search for life, even at the last moment. Never gave up either, but it's a pity, ultimately everyone, without exception. They were all buried in the 12th round of civilization trials. This is a group of people. People who can give up their lives for China at any time, and now, what he lacks most is this kind of person's science fiction heaven plan. IT is related to China's national foundation and is the highest core secret. IT must be carried out by someone trustworthy, and these people, no matter when, no matter where. He can trust them with his back. On white paper. As Yang Imo kept writing, names jumped out one by one. Song Gaoyun, Chui Tianhao, Zhu Jie, Zheng Tian. After listing the names of these people, Yang Imo opened the document again and wrote a recruitment letter later. I found my assistant Zhao Ziyan and asked her to be responsible for contacting these people on the list. He believed as long as China is in trouble, no matter where they are, they will travel thousands of miles to come. That is the throbbing flowing in the blood, the most primitive choice in the heart. Liangcheng. A university microscopic quantum research laboratory. Song Gaoyun paused his busy academic research and was looking at the computer screen intently. He is reading an email. An official email from the Monster Research Institute. The email is called Recruitment Letter. After clicking on it, what comes into view are 6 big characters. The country is in trouble. Please come quickly. The monster crisis isn't over yet. After reading the email, his expression became solemn. On the mail. In the name of the Monster Research Institute, he was told that the monster crisis was not over. Chinese civilization is facing a critical moment of life and death, and he was recruited to get up immediately and go to Yanjing to participate in a scientific research project. While participating in the program, he cannot have any contact with other people and must keep all information strictly confidential. His name will completely disappear from the world. All traces were erased, only exists for the continuation of Chinese civilization. If it were before, he will definitely participate in this plan without hesitation, but tomorrow. It was his wedding to his fiancée. These days. He has invited relatives and friends and received blessings from everyone, and now. To join the institute. I am destined not to attend this wedding, and will never return. I don't know when I can come back. For him, this is an extremely difficult decision. On one side is the national call. On one side is the fiancé who has been together for 7 years. That's it. He sat in the laboratory and thought all afternoon. Inside, countless thoughts flashed through, struggled and tangled. Eventually, 1,000 words are said. It turned into a sigh. He picked up his cell phone and found his fiancé's cell phone number. Edited a text message. Send is silently selected. Xinger, forgive me. Due to confidentiality regulations, he could not reveal any details about the plans. I can't even give my fiancé a decent reason. I can only leave such a simple sentence. Quietly. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. Later. He stood up resolutely to return home. Pack your bags. All contact information has been deleted. Embarked on the journey to Yanjing. The 7-foot body has been promised to the country. No matter how difficult it is for Suqing, Zizhou, the top brainwave research center in China, it's finally time to get off work. After 6 o'clock, Chui Tianhao hurriedly ran out of the research center. As a research maniac, it was rare for him not to work overtime today, leave right after get off work, just because his wife is due today. He promised, I refused to work overtime today. I asked my brother-in-law to pick me up as soon as I got off work and went straight to the hospital, welcomed the arrival of his new life, which is unknown whether it is a son or a daughter, but I just got into my brother-in-law's car. A text message alert rang on his cell phone. Chapter 17. The first country to perish. An email, the recruitment email from the Monster Research Institute, was sent to his mailbox. The above clearly informed him that the crisis in China is not over yet. The country is in trouble. Come quickly. Chui Tianhao clutched his phone tightly and read the entire content while trembling. My heart fell into endless struggle and entanglement. Home. Country. How to choose? The brother-in-law in front noticed something unusual about him. I thought he was worried about his wife who was in labor. He comforted, brother-in-law, don't be too nervous. The medical equipment in the hospital is very good now. There is no danger for my sister to give birth to a baby. Sit tight. In 10 minutes at most, I will send you to the maternity hospital, said. He stepped on the accelerator and started to accelerate. However, Chui Tianhao slowly closed his eyes, silently turned off the phone, shook his head and said, we are not going to the maternity hospital. We will turn around and go to the high-speed rail station. Brother-in-law, what did you say? brother-in-law was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but turning to look at him. Chui Tianhao looked painful, the face is full of bitterness, but the eyes are firmer than ever. I in the eyes showing determination to move forward. I want to carry out a secret mission, please tell your sister for me. Chui Tianhao opened his mouth, as if he had thousands of words to say, but he only said a few numbers. I'm sorry for her. The wife goes into labor. Asa husband, I cannot stay by my side, the child is born. Asa father, I am unable to provide care and concern, the most painful decision in the world and nothing more than this. Brother-in-law, my sister is giving birth today. What secret mission is more important than my sister giving birth? The brother-in-law slammed on the brakes, turned around and said with an angry look on his face, look at this city. Chui Tianhao did not answer directly, but looked out the car window. The years are quiet, harmonious and stable, isn't it wonderful? But you have to know. We were never born in a peaceful era, we were just born in a peaceful country. Learn from the email, monster crisis it is quietly brewing, and China and even the whole world will face life and death. Behind this quiet time, it is countless people who are paying silently and moving forward with a heavy load. He understands. If someone must sacrifice. So this time. It's his turn. Wife, child, I'm sorry. He held the closed cell phone tightly, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. Quietly, similar scenes across China, performed quietly. When the country is in trouble, call for help as soon as possible. These 6 words are born with magical power. A person who loves this land and this country deeply, determined, put down the work and trivial matters at hand. He embarked on the journey in flight to Yanjing, give up on love, abandon loved ones, gave up family, giving up everything they ever had. Even the names disappeared in the vast sea of people. One day later, Monster Research Institute, Yang Mo saw familiar faces one after another. Quantum Research, Song Gaoyun, come and report. Brainwave Foresight Science, Chui Tianhao, come and report. Mechanical Materials Science, Zhu Jia, come and report. Energy Explosion Science, Zheng Tian, come and report. They put down baggage focused on Yang Mo between looks, with a little dust and fatigue from the journey. Yang Mo stood upright, saluted to everyone. As he expected, colleagues from various departments who fought side by side with him in his previous life, they all came upon hearing the call to gather here. A lot, Monster Research Institute, welcome you to join us. Yang Shou stared at the crowd and said straight to the point, here, I can tell you responsibly that China is at a critical moment of life and death. Darkness has quietly arrived. Shrouded in this land of 9.6 million square kilometers. Attempting to harm our compatriots, destroy our civilization, and make us extinct. At the same time, Zhao Ziyan stepped forward and handed out a piece of top-secret information to everyone. Exactly, related research on the civilization trial and the second-level undead. Everyone looked at it, the fatigue in his expression suddenly disappeared, and his expressions became solemn. But please believe. Yang Mo took a deep breath and said word by word, China will not perish. No matter how dark the sky is, there will always be people burning themselves and illuminating China's way forward. And now, we are the only light before dawn. Hear the words. Everyone's body couldn't help but tremble. Yang Mo's words spoke to their hearts. To illuminate this dark night. So they will abandon everything and rush here, just like our ancestors 100 years ago. Burn yourself, light up the road to China. China will shine for eternity and last forever. Song Gaoyun and others' blood surged in their chests, and they responded in unison. The sound is magnificent, the momentum is like a rainbow. This was the last sentence on the recruitment letter, and each of them quietly wrote it down. Okay. Without further delay, everyone now goes to Zhao Ziyan to register information and prepare for the next work. Finally, with a wave of his hand, Yang Mo rushed everyone to their respective jobs. Science fiction heaven plan. The first phase of the mission is to create the first technological weapon based on the latest breakthrough brainwave technology. 3 days later, over the Earth, the atmosphere is filled with a layer of gray fog. A solemn and indifferent voice suddenly came out. The country of San Marino failed to survive the first round of civilization trials and has been destroyed. Hear this announcement. People from all over the world were extremely horrified and quickly turned on their mobile phones and computers, log into any device that can access the internet, crazily searching for information about the country of San Marino. However, the pictures and information they searched made their hearts tremble. I saw, this country with a population of only 1 million has turned into a hell on earth. The military, completely defeated by the monster, the capital fell, the senior leaders were also slaughtered by monsters, lost all power to fight back. Monster, already roaming the streets and alleys unscrupulously. They are bloodthirsty and cruel, take pleasure in killing human beings. In such a uniquely blessed environment, the levels of monsters are also rising rapidly, and hundreds of second-level monsters have been born, the smell of despair and fear. Shrouded among the surviving people of this country, at other countries, please save us. We don't want to die yet. Before the network was completely cut off, they issued one distress message after another. Beg other countries, save them, help them deal with the monsters in the country. Tubing, the world's largest video platform, videos about the tragic situation in the country of San Marino are uploaded here. It was reposted by netizens from all over the world. Rise up and call. IT has contacted the WPC in other countries, hoping that they can lend a helping hand, save the survivors of San Marino country. Chapter 18, the city fell, and people from all over the world questioned it. However, no country responded. IT, haven't you watched the news? Now the monsters in various countries are becoming more and more rampant, and their numbers are increasing. The 5 permanent members can't protect themselves. Just yesterday, a city in Gaul was captured by monsters and became the monsters' base camp. The United States has also announced data. As of yesterday, monsters have caused 60,000 deaths. I'm afraid they are still reeling. These monsters are so smart. After taking over the city, they actually kept ordinary people captive. Being a hostage will prevent the military from using weapons of mass destruction. After learning about the situation, the mood of netizens from various countries instantly fell to the bottom. Monster crisis intensifying, sweeping around the world. Especially, second-level monsters appeared one after another, and even Wuchang was dragged into the abyss and mire, struggling to deal with it. Every day, there is news coming out. One city after another fell. The monsters defeated the local military defense force and captured the entire city's humans. As blood food wanton killing, stronger than Wuchang. Despite all the odds, they failed to regain control of the city. 60,000 people have died in the United States and a city has fallen. 20,000 people in Gaul have died and 3 cities have fallen. White Bear Country, and those small countries are hovering on the edge of destruction. The situation is precarious. No one can come to save them. Wait a minute, China, the casualty data released now is only 769. Is this data fake? Soon netizens from various countries have noticed that the number of casualties counted by China does not even exceed 1,000. In the face of such a terrifying monster disaster, it seems too incredible. Oh no, many small countries are on the verge of destruction. Cities in Wuchang City fell. Why? China is the only one, so fake. Chinese people are hypocritical. They really think we are fools. A certain number of monsters have descended on each country. It is said that it is directly proportional to the country's population. The number of monsters in China is absolutely quite a few. Although they responded very quickly and were very efficient, but the United States has fallen into a city. Where are the second-level monsters in China? People from all over the world sneered. I feel that China is cheating, deliberately concealing the number of casualties. This is used to create the illusion of harmony and stability, trying to calm people's minds. For a while, all kinds of doubts are flooding the internet. China at Yangcheng. In a certain neighborhood. During special times, residents are asked not to go out unless necessary. If you find any traces of monsters, report them immediately. The sound of the radio is playing in a loop. Every household, all doors and windows are closed. They hoarded a lot of food and stayed at home. If someone is running out of supplies, all you need to do is report to the property management of the community, and the neighborhood committee will send specialized personnel to deliver supplies. And if traces of monsters are found, the military will immediately block the entire community, start the screening and troubleshooting mechanism, conduct a comprehensive investigation of everyone in the community until traces of the monster are found. Then, the demon hunting team on standby took action and dealt with the monsters neatly. You restore the previous order in the community, guarantee a normal life for everyone. Enterprises and companies throughout China have also actively responded to the call of the Monster Research Institute and allowed employees to work from home. Not necessary, not going out. Zhou Ming is one of the people blocked in the community. After work every day, I was lying on the sofa, scrolling through my phone out of boredom, watched the news. From time to time, I can see the news that a certain monster has appeared in a certain community, and a full investigation mechanism is being launched, although every inspection is time-consuming and laborious. Consumes a lot of resources, but it was this method adopted by China that greatly avoided casualties. As advertised by the community property. As long as you don't sacrifice your life, it will be the greatest help to the country. When you are bored. He clicked on the YouTube app on his phone to see what was going on abroad. As a senior netizen, when he has nothing to do, he will occasionally climb over the wall and hang out. However, just click on the oil pipe. He saw many videos belittling China and accusing them of China's hypocrisy. Comment section below, there was even more abuse. What the hell? Seeing this, Zhou Ming was immediately furious. My chest was rising and falling. They all worked together, consciously cooperated, and sacrificed a great deal of personal freedom to achieve such results. Other countries, they actually accused them of fraud. MMP. He cursed secretly. He pointed his finger on these comments and started the combo reply mode. On your own anger the entire comment section. What is hypocrisy? All Chinese people are your father. IP is a territorial stick, right? When we founded China, your ancestors were still climbing trees. Let me tell you why. The moment the monster disaster struck, we in China urgently established a monster research institute to study the monster's habits thoroughly. The monster code you are holding now is still a pirated copy from China? Have you paid intellectual property fees? You still pursue freedom. At the time of the Supreme Leader, we had put everyone on lockdown, stayed in the community, and launched an investigation mechanism for 1.4 billion people. Every 3 days, a nationwide investigation will be conducted. Once there is an abnormality, the demon hunting team will rush to the scene as soon as possible and suppress it quickly. I will ask you guys. How can monsters kill people in this situation? How can they have the courage to kill people? In one breath, Zhou Ming vented all the grief and anger in his chest. It has been half a month since the civilization trial started. China has entered this semi-war emergency state. All members are blocked. Everyone responded. Check all employees. In this case, all monsters that dare to eat humans have their whereabouts exposed and their traces discovered, suppressed immediately. Therefore, that's why China's casualties were so few. As for why cities around the world have fallen, but China has not. That's because there are too many idiots in your country, and too many people have died, resulting in a large number of second-order monsters. Appear in batches. Zhou Ming continued to rage and show no mercy. The fall of cities in the United States, Gaul, and other countries was entirely caused by these second-level monsters. Dozens of second-level monsters united together and defeated the guards, occupied the city, turning cities into purgatory and trapping humans as blood food. But in China, there are definitely second-level monsters. But they are definitely not many in number, and all of them are hiding in their nests. I don't even dare to show my face, not to mention occupying the city and kidnapping the entire city as hostages. Chapter 19. The first weapon to control the country. Book of Life and Death. It can be said, China now, absolutely the safest country in the world. Northern frontier. A certain valley. In a temporary office. Dean, just yesterday, the global monster craze broke out on a large scale. Zhao Ziyan took the latest information. Looking at Yang Mo reporting seriously, the United States and other countries have lost control of several cities, and the humans who did not have time to escape were trapped by monsters. These 001 undead, too cruel. After reaching the second level, it is simply exposed directly. You join forces, invade the city. Humans in captivity. It is equivalent to a blatant declaration of war on humanity, but, for the time being, all countries have nothing to do with these second-level monsters. They have a large number of hostages in their hands, and even large-scale destructive thermal weapons cannot be used. Yesterday, Captain Zhang's demon hunting team successfully hunted 9001 undead. Zhao Ziyan pursed her lips and then reported, there are no demons in our country yet. Found traces of second-level monsters. After the report, she took a secret look at Yang Mo. Yang Mo is indispensable for China's ability to maintain its current stability. Under various measures, monster. It can be said to be difficult in China that if you want to eat someone, you face the risk of being discovered. As for the second-level monsters, none of them have been found so far. Hunted 9 more 001 undead? After hearing this, Yang Mo didn't feel the slightest bit happy. On the contrary, the brows were furrowed, muttered in a deep voice, the situation is not optimistic. Zhao Ziyan was stunned for a moment. Some don't understand. China is now suppressing monsters and has achieved remarkable results. The number of casualties, it is the lowest among all countries in the world. Yang Mo. But he was still so pessimistic and cautious, as if something had been chasing him. 18 days have passed since the civilization trial. Yang Mo glanced at her and asked, logically speaking, the first-order monsters should have been cleared out long ago. Why did it happen yesterday? Are there 9 new ones? Zhao Ziyan thought for a while. A somewhat uncertain answer. It should be, the second-level monster was assimilated and infected? In Monster Code, the habits of the 001 undead were introduced in detail. Second-level monster will master new abilities and assimilate infections, erase human consciousness, assimilated into the 001 undead. Because of this, there are so many new monsters added every day in China. Not bad. Yang Yimo nodded and said solemnly, this shows that there have always been second-level undead hiding in China, silently assimilating and infecting them, and constantly creating new ones. 001 immortal, this quantity, maybe not much, but as long as these second-level undead are not found, the monster disaster in China will not end. It will continue like this. One waxes and wanes, the results can be imagined. Are these monsters so intelligent? Zhao Ziyan's heart trembled slightly, and her expression was a little horrified. It's scary to think about it. No wonder no Tier 2 monster has ever been exposed in China. Their wisdom is no less than that of humans. Yang Yimo murmured. Don't look at the fact that the second-level undead from the United States and other countries have invaded the city and been exposed in large numbers, but actually there must be other second-level undead who continue to disguise themselves, hiding in the dark, and specifically selecting those high-ranking people to infect. This weakens the human counterattack. It will be a protracted and extremely cruel war. Humanity. It doesn't have any advantage. When will the design drawings of the Book of Life and Death be released? Yang Yimo took a deep breath and suddenly asked. Zhao Ziyan recovered from the shock. Hurry back. The technology team said that the blueprints for this new weapon can be perfected before tonight. 3 days ago, Yang Yimo waved his hand and left Yanjing with her and the people in the technology team. He rushed to the northern border. And this deserted valley. A temporary base was built specifically for the research and development of the science fiction Heaven project, and the name of the first weapon in the sci-fi Heaven was announced to everyone. Book of Life and Death. With the latest breakthrough brainwave technology as the core, build a super-large composite brainwave machine terminal. Capable of covering the entire country. Yang Yimo provided the direction and mainframe. Song Gaoyun, Chui Tianhao, and others from the science and technology team are responsible for completing the construction drawings of the Book of Life and Death. For this, everyone in the technology team has not slept for 3 consecutive days and nights, day and night, night and day. Immerse yourself in a makeshift laboratory, studying dead-end structural design. Almost crazy. That night. In the valley, temporary laboratory, there was a huge cheer. Song Gaoyun, Chui Tianhao, and other engineers looked at the design drawings in their hands, exhausted face, full of excitement and excitement. Dean, we're done. No time to rest. Song Gaoyun and others immediately found Yang Mo and handed over a thick construction design drawing. It is the culmination of 3 days of hard work, the first weapon of the sci-fi Heaven to control the country. Book of Life and Death, original. This will be an extremely complex and huge project, but Yang Mo provided them with the main framework and precise direction. Saves them a lot of time. A lot of detours have been avoided. Very good. Yang Yimo was also very excited. He clutched the 20 pages of design drawings in his hands tightly. There is a fire in the eyes. It is brewing quietly. Whether we can completely suppress the crisis caused by the first round of civilization trials depends on the Book of Life and Death. It's just, Song Gaoyun took the lead to calm down and reminded in a deep voice, there are 3 key points in the creation of Book of Life and Death, which are 10,000 brainwave base stations, the most powerful computer, and 10 near-Earth satellites. Follow Yang Mo's request. The Book of Life and Death is a tool to control the country. It has unparalleled power and can remotely control the life and death of any living being, just like the magic weapon hidden in the Joyo underworld in myths and legends. In charge of life and death in the world, and to do this, IT must be equipped with a top-level computer with supercomputing power, process data as vast as the stars. Also, 10 near-Earth satellites, orbiting the sky, will continuously record information about living beings, updated in the database of Book of Life and Death. On China's 9.6 million square kilometers of borders, tens of thousands of brainwave base stations will be deployed. The terminal transmits commands. The brainwave base station transmits the death sequence. In order to destroy the brain of any living being, causing it to die. The amount of this project is too big, isn't it? After hearing the story, Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but take a breath. 10,000 brainwave base stations, the most powerful computer. 10 low-Earth satellites. To complete the production of the Book of Life and Death. I am afraid it will not be completed in less than a year. However, Yang Mo's next words made everyone's eyes widen. 12 days. Within 12 days, the Book of Life and Death must come out. Hear the words, everyone looked horrified. Chapter 20, United as One, the whole country responds. This is almost an impossible task. Don't talk about it. The construction of these 10,000 brainwave base stations cannot be completed in 12 days. We have no time. Yang Mo looked at everyone, his tone extremely serious. The first round of civilization trial (IT) will be over in 12 days. If you cannot get rid of all the 001 undead before the first round of trials. So the next round of trials begins with the combination of the two monsters. The threat facing China will become more severe and new diseases caused by serious illness erupt together. And 12 days later, at the end of the civilization trial, each country's trial situation will be rated and rewards will be issued. The higher the rating, the rewards are more generous. China must obtain those top rewards. That's all. Only then can we continue in the increasingly terrifying trials that follow, even past the entire civilization trial. Think of this. Yang Mo picked up the phone and called Wang Yu, who was far away in Yanjing. Yanjing got in an office. Wang Yu put down the phone and was silent after a while. Only then did he take a breath of air and muttered, "The most powerful computing power computer, 10 near-Earth satellites, will be built in 12 days, a brainwave base station system of 10,000 units?" Just now. On the phone, Yang Mo directly asked him for control of China's most powerful computing computer and 10 near-Earth satellites, also said. A system of 10,000 brainwave base stations must be built within 12 days. Let the sci-fi heaven's first national weapon, the Book of Life and Death, come out. Yang Mo also said, once the Book of Life and Death comes out, we will completely solve the domestic monster crisis and kill all the hidden 001 undead, no matter who they pretend to be, no matter where they are hiding. Can the mythical and legendary Book of Life and Death really be created using technological means? He clenched his fists and murmured softly, doubtful, with a little excitement. If that's true, the Book of Life and Death is definitely worthy of the title of the weapon of the country. Those terrible monsters, in front of it, they will be unable to hide and will be directly obliterated. Supercomputing, satellite, whatever Yang Mo wants, he can give it to him, just in 12 days. Build 10,000 brainwave base stations. Can it really be done? He felt. Yang Mo's plan is too crazy. A long time passed. He just digested Yang Mo's phone call. Subsequently, hurry up and contact the cabinet and submit several of Yang Mo's requests, except for supercomputers and satellites. The most important point. That's it. Within 12 days, all matters in the country must give way to the Book of Life and Death plan. This day, major cities. The main traffic roads have begun to be completely closed and all vehicles are prohibited from passing. On the national highway, all vehicles coming and going must drive away as close as possible. Local satellite TV stations of the program was also adjusted urgently and emergency announcements were broadcast. Soothe the general public. China has launched the Book of Life and Death emergency plan for 12 days. If you see a vehicle with the words Book of Life and Death, please move out of the way immediately to save time for its transportation. In transportation. The whole of China has begun to give way to the Book of Life and Death plan. After hearing about this emergency plan, the people responded positively. Very cooperative. You can drive on side roads, but never on main roads. You can go out on a bicycle, but never drive. The transportation departments in all cities are working overtime overnight to organize manpower. Let go of the traffic lights. Unblock all hubs. Ensure the planned transportation of Book of Life and Death can go smoothly. Major airports, waiting hall, people who originally booked air tickets are waiting for the flight to take off, but on the radio notices from various airlines came, "Dear passengers, I'm sorry to inform you that after receiving instructions from the Superior Aviation Department, all civil aviation aircraft will suspend passenger transportation from now on." The public listened. Just getting started. I couldn't accept it and was very angry. Angrily, he found the staff of various airlines, but when I heard, it was because China launched the Book of Life and Death plan to ensure smooth routes for transporting supplies and materials. All chose to support, abandon the trip plan. I carry my suitcase honestly and go back and forth from where I am. Major ports. Large tonnage ships gathered one after another, transporting massive amounts of goods to various places. It brings great economic benefits. At this moment, they were all stopped urgently. Urgent notice. In response to notification from superiors, all ports have stopped the transportation of all civilian cargo. In addition, large civilian ships are deployed and unloaded immediately. All cargo carry out the task of transporting the materials of the Book of Life and Death plan. Execute immediately. Notice after notice was issued. All civilian ships stopped, unload the goods, waiting for the shipment of infrastructure materials for the Book of Life and Death project. Thousands of domestic shipping lines, all were cleared and reorganized, and planned into a dedicated shipping line for the Book of Life and Death plan. All shipping, they are all giving way to the Book of Life and Death plan. Major universities, There was also a call for help notice from superiors. All students majoring in infrastructure construction are on standby. Professors and teachers on campus must keep their phones open. The country may recruit you to participate in the Book of Life and Death program at any time. In addition, all foreign students with Chinese nationality, please return home immediately. The motherland needs you. A volunteer held a microphone, running around the school, convey the notice to every student. Students majoring in civil engineering, architecture, engineering, etc. even spontaneously filled out a petition for the Book of Life and Death project, listed as reserve personnel. Once there is a shortage of personnel, they will participate in the plan as soon as possible to ensure the progress of the Book of Life and Death plan, with the unfolding of a series of measures. China, this land of 9.6 million square kilometers, everything was boiling. The launch of the Book of Life and Death project has aroused the enthusiasm of all Chinese people, although I don't know what this plan is, but this does not prevent them from supporting the Book of Life and Death project under the advocacy of all parties. All walks of life in China have shown incredible cohesion. We are truly united as one. The whole country responded. Various government orders seems unreasonable. The IT caused great trouble and inconvenience, but it was not resisted or opposed by the people, quite the opposite. Countless people are extremely supportive of the Book of Life and Death plan. To do our part. A large number of people logged into the official website of the Monster Research Institute and took the initiative to fill in the recruitment form for volunteers for the Book of Life and Death project, act as a reserve. Chapter 21 The Fear of the United States. This is China, northern frontier. A certain valley. Yang Emo felt inexplicable as he looked at the rapidly adding list of volunteers on the official website. The plan for Book of Life and Death was revealed less than half a day ago. Official website of Monster Research Institute. The number of volunteers has climbed to hundreds of thousands, and the number is still growing continuously. Every minute, thousands of people filled out the volunteer form spontaneous petition, willing to serve as a reserve staff to make up for staff shortages at any time. The occupations vary from various industries in China. There is a chef, there are teachers, there are farmers, there are cleaners. Ordinary and ordinary. Maybe the world is not fair to them, but everyone is trying their best to live seriously. At this moment, after hearing about the Book of Life and Death plan, they all consciously stood up for the continuation of China. Do your part. Drinking ice for 10 years can hardly cool your hot blood. Yang Emo murmured, the eye sockets are slightly red. The scene how similar I in the past life. When China was on the verge of destruction, countless ordinary people stood up one after another, throwing heads, sprinkled blood, just for the fire of civilization to be passed on. Dean, the military has dispatched military transport vehicles to dismantle the Tianhe supercomputer and transport it outside the valley. At this moment, Zhao Ziyan hurriedly ran in. Yang Emo heard this. His expression couldn't help but light up. The military does things very quickly. Just 10 hours, then China's top supercomputer was dismantled and transported over. Of course, this is also inseparable from the conscious cooperation of countless people during transportation. Oh no. Tianhe is the latest supercomputer developed by China, constructed using key technologies such as domestic advanced computing architecture, high performance multi-core processors, high-speed internet, and large-scale storage. The power is more than 10 times more powerful than previous supercomputers. The peak computing power reached approximately 600 pflops/s. That is 5 billion times per second. This level of supercomputer, as the core database of the Book of Life and Death, is completely sufficient to record and collect the brainwaves of all living creatures in China. In addition, the Satellite Control Center has vacated the data of 10 near-Earth satellites and is handing over to Song Gaoyun and others. Zhao Ziyan paused and reported another latest situation. In expression, with a hint of wonder. China's operational efficiency is too high with this progress. Maybe, is there really a chance to create the Book of Life and Death in 12 days? Next, the focus is on the construction of the Wanzhou brainwave base station. Yang Emo took a deep breath and looked out the window. At the same time, through the news, people from all over the world have also learned about China's series of actions. We were all shocked, full of confusion and confusion. Is China crazy? Its life is over? Everything is giving way to that plan? These measures are so inhumane. They are all mandatory. I would never agree with them. I don't agree with them either. Why should I sacrifice my personal interests? I'm curious, what is this Book of Life and Death plan? Is it worth sacrificing the interests of 1.4 billion people? They learned every move taken by China is extremely harsh. It has greatly restricted the freedom of their citizens, cannot access main roads, cannot take public transportation, private transportation has been requisitioned. It would be them absolutely not agree. That is to say, the Chinese people are so deceptive that they really think that this Book of Life and Death plan can suppress monsters. At the same time, under the trend of curiosity, many people also quietly opened their browsers and searched for China's Book of Life and Death plan, but found out nothing. China did not disclose any information about it. The United States, above the ruins of the Ministry of Defense, in an office Jobs put down the intelligence information at hand, his expression full of fear. You side with emotion. China is such a terrible country. As a superior, he sees things further than ordinary people. China has issued a series of harsh measures. Change to another country it will only cause chaos, dissatisfaction, and people may even rebel, but the people of China are extremely cooperative. Be united and united. The whole country responded. National mobilization. They are all contributing to the Book of Life and Death project and doing their part. This kind of execution and cohesion is simply a nightmare for any opponent. With emotion, he took a deep breath, muttered to himself, "What exactly is this Book of Life and Death plan that China has mobilized the whole country to launch?" He used the Intelligence Department of the United States, still unable to find any clues about the Book of Life and Death plan. All I know is, China now seems to be pinning all its hopes on this plan. I want to rely on it to deal with the domestic monster crisis. Innocent. These monsters cannot be eliminated so easily. Thinking of the monsters, Jobs' face became more solemn. Today, a city in the United States has been invaded by second-level monsters. Leading those second-level monsters, it was none other than the former head of the Department of Defense, James. He is exactly what the monster is disguised as. After revealing his identity, tear open the encirclement of the army and walk away, called companions. Blatantly occupying a city and challenging them, the United States, the military, they tried every means, but failed to regain control of the city. We can't give these monsters any more time. Jobs clenched his fists and looked at a proposal on the table. There was a look of determination in his eyes. He prepares. It is proposed to use weapons of mass destruction and conventional missiles to launch a comprehensive attack on the city. As for the civilian casualties, he could no longer care. Those second-level monsters kidnap the people of a city, and they are so cruel. The longer it takes, they will infect more people and assimilate them into monsters, and, with enough food, they can advance unscrupulously. It won't be long. There will be a situation where second-level monsters are everywhere. Level 3 monster. It is also possible to be born. No more strong men will cut off their wrists. The situation will be completely out of control. China, the only country in the world that has not had its cities invaded by monsters, the demon hunting team, still busy like crazy. Whenever we receive a report call from the public, we will rush to the scene as soon as possible. Suppress the 001. Undead, clean and crisp. It has brought a great sense of security to 1.4 billion Chinese people. It's just, the sky above the earth is shrouded in gray curtains. From time to time, a solemn and majestic announcement sound will be heard, announcing that a certain country has been destroyed. On the internet, there is even news that a city in another country was captured by a group of second-level monsters, and the military was unable to recover it. Whenever I see these, they truly realize that the threat of death was always there, shrouded in the nations of the earth. They have never lived in a happy and stable world. I just live in a happy and stable country. Chapter 22. If miracles have a color, it must be Chinese red. Under the threat of monsters, the death toll in various countries is soaring. Only China, stability remains as before. It just because there is always a group of people moving forward silently, building a great wall for them, isolate the danger. And now, there are also countless unknown people who are quietly executing the Book of Life and Death plan. Try within 12 days, create a miracle. China. On the border, with the promotion of the Book of Life and Death plan, infrastructure construction for 10,000 strategic points is being built. Each engineering team come from all over the country. According to the construction drawings of the Brainwave base station, all construction workers were busy in full swing. A nationwide effort really shows its magical power. An impossible miracle. It is happening quietly on the long frontier of China. Northern Frontier Valley Base, Song Gaoyun, Shui Tianhao and other engineers are working tirelessly to improve the core facilities of the Book of Life and Death, integrated with the Tianhexing supercomputing system monitoring system of 10 near-Earth satellites. The database of the Book of Life and Death covers less than half of the valley. Trial run experiments. Start again and again. Failed. Restart. Fail. Restart. Everyone tried their best. The progress of Book of Life and Death is advancing rapidly. As the overall person in charge of this plan, Yang Imo witnessed with his own Eyes what Chinese speed is. According to the current progress, the plan should be completed within 12 days. Yang Imo muttered to himself as he looked at the progress reported from each strategic point. Hanging heart, I also put down most of it. This impossible plan is moving towards reality at an alarming speed around the world. It is possible to complete the infrastructure construction of 10,000 brainwave base stations in such a short period of time. I am afraid that only China can do it, after all. In addition to the phobia of insufficient firepower, Huaxia is a legendary infrastructure maniac. Time passes slowly. The first round of civilization trials also became more and more intense. The monsters, after developing and improving their strength, no longer satisfied with eating people secretly. The second-order monsters in various countries have united to kidnap the entire city's population. Crazy development. Plus, each second-level monster can infect and assimilate one human being every day. This also leads to, the number of monsters is increasing day by day. Countries are facing increasing pressure. Those small countries, they were destroyed one after another and completely turned into a paradise for monsters. Global turmoil, chaos even in China, although there are still no second-level monsters exposed and no city has fallen, but the demon hunting team received reports every day, and the number of monsters hunted increased to 30. This also shows that the number of lurking second-level monsters in China is also quietly growing. Yanjing, Cabinet, the number of newly added 001 undead yesterday reached 30. You looked at the other old men with a solemn expression. Eye in the middle of the eyebrow, all worried about China. Furthermore, these 30 discovered 001 undead are all elite talents in our country, and many of them are in important positions. Those second-level monsters, too cunning, always hiding in the dark, constantly infecting humans and creating companions. We also specially select the top elites. As a result, all fields in China are now suffering heavy losses. I estimate that it won't be long before they, like the monsters from other countries, will join forces to jump out and kidnap a city in our country to use as food. An old man from the military spoke in a deep voice and expressed his guess. Everyone heard this. My face is a little ugly indeed. Due to Yang Mo's many previous actions, the development space of the 001 Immortal was greatly stifled. As a result, the number of second-level monsters in China has never been larger, but now the daily number of new ones in Huaxia has reached 30. This shows that the number of second-level monsters is already quite large enough. Join forces, kidnapping as cities. Population used to develop quickly and improve strength, but second-level monsters are extremely good at hiding, and the methods of identifying first-level monsters are completely ineffective against them. No one knows when they will take action, which city to attack. It seems, we can only place our hope in Dean Yang's Book of Life and Death plan. An old man sighed and shook his head. I hope it is true as Yang Imo said. Book of Life and Death. Once completed, domestic monsters will have no way to hide, as long as the brainwave frequency of their race's input. Enter the command. In an instant eradicate all 001 undead in the country. China Northern Frontier Temporary Office. Looking at the monster information from countries around the world, Yang Imo turned and looked out the window. Hold hands behind your back, counting the time silently in my heart. At this time, the first round of civilization trials has reached the 27th day. The global situation is becoming increasingly corrupt. Monster craze. One after another, there are more and more second-level monsters, occupying cities one after another and starting a carnival of death tolls by country. Crazy surge. News of the demise of small countries comes every day. An atmosphere of pessimism and fear, covering the world. In the previous life, monsters from China invaded a city in China on the 19th day. Yang Imo murmured, this scene he had experienced it himself. It's just reborn. China took the lead and formulated many measures to compress the development space of monsters in the country. As a result, no city has fallen yet, but he knew time is running out. The monster is ferocious and cruel. Once it is strong enough, it will definitely kidnap a city and use it as food. For rapid development. Tell everyone, there are still 3 days, the Book of Life and Death plan must be completed. Yang Imo took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Ziyan, who was waiting behind him. The Book of Life and Death plan is in progress now. It's already the 9th day. He couldn't delay any longer. The longer it takes, the greater the danger to the Chinese people. I'll notify you right away. Zhao Ziyan also realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded solemnly. Walk out of the office quickly. Start to convey unified instructions to the heads of various departments. This moment. China's long border broadcast sounds sounded at all strategic points. 3 days. 3 days left. No matter what happens, the Book of Life and Death plan must be completed. Everyone, we will eventually create miracles. Building bases for various brainwave base stations, the busy construction workers raised their heads in unison, and the string in their hearts was quietly plucked. 9 days. They came from all over the country in response to the call. We have been busy fighting here day and night for 9 consecutive days, just 4, complete an impossible mission. At this time, although they were physically exhausted, the words "we will eventually create miracles" deeply touched them. As the saying goes, if miracles have a color, it must be Chinese red. Chapter 23, China Crisis, 38 second-level monsters. The next day, Liangcheng. This is a small city with a population of only 800,000. The people were as usual, get out of the house. Go to various monster detection points, perform an identity test for all members every 3 days to identify monsters disguised as ordinary people. Loomingly, step forward. Zhao Ziguan, come forward. Sun Kai, come forward. The names were called out one by one. Several staff members came forward and followed the habits of the 001 undead in the monster code. Examine each person's body parts. Everyone knows, ordinary first-level monsters have the function of camouflage, but they cannot be perfectly camouflaged, whether it's the horns on the head. Still, the various reactions after eating people cannot be hidden. Whenever there is any doubt, they will report it layer by layer and notify the Monster Research Institute to handle it. Wu Min, no problem, next. The staff member waved his hand and motioned for the next person to come forward. However, this middle-aged man, who had just finished the examination, stood still, staring at the staff intently. The corners of his mouth turned up, showing a playful smile. Are you sure I'm really okay? An eerie voice came from his mouth. Next. 2 goat horns grew out of thin air on his head. The skin on the body all faded away, turning into shining silver scales. The body is twisted and deformed. It turned into a goat horn monster with a human face that was 2 meters tall and weighed several tons. Roar, the staff were horrified, but he, open your mouth and tear it apart, broken into pieces, chew it in your mouth, second-level monster. He is a second-level monster. When other staff members saw this, they suppressed the fear in their hearts and shouted, run. Run. Everyone, run. Everyone who was waiting in line to check their identity, all I was frightened to death by this scene. The liver is split, fear hit everyone's heart. China has forced us to hide like mice for so long. It's time to pay off our debts. The second-level monster licked its lips, and a sinister voice came out quietly. At the same time, various monster detection points in Liangcheng. A second-level monster appeared, causing a huge commotion. In front of countless people, the second-level monsters swallowed ordinary people alive one after another, rampant and wanton. Extremely arrogant, it seems that he wants to vent his dissatisfaction that he has been hiding in for more than 20 days. Liangcheng belongs to us. A total of 38 second-level monsters were massacred in Liangcheng. Declare their purpose, the smell of death. It instantly shrouded the sky over this city with a population of 800,000. The local police force in Liangcheng responded immediately, trying to suppress and stop these second-level undead, but it has no effect. The second-level undead are like entering a deserted land. The local police counterattack was completely defeated. It was a complete one-sided massacre. In a short time, the number of deaths in Liangcheng has exceeded the total since the start of the civilization trial. On the internet, the sudden change in Liangcheng shocked the whole of China and news media. Follow up the report as soon as possible. The terrifying second-level monsters appeared, 38 of them, intending to invade the entire Liang city. 2 meters tall and weighing several tons, Liangcheng's local defense force has been destroyed. Sudden changes in Liangcheng. The demon hunting team and the military are rushing to support. Bloody photos were posted online. The monster has a ferocious face, bloody and brutal, a pessimistic mood, quietly sprouting in the hearts of the people in Liangcheng. In front of the terrifying second-level monster, manpower seems too small. They are not afraid of bullets and ignore all kinds of attacks. They are extremely fast and their bodies are like afterimages. They are extremely powerful and cruel. They are massacring the people in Liangcheng. The people in Liangcheng who witnessed the monster became increasingly frightened and desperate, and netizens from all over China can only watch silently and worry about them. Everyone, go to the live broadcast room. There is the latest progress of Liangcheng. I don't know who said this. All netizens clicked on the official website of the Monster Research Institute. I rushed into the familiar live broadcast room. Not long after, the number of people online exceeded 100 million. I saw Zhao Ziyan was dressed formally and faced the camera, with a sad voice, broadcasting in a deep voice. 2 hours ago, a second-level undead civil strife broke out in Liangcheng. 38 undead appeared in Liangcheng and defeated the local defense forces on all the main roads in and out of the city. Our hospital will deploy as soon as possible. a division of the military. And all 300 members of the demon hunting team have been dispatched and arrived in Liangcheng. BR, please rest assured, people of Liangcheng, we will do everything we can to suppress all monsters, and we will never give up on anyone. She paused. He then appealed, the surviving people in Liangcheng, please return to their homes immediately and do not flee in a hurry to avoid unnecessary casualties. Please believe that the city of China will never fall. Live broadcast room. When netizens saw this, they consciously launched barrages. The city of China will never fall. Massive barrages, overwhelming. The entire screen was instantly covered, and the people of Liangcheng, after hearing the news that rescue has arrived and the battle is about to begin, they all quickly returned to their respective homes. No more confusion, trying to escape. At the same time, outside Liangcheng, Zhang Yongguan led the demon hunting team of 300 people and had already encountered the second order undead guarding the edge of the city. No nonsense from both sides. The battle broke out instantly, but this battle was far more difficult than they imagined. The second level undead are different from the first level. Their defense is extremely abnormal. Ordinary bullets, sniper rifles, etc. cannot cause damage to it at all. A plus, they are extremely fast. Turn into an afterimage. Just rush into formation, just like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, it will slaughter them. With its powerful strength, zoom the distance. Zhang Yongguan roared and directed the battle. On the military side, let them deploy anti-material snipers. The more they are arranged, the better. Bazooka, quickly lock on a monster. Use all means to defeat a second-level undead first. Although it is the first time to face a second-level undead, but Yang Mo had already explained to him many precautions and tactics for dealing with the second level. Use lots of snipers, block the second level's movement trajectory. Prioritize the defeat of a second-level undead to weaken the opponent's overall combat power. Then step by step, the second-level undead have high defense and high HP. The advantages are huge, and they are all flesh and blood, and they will die if they are touched by the second level undead. This is doomed. It is a brutal and protracted battle, but both they and the military. This time, they all stood resolutely in their respective positions, facing the terrifying and ferocious second level undead. No one flinches. Chapter 24. Build a great wall with flesh and blood. Tubing, the world's largest video platform. The changes in Huaxia Liangcheng also alarmed netizens from all over the world. 38 second level monsters. This city of China will definitely not be able to defend it. 3 cities in our country of Gaul have already fallen, and now it is finally China's turn. BR, where are the people who boasted about China's security in the past? The monster is too ferocious. Unless China uses weapons of mass destruction and launches indiscriminate attacks, it will not be able to stop it. BR, see what happened to China. The mood of netizens from various countries is extremely complicated. Facts prove. In front of the monster, there is no pure land in the world. Although China took many measures in advance, it only delayed the pace of death. Stronger than the United States, they failed to block the second level monsters. China, it is impossible to block it. Almost everyone. They all have a pessimistic attitude and feel that Liangcheng and China will definitely be lost. Ha! Look at the live broadcast room of the China Monster Research Institute. They are actually calling on the people not to run away? If you don't run away, are you still staying in Liangcheng and waiting to die? Do you really think that the Chinese demon hunting team and the military can save them? No, look at the drone footage above Liangcheng. The people in Liangcheng really didn't run away. Soon people from all over the world discovered it. Facing the death threat from the second level monster, the people of Liangcheng actually obeyed the command. On the streets of Liangcheng, there was no chaotic, scrambled escape scene as they imagined. All the people in China are extremely cooperative. Stay at home honestly. On the huge street, not a single person could be seen. Are these people crazy? The same thoughts could not help but appear in the hearts of people from all over the world. The people of China really pinned their hopes on rescue. America, Department of Defense, do they just believe in their country so much? Jobs looked at Liangcheng's shooting scenes in shock, feeling incredible. Not long ago, the United States also suffered a city fall. Dozens of monsters have invaded a city. The military also tried to launch a rescue and suppress these second-level monsters, but the people of the United States, he poured into the streets desperately and drove his car to try to escape the city. Disorder. The road is blocked. The situation is extremely complicated. It brought great trouble to the rescue. Final, causing rescue failure. This is in sharp contrast to the reaction of the Chinese people. How can the cohesion of this country be so terrible? Staring at the empty streets of Liangcheng, Jobs felt a chill in his heart, and he became more and more afraid of this eastern country. Normal times, Chinese people look kind and friendly, but once faced with disaster, the cohesion bursting from his bones moved him. On the other hand, they look at the United States, the people can only describe it as a pile of loose sand. It's a pity, the people in this city will become the monster's meal. After a while, he sighed softly and shook his head. The second-level monster, it's too scary. They are not only strong in single combat power, but also in IQ. Invade the city. It is to prevent mankind from using weapons of mass destruction and conventional weapons. It is simply not enough to cause fatal damage to second-level monsters. They, innately invincible, unless China decisively cut off its heroes and launched weapons of mass destruction, killed the whole city, disregarding the lives of 800,000 people. Launch an indiscriminate attack. No matter what the outcome is, for the 800,000 people in Liangcheng, the outcome is doomed. Or die at the hands of your compatriots. Or die in the monster's mouth, sir. The superior's approval has come down. At this moment, the assistant knocked on the door and walked in. We are allowed to use high lethal weapons. The fallen city launched an indiscriminate and devastating attack. 8 hours later, Liangcheng. On a deserted city road, Zhang Yangguang, with his demon hunting team and military personnel, is advancing rapidly to occupy favorable terrain. Fight with 38 second-level undead. Quick, seize point A. Sniper, block the second-level undead at the 10 o'clock direction. Don't let him get close to us. Is there anyone else? Follow me and 10 people will snipe at the second-level undead in the 9 o'clock direction from the flanks. Zhang Yangguang's hoarse voice kept ringing, commanding the overall battle. Divide the battlefield into 38 units, and surround and snipe the second-level undead. Captain, 50 people from the demon hunting team have died in the battle. The adjutant gritted his teeth and roared, reporting the casualty statistics. On the military side, at least 2 people have died. Hundreds of people. Hearing this, Zhang Yangguang, who was already furious, could not help but remain silent. Look around everywhere, bodies of comrades are everywhere. Most people, they were all approached by monsters and brutally torn in half, died in extremely painful wails. Even he, there were 3 bloody wounds on his chest. They were restricted from using high-intensity weapons of destruction, just because their mission is to save everyone in the city. That's why this battle, it had only been 8 hours since the war started, and it was already extremely brutal. Not a single second-level undead was killed. Are you afraid of death? Zhang Yangguang turned around and looked at his comrades fighting side by side. Everyone held their firearms tightly, pursing his lips, watching helplessly. The comrades around him were torn in half. It is impossible to say that you are not afraid, but the clothes they are wearing do not allow them to be afraid. It's okay to be afraid. In fact, I'm also afraid of death. Zhang Yangguang pointed at the corpses of his comrades beside him and grinned. Paused, but his expression was solemn, said in an extremely sad and decisive tone, "But we are soldiers. Behind us are 800,000 Liangcheng people. Do you still remember the oath you swore when you enlisted in the army? What is our bounden duty?" The words just fell. The surrounding soldiers spoke in unison and responded subconsciously. Defend the home and the country. This, it is already engraved in their bones. Raise troops for 1,000 days, now is the time. Zhang Yangguang's eyes were red and he roared, although monsters are scary, we are not made of clay. They want to invade this city, so first ask us if we agree. The city of China will never fall. Everyone heard this. The blood in the chest also surged. Determination and determination to die arose in my heart. Together with the soldiers of the military, also raised their heads. A pair of determined eyes were locked on the second-level undead. With flesh and blood, build a great wall for the 800,000 people behind you. Face off against those 38 terrifying second-level monsters. Liangcheng. People hiding in their homes also noticed the fierce fighting outside, watching people from the demon hunting team and the military fall one after another, still holding the position, fight to the death with second-level monsters. Many people's eyes were filled with mist, noses moist, the tears couldn't stop flowing down. They didn't have to die at all. For the demon hunting team and the soldiers of the military, they just strangers. We are strangers to each other, but these soldiers are risking everything, even their lives, to protect their safety. Chapter 25. The city of China will never fall into the hands of foreigners. In the face of desperate disaster, they use their own flesh and blood, create a human wall, stand firmly between them and the monster. An indescribable sense of security grows in everyone's heart. The city of China will never fall. The 800,000 people murmured, silently chanting in their hearts, they firmly believe it. City of China, you will never fall into the hands of monsters. Live broadcast room, looking at the battle footage captured by the drone, countless netizens were silent. In front of the monster, human beings really seem too small. The second level undead are ferocious and cruel, and they make ear-piercing screams from time to time. Once they are allowed to rush into the position, some soldiers would be killed on the spot and brutally torn into several pieces. A number of casualties. It is growing at an alarming rate. Is the second level monster really so scary? Please, protect yourselves and come back safely. Monster's offensive, it's too fierce. I think it's better not to fight them head on. Why don't you retreat first? Withdraw? Do you think they are about to withdraw? In the barrage, countless viewers clutched their hearts and prayed for Zhang Yangguang and others. Some people even, I begged them to avoid its edge and stop fighting monsters with their flesh and blood, but no one retreated as Zhang Yangguang and others stuck to their respective positions and refused to give an inch. As hard as it is, but he still blocked the attacks from the second level undead. Both sides' situation, there was a vague stalemate, but everyone in the audience knows this stalemate situation was achieved with every living life. The United States Provisional Combat Headquarters. The battle scenes in Liangcheng were quietly shown on the screen and below, but Jobs was shocked and could not calm down for a long time. He witnessed with his own eyes, every warrior was torn into several pieces by the second level undead, and died in painful wails, but others turned a deaf ear, leaning on the remains of his comrades. Hold your ground and not even a step back, aren't they afraid of death? He stared at the live broadcast, his lips trembling uncontrollably. This picture, shocking, changed to another country faced with such a horrific casualty ratio. I am afraid it would have collapsed long ago. Available in China. In Liangcheng, death, the most terrifying thing in the world, seems so unworthy of mentioning. You only have one life. If you say give up, what puzzles him is, even if he continues to fight, he obviously has no chance of winning, but these people still persist. Is it worth it? He murmured. Asked quietly. I am not only asking Zhang Yangguang and others, but also asking myself. Think in someone else's shoes. Will the American military be so desperate to save ordinary people? After a while. He got the answer. Boom. 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 Not far away, the large-scale weapons launched by the military accurately targeted the fallen city, launched an indiscriminate attack. China Northern Frontier, Valley Base. Yang Mo looked at the battle footage captured by the drone. Keep your feet together, stand upright, stand up straight, put your hands up to your forehead and perform a standard military salute. At this time, except Zhang Yangguang and others. On the military side, reinforcements are already being deployed and they are quickly heading towards Liangcheng. Everyone knows this is an impossible battle to win, but they still resolutely rush to Liangcheng to face the terrifying second-level undead, because they know that if we don't go, 800,000 compatriots will become food for monsters, only with their death. Only then can we give the 800,000 people behind us a chance to live again. No one is born without fear of death, but there are always people who fight for the faith in their hearts. For the sake of our compatriots. Be ye willing to give up your life and die generously. These people. It is the backbone of China. It is precisely because of countless such people that China has been able to endure for 5,000 years and remain standing. How long will it take for the Book of Life and Death plan to be completed? Yang Mo took a deep breath and looked behind him at Zhao Ziyan, who was already in tears. Zhao Ziyan quickly wiped the tears on her face. Adjust your emotions, enter working mode, and replied, 28 hours. Today, the whole of China learned about the changes in Liangcheng. The staff involved in the Book of Life and Death project are doing their best to speed up the project. Many people have vomited blood at their posts. The original 30 hours, IT was compressed to 28 hours. Time flies so slowly. Yang Yamo glanced at the clock on the table and frowned. Yeah, 28 hours, they don't know if they can last. Zhao Ziyan's face was full of bitterness, and she also lived like a year. Previously, she had never felt that time pass so slowly. They can hold on. Yang Yamo said with absolute certainty without even thinking about it. Same for the people of China, every point, every second. It's all suffering. They put down what they were doing and stared at the live broadcast room intently. As the battle progresses, the casualties of the demon hunting team and the military have become increasingly tragic. More than half of the 300-person demon hunting team was gradually killed or injured. The military, it paid the price of thousands of people. 38 second level undead, screaming and howling, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty and crazy, harvesting lives. Seeing that the defense line is about to collapse, reinforcements arrived, blocked the gap, and stood firm in their position. Continue to block the monster. Time, it just passed slowly. 1 day later. Liangcheng in the blocking position. Zhang Yangguang dragged his tired body and still directed the battle with difficulty. Beside him, it is the remains of a comrade's body. A military division has suffered more than half its casualties of the most professional demon hunting team now only has 82 people left, the others, all died in battle, successful. Suddenly, a cry of exclamation broke out in the camp. A second-level undead was hit by a heavy sniper rifle, covered by additional firepower, and finally suffered heavy damage. He fell to the ground, completely lost combat effectiveness. Ha 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 ha, fuck you, I thought you were really immortal. Zhang Yangguang laughed heartily and cursed hard. This has been the war for so long. The first level 2 undead they knocked down. It also greatly boosted morale. On the position, cheers of extreme excitement erupted. Everyone is as excited as a chicken. With fierce eyes, he stared at the second level undead in front of him. The city of China will never fall. Quietly, this slogan echoed in the battlefield again. They became more and more convinced. In this battle, they are the final winners. And on the opposite side, the remaining 37 second-level undead also temporarily stopped hunting. They, with goat-horn faces, looked at Zhang Yangguang and others in shock, with incomprehension on their faces. Why? This group of weak humans can burst out with such amazing energy. I have blocked them for so long. Chapter 26. When the dragons of Kyushu roar, monsters slay. Obviously, the strength gap between the two sides is so huge they haven't given up yet. Kill a batch, here comes another batch. They went on, sacrificing their own lives, which actually gave them the illusion that they could not finish the killing. The city of China will never fall. In their ears, these 8 words kept echoing. Unknowingly, the whole Liang city echoed this voice, that is, from the 800,000 surviving people, it seems to be responding to Zhang Yangguang and others. They all shouted this slogan at the top of their lungs and with all their strength. 800,000 people said in unison, shaking the mountains, through the sky. An indescribable will filled the sky above Liangcheng. Tragic, vigorous, but there is also a sense of determination that it is better to be broken than to be ruined. The eyelids of the remaining 37 undead twitched wildly, and endless chills and fears surged in their hearts. Soon after they reacted, they burst out with strong murderous intent. A brazen attack. A fierce attack was launched again. This civilization cannot be left behind. Yanjing, cabinet, conference room. The battle scene in Liangcheng is playing quietly on the screen. Liangcheng, can you hold it? Wang Yu pursed his lips, but his palms were covered in sweat. The other old men were also extremely nervous and looked at the screen worriedly. As of now, more than 3,000 warriors have died at the hands of the second-level undead, but our side only knocked down a second-level creature. 3,000 to 1 battle loss. Based on this, to destroy these 38 second-level undead, the death of 110,000 soldiers must be paid, equivalent to ruining 11 divisions. The strength of the two sides is extremely different. Think of this. Everyone's mood became increasingly dull. Chief, the official website of the Monster Research Institute has posted a video, and it is being forwarded like crazy by all netizens. At this time, an assistant hurried into the conference room and handed a mobile phone to everyone. Wang Yu frowned. Open this video. I saw. Yang Mo stood in front of the camera and said hello with a tired expression. Hello, compatriots. I am the general person in charge of the Book of Life and Death project and the director of the Monster Research Institute, Yang Mo. I know that everyone must be watching the fighting situation in Liangcheng now and worrying about the soldiers fighting on the front line. The battle loss ratio of 3,000 to 1 is indeed disappointing. But, speaking of this, Yang Mo paused slightly and announced in a deep voice, the Book of Life and Death project took 283 hours and has been completed. Then he turned sideways, moved the camera up to reveal a giant steel machine group behind you. Rough estimate. It is composed of at least hundreds of thousands of small machine components, dense lines, together with the machines with different functions. They are integrated into a whole. From the appearance, it is like a black ancient book, standing quietly on the earth. Everyone has been curious about what the Book of Life and Death plan is. Yang Mo's voice sounded faintly. Here, I can tell you responsibly, Book of Life and Death is a new technological weapon developed to suppress monsters. Now, Book of Life and Death has entered the final startup stage. Facing the camera, Yang Mo took a deep breath and said solemnly, it will take an hour. So, please the soldiers of Liangcheng, hold on for 1 more hour. An hour later. When the dragons of Kyushu roar, it is the time for monsters to slay them. The video ends here. It's over, and in the conference room, several old men looked at each other with disbelief. Academician Yang, has it been successful? With a look on his face, some are confused, some are surprised, some are excited, and some are incredible. Book of Life and Death, under the leadership of Yang Mo, it was actually built, and 12 days later than expected. 5 hours early. Quick, Inform the front line. Let them hold on for another hour no matter what. Wang Yu was the first to react and immediately issued the order. At the same time, China Valley Base, all engineers are standing at their respective posts, ready for action. Hold your breath and concentrate. IT seems to be waiting for something. Start. Finally, in their ears, Yang Mo's final instructions came. Song Gaoyun, Chui Tianhao, and others suppressed the excitement in their hearts and activated the regional modules they were responsible for. Buzz. Only a loud noise was heard, and the huge Book of Life and Death shook violently with the valley. They all trembled at the same frequency, like an earthquake. Next, China's long border point 10,000 brainwave base stations also received instructions from Yang Mo. The person in charge of the respective strategic points responded quickly the first time. Start the brainwave base station. Zizizi, amid the tremors, thousands of brainwave base stations operated simultaneously. The terrifying energy was released, intertwined in the 9.6 million square kilometers of China. This moment, people all over the country heard a strange sound in their ears. It sounded like electric waves. It was like a roaring wind. It's like the whisper of a heroic spirit. Eventually, these complex sounds intertwined and converged into a roaring sound, trembling the sky, like dragon roar. Dragon roar. It's the dragon's roar. The Chinese people hurriedly walked out of the room and looked to the sky excitedly. The sky, still shrouded in a gray curtain, but it kept coming, one after another, becoming clearer and clearer. That is, their Chinese totem. The dragon is roaring. It represents anger, it represents dissatisfaction, it represents being touched. The dragon roar appears. Can the Book of Life and Death, built by Dean Yang, really wipe out those second-level monsters? How to wipe it out? Liangcheng still has 800,000 compatriots. Don't hurt them by mistake. Not only are there 800,000 compatriots, but also the soldiers who fought bloody battles. We must let them all come back alive. Senior soldiers, you must protect your comrades. In the live broadcast room, netizens from all over the country gathered here, excitedly discussing the sudden dragon roar. They are waiting for what Yang Mo said. The Book of Life and Death is officially launched. They are pray that the 800,000 people in Liangcheng who are targeted by monsters can survive safely. Liangcheng. Half of the city has been reduced to ruins. And the IT was filled with blood and smoke. Fighting till now, Zhang Yangguang and others are on the verge of collapse. The level of mental stress and physical exhaustion has reached the maximum. Demon hunting team, from the 300 people fighting to now, there are only more than 40 people left, but they still no intention of retreating. Dragon roar appears. Zhang Yangguan was dragging his tired body to direct the next wave of battles, but he suddenly raised his head. Chapter 27. The King of Hell wants you to die at the third watch and will never leave anyone alive until the fifth watch. Looking at the sky excitedly, the sound of the dragon's roar is so clear and melodious. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard in his life. Roar, and in front of everyone, the distinguished second-level undead seemed to have realized something. They were frightened. A high-pitched howl broke out. The eyes are scarlet, turned into afterimages. In astonishing speed, they rushed towards Zhang Yangguang and others on the position. However, the charges halfway through, they encountered the most terrifying thing in their lives. An invisible force arrived suddenly, unstoppable. There is no way to avoid it, penetrated through their brains and directly obliterated their consciousness. The next second, a number of ferocious monsters with ram-shaped faces, tall bodies, and heights of 2 meters fell from high altitudes, fall to the ground, moveless. There was silence. Win? Zhang Yangguang stared blankly at the scene in front of him, feeling unreal in his heart. I suspect that the monster is deliberately pretending to be dead, trying to trick them into coming forward and attacking them. In order to deal with these monsters, their demon hunting team and the military have suffered more than 4,000 casualties. Nearly half of the division was lost in battle. He was able to knock down a second-level undead. This is enough to show how tenacious these monsters are. Outside the city, 3 divisions have also arrived at the garrison. One after another, ready to take over their positions at any time. It's not that China doesn't want to use all its strength, the main thing is facing the second-level undead. The number of people cannot solve the fundamental problem. On the contrary, the more people come, the more casualties there will be. Unless China disregards the life and death of 800,000 people and uses weapons of mass destruction, but this is almost impossible. Sure enough, Dean Yang is right. The best way to deal with monsters is to develop new weapons in a targeted manner. Zhang Yangguang murmured. After experiencing this battle, he understood more and more the science fiction heavenly plan proposed by Yang Mo. If there is no Book of Life and Death, facing these 30 or so ferocious second-level undead, there is no telling how many people will be sacrificed. Victory! We have won. All the monsters were wiped out, and Liangcheng has not fallen. On the position, after everyone reacted, they burst into cheers crying with joy unknowingly. I was in tears. Yangcheng. A certain news building, the top 3 internet companies in China. Chairman, the information you requested has arrived. The female secretary walked into the office of the company boss holding a stack of information. These information, it is China's military secret information. They spent a lot of money and connections to find out from relevant departments. Mr. Ma? Mr. Ma? The female secretary put the information on the table, but found that the chairman's office chair had been facing away from her. She shouted several times in succession, still no response. In desperation, I had to go around the desk and walk behind the office chair. A scream ring throughout the building, then immediately all over the country. A series of strange deaths occurred. What's even more outrageous is, after these people died, their bodies twisted and turned into monsters with horns and human faces and bodies covered with scales. Their identity, most of them are middle and high-level people in society and have certain rights, only under China's high-density investigation avoided repeatedly. No identity was discovered, but Book of Life and Death is activated, covering 9.6 million square kilometers of land in China. All monsters, all of them were unable to escape and died suddenly on the spot. At the same time, the picture transmitted back through the drone, the people of China witnessed with their own eyes a second-level undead man falling to the ground. No more sound. The entire live broadcast room was boiling instantly. Book of Life and Death. I probably understand why that weapon is called Book of Life and Death. Ha 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 ha. The King of Hell asked you to die at the 3rd watch. Who dares to keep you until the 5th watch? More. This weapon is so awesome. It can actually identify monsters and kill them directly. Magnificent. China. The barrages were overwhelming. Netizens were typing frantically to vent their shock. Excited. The appearance of the Book of Life and Death made them feel proud and angry. Powerful as a second-level undead. In the face of this incredible weapon, there is no way to fight back. As the saying goes, the King of Hell wants you to die at the 3rd watch and will never leave anyone alive until the 5th watch. Book of Life and Death. In Chinese myths and legends, it is one of the artifacts that suppresses the underworld. The underworld relies on it to control the life and death of living beings and determine the destiny of all beings. The United States, temporary headquarters. A huge mushroom cloud rose in the city not far away. Indiscriminate coverage attack arrived in this city occupied by monsters. Just as it is erasing all traces of existence in the city, it's over. Jobs breathed a sigh of relief, feeling extremely heavy. As the commander-in-chief, he personally buried hundreds of thousands of American people, and he felt uncomfortable, but for the future of the United States, they must not be kidnapped by monsters. This must be done. Where is China? After handling the battle, he looked at the adjutant beside him. He asked in a deep voice, Liangcheng, has it been completely invaded by monsters? The adjutant heard this. I dialed the phone immediately and contacted the intelligence department. Ask about Liangcheng. You can keep asking. His expression, but suddenly froze. He showed a look of disbelief. Is China still persisting in vain? Jobs frowned, shook his head and sneered. Yes, they have always been hypocritical, claiming that they will not give up any of their compatriots. But it doesn't matter. He believed it won't be long. China will make the same decision as the United States. For the continuation of the race, there are only hundreds of thousands of people, and we must give up when it's time to give up. No, China's Liangcheng crisis has been resolved. The adjutant put down the satellite phone and reported the report with a wry smile. What? Jobs' eyes widened. Could it be China is more decisive than them and has already used large-scale weapons, directly destroying Liangcheng? All the second-level monsters in Liangcheng died out of thin air not long ago. The adjutant shook his head and explained. The intelligence department said that it was because China launched a program called the Weapon of Book of Life and Death, wiped out all the second-level monsters in the territory out of thin air. Death out of thin air? Book of Life and Death? Jobs' pupils shrank and his face became a little ugly. Book of Life and Death. He knows the plan. Before, China had mobilized the whole country, and all domestic matters had given way to this plan, but what he didn't expect was that this Book of Life and Death turned out to be a new weapon developed by China. Chapter 28 SSS Level Evaluation. The physical fitness of the entire population increased by 100%, a weapon that can instantly kill second-level monsters. Even, the intelligence department said that all monsters in China have been wiped out by this weapon. This is too science fiction. Are you sure that all the monsters in China are dead? Jobs suppressed the shock and surprise in his heart and asked the most critical question. He would rather believe that these second-level monsters committed suicide than believe that there really is a weapon like the Book of Life and Death. The adjutant hesitated, obviously not sure about this matter. Just at this time, eye in the sky. A majestic voice came from the gray curtain covering the sky. It solemnly declared, frowny face, the first round of civilization trials is officially over. Based on the performance of various countries' civilizations in the first round of civilization trials, the calculation will now be carried out. Chinese civilization has successfully eliminated all monsters in the country. It has performed extremely well and is rated SSS level. The Chinese people will permanently receive a 100% physical bonus. American civilization successfully killed 153 monsters, and the number of remaining monsters in the country is 746. The performance is average, and the evaluation is A-level. American people will permanently receive a 10% physical bonus. The civilization of the White Bear Country successfully killed 142 monsters, and the remaining monsters in the country were 712. The performance was average, and the evaluation was A-level. The people of the White Bear Country permanently received a 10% physical bonus. Gaul civilization successfully killed 74 monsters, and the remaining monsters in the country were 972. The performance was average and rated as B-level. The people of Gaul permanently received an 8% physical bonus. The civilization of Bangxi country successfully killed 12 monsters, leaving 1,497 monsters in the country. It performed extremely poorly and was rated D. The people of Bangxi country will permanently receive a 1% physical bonus. The next round of civilization trials will start in 3 days. Mysterious sound echoes around the world. An extremely objective evaluation was made of the civilized trials of each country. Next to eye in the gray curtain, mystical power spills out like a gift from nature. It covers the surface of the earth. As long as the country has received evaluation, the people's physical fitness has increased to a certain extent. My power. Jobs' face was filled with shock, and he was keenly aware of the surprising changes in himself. No, not just power. After undergoing silent transformation, all aspects of his physical quality have been improved to a certain extent: strength, speed, agility, reflexes, thinking, brain capacity. Every aspect. It is much better than before. I didn't expect that the civilization trial would be settled and there would be rewards. Jobs trembled slightly and muttered to himself, each round of trials will be settled accordingly based on the performance of each country. The higher the rating, the bonuses enjoyed by people in various countries will be even greater. Monster crisis. IT seems more than just a disaster. IT is a ladder for civilization to become stronger and keep climbing upwards. That is to say, Huaxia has really killed all the monsters in the country and won SSS level rewards. He quickly figured this out and couldn't help but feel itching with hatred. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. 10% physical bonus, also amazing. Isn't that 100% physical bonus equivalent to a complete rebirth? And the solemn voice announcement clearly stated that there are still 764 disguised monsters lurking in the United States. Only China is the pure land on earth, but for other countries. Although the first round of civilization trials is over, the disaster is not over yet. There are also a large number of monsters lurking in various countries of them. It's like a ticking time bomb. IT may explode at any time. Notify the intelligence department and try every means to find out the core secrets of the Book of Life and Death. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, we must know, what method did China use to kill all the monsters in the country? 3 days later, the second round of civilization trials will start again. They didn't even clean up the monsters in the first round. At that time. A new monster has arrived, and the United States will be even worse. Tubing, the world's largest video platform. A series of changes in China, as well as the mysterious sound that suddenly appeared in the sky, once again caused a sensation all over the world. Oh my God! Liangcheng in China actually did not fall, it was defended by them. Did you hear the sound just now? I feel like my body is much younger than before. Our country in the United States has received an A-level evaluation, but the national physique has only increased by 10%. Why did China increase by 100%? The voice just now seemed to mean that China had wiped out all the monsters in its territory. People from all over the world were surprised to find out. As the settlement announcement said, the physical fitness of all people in their country has been improved accordingly, but no one can be happy because there are still a lot of monsters lurking in our country. Stronger than the United States. He also received an A-level evaluation, and the national physique increased by 10%, but there are still more than 700 terrifying monsters lurking in the country. 10% physical improvement. It does not bring them any sense of security. Only China, the physical fitness of all people has been increased by 100%, and all monsters in the territory have been cleared. At this time, it can be called the only pure land in the world. I hate it so much. Why am I not from China? Now I am so scared when I go out to buy something. At Zaya, I want to move to your country and accept black people. I've had enough of the days of fear and gall. I'll buy a plane ticket now and fly to China in the evening. Damn, American politicians actually made the decision to bomb the city. My wife and children are in that city. The fear of death, shrouded in the borders of various countries, it still lingers. After discovering China's security, people from all over the world are buying air tickets overnight to escape from their countries. Set off a frenzy of fleeing to China. Just when they clicked on the ticket purchase platform, they found that China had already stopped international flights. Overseas import is prohibited. If you want to enter China, you must have Chinese nationality, or be a foreigner who has made outstanding and important contributions to China. This policy, it has completely cut off the chance mentality of people in all countries. Those Chinese who had voluntarily given up their Chinese nationality regretted it even more. China, all over the country. A carnival is going on quietly with the completion of the Book of Life and Death. The monsters in the country have been cleared, and the physical fitness of the entire people has been improved by 100%. Every piece. These are all things worthy of national celebration. I in the live broadcast room, Zhao Ziyan sat in front of the camera and showed a sweet smile. Compatriots, I can tell you responsibly that there are no more monsters in our country. This victory belongs to all of us. Hear this. Many of the 90 million netizens in the live broadcast room had tears in their eyes, full of emotions. The first round of civilization trials lasted for a month. During this time, they obey the state's control and stay at home honestly so as not to cause trouble to China. After the Book of Life and Death plan is launched, the entire nation responded and made concessions, creating an impossible miracle. Chapter 22. If miracles have a color, it must be Chinese red. Under the threat of monsters, the death toll in various countries is soaring. Only China, stability remains as before. Just because there is always a group of people moving forward silently, building a great wall for them, isolate the danger. And now, there are also countless unknown people who are quietly executing the Book of Life and Death plan. Try within 12 days, create a miracle. China. On the border, with the promotion of the Book of Life and Death plan, infrastructure construction for 10,000 strategic points is being built. Each engineering team come from all over the country. According to the construction drawings of the Brainwave base station, all construction workers were busy in full swing. A nationwide effort really shows its magical power. An impossible miracle. It is happening quietly on the long frontier of China. Northern Frontier Valley Base, Song Gaoyun, Chui Tianhao and other engineers are working tirelessly to improve the core facilities of the Book of Life and Death, integrated with the Tianhexing supercomputing system monitoring system of 10 near-Earth satellites. The database of the Book of Life and Death covers less than half of the valley. Trial run experiments. Start again and again. Failed. Restart. Fail. Restart. Everyone tried their best. The progress of Book of Life and Death is advancing rapidly. As the overall person in charge of this plan, Yang Yimo witnessed with his own eyes what Chinese speed is. According to the current progress, the plan should be completed within 12 days. Yang Yimo muttered to himself as he looked at the progress reported from each strategic point. Hanging heart. I also put down most of it. This impossible plan is moving towards reality at an alarming speed around the world. It is possible to complete the infrastructure construction of 10,000 brainwave base stations in such a short period of time. I am afraid that only China can do it. After all, in addition to the phobia of insufficient firepower, Huaxia is a legendary infrastructure maniac. Time passes slowly. The first round of civilization trials also became more and more intense. The monsters, after developing and improving their strength, no longer satisfied with eating people secretly. The second-order monsters in various countries have united to kidnap the entire city's population. Crazy development. Plus, each second-level monster can infect and assimilate one human being every day. This also leads to the number of monsters is increasing day by day. Countries are facing increasing pressure those small countries. They were destroyed one after another and completely turned into a paradise for monsters, global turmoil, chaos even in China. Although there are still no second-level monsters exposed and no city has fallen, but the demon hunting team received reports every day, and the number of monsters hunted increased to 30. This also shows that the number of lurking second-level monsters in China is also quietly growing. Yanjing, Cabinet, the number of newly added 001 undead yesterday reached 30. One. You looked at the other old men with a solemn expression. Eye in the middle of the eyebrow, all worried about China. Furthermore, these 30 discovered 001 undead are all elite talents in our country, and many of them are in important positions. Those second-level monsters, too cunning, always hiding in the dark, constantly infecting humans and creating companions. We also specially select the top elites. As a result, all fields in China are now suffering heavy losses. I estimate that it won't be long before they, like the monsters from other countries, will join forces to jump out and kidnap a city in our country to use as food. An old man from the military spoke in a deep voice and expressed his guess. Everyone heard this. My face is a little ugly indeed. Due to Yang Mo's many previous actions, the development space of the 001 Immortal was greatly stifled. As a result, the number of second-level monsters in China has never been larger, but now the daily number of new ones in Huaxia has reached 30. This shows that the number of second-level monsters is already quite large enough. Join forces, kidnapping as cities. Population used to develop quickly and improve strength, but second-level monsters are extremely good at hiding, and the methods of identifying first-level monsters are completely ineffective against them. No one knows when they will take action, which city to attack. It seems we can only place our hope in Dean Yang's Book of Life and Death plan. An old man sighed and shook his head. I hope it is true as Yang Mo said. Book of Life and Death. Once completed, domestic monsters will have no way to hide, as long as the brainwave frequency of their race is input. Enter the command. In an instant eradicate all 001 undead in the country. China Northern Frontier Temporary Office. Looking at the monster information from countries around the world, Yang Mo turned and looked out the window. Hold hands behind your back, counting the time silently in my heart. This time, the first round of civilization trials has reached the 27th day. The global situation is becoming increasingly corrupt. Monster craze. One after another, there are more and more second-level monsters, occupying cities one after another and starting a carnival of death tolls by country. Crazy surge. News of the demise of small countries comes every day. An atmosphere of pessimism and fear, covering the world. In the previous life, monsters from China invaded a city in China on the 19th day. Yang Mo murmured this scene that he had experienced it himself. It's just reborns. China took the lead and formulated many measures to compress the development space of monsters in the country. As a result, no city has fallen yet, but he knew time is running out. The monster is ferocious and cruel. Once it is strong enough, it will definitely kidnap a city and use it as food. For rapid development. Tell everyone, there are still 3 days. The Book of Life and Death plan must be completed. Yang Mo took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Ziyan, who was waiting behind him. The Book of Life and Death plan is in progress now. It's already the 9th day. He couldn't delay any longer. The longer it takes, the greater the danger to the Chinese people. I'll notify you right away. Zhao Ziyan also realized the seriousness of the problem and nodded solemnly. Walk out of the office quickly. Start to convey unified instructions to the heads of various departments. This moment. China's long border broadcast sounds sounded at all strategic points. 3 days. 3 days left. No matter what happens, the Book of Life and Death plan must be completed. Everyone, we will eventually create miracles. Building bases for various brainwave base stations, the busy construction workers raised their heads in unison, and the string in their hearts was quietly plucked. 9 days, they came from all over the country in response to the call. We have been busy fighting here day and night for 9 consecutive days, just 4, complete an impossible mission. At this time, although they were physically exhausted, the words "we will eventually create miracles" deeply touched them. As the saying goes, if miracles have a color, it must be Chinese red. Chapter 30. All thanks to you, the mountains and rivers are safe, and the world is safe. When I heard the familiar voice in my memory, she trembled slightly and took the phone. There are obviously thousands of words. At this moment, but I don't know where to start. When are you coming back? On the phone, the middle-aged engineer was silent for a long time. Kai replied with guilt, Xiaoqian, I'm sorry. Dean Yang told them. China's crisis is far from over. Science fiction heavenly plan has only completed a small part, and there are more important tasks waiting for them. I'm sorry again. The wife seemed to have had enough of this, and became a little emotional. You just said I'm sorry, and you left the child alone with me? The middle-aged engineer opened his mouth but stopped talking. But I don't know how to comfort my wife. He prides himself on being worthy of everyone. Be you worthy of the country. Only, sorry wife. Xiao Qian, all my salary has been transferred to your card. There is an emergency meeting, so I will hang up first. He wanted to say something more, but suddenly received a notification. I had to endure it. Hang up the phone. When the wife heard the busy signal on the phone, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. Mom, Dad just hooked up with me. The little boy didn't notice this, and still said to himself, he said that I was already a man and wanted me to protect him first. You are so stupid, you can only protect others when you grow up. Don't worry, Mom, I will protect you in the future. Learn from your father. At such a young age, he quietly clenched his fists. At the same time, across China, many families have received calls from missing people. The wife misses her husband, the son misses his father, mother misses her son. The most sincere warmth in the world is quietly performed everywhere. They left their hometowns and remained anonymous. Some of them gained understanding from their families, who silently supported them behind the scenes. There are also, in order to carry out the mission, the wife and children were separated, leaving nothing but feathers on the ground. But no one regretted it. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot have both sides. There is no way to have both worlds in the world, either to live up to the Tathagata or not to live up to you. They all love this land deeply. I can't bear to see it suffer another disaster and repeat the blood and tears disaster of 100 years ago. Therefore, after a short phone call, everyone resolutely returned to work. Continue to be busy. Yanjing Monster Research Institute. After the Book of Life and Death came out, Yang Mo returned here. By Song Gaoyun, guard at the base of the valley. Be fully responsible for the weapon, Book of Life and Death. Of course, the supreme authority has always been in his hands. Dean, according to your request, we conducted a comprehensive analysis of the horns and scales of the 001 Immortal, and had a cold weapon expert draw the drawings, and successfully created the Immortal Armor. BR just returned soon. The people from the research team found Yang Mo with a copy of the finished armor. Has it been made? Looking at the armor in the hands of the researcher, Yang Mo's eyes lit up. Combined with past life experience, he knew to deal with monsters. Sometimes cold weapons are better than hot weapons. After all, monsters can disguise themselves as ordinary people and hide in cities, and cannot use weapons of mass destruction at all. And combined with the special materials on the monster, a new cold weapon was developed. It became the mainstream of resistance against monsters in previous lives. These weapons are collectively called mythical weapons. For example, the Immortal Armor, made from the horns, scales, and claws of the 001 undead, inherits the terrifying defensive properties of the undead. It is the first mythical weapon in the previous life. After our testing, Immortal Armor can not only withstand the impact of bullets, but also effectively resist the attack of 001 Immortal, absorb kinetic energy, weaken damage, and has extremely strong single defense properties. Researcher expression of excitement. I can't put it down for this newly developed armor. Its material comes from terrifying and ferocious monsters. Unlike materials already on Earth, it has many strange properties. Strictly speaking, it can be completely divided into a separate material discipline. The new monster material science, the armor of immortality, is also their most satisfying work. What a pity, they developed the Immortal Armor a little late. If only it could be faster. During the Battle of Liangchang, the demon hunting team and the military can equip the Immortal Armor. The battle will not be so brutal. You have done a good enough job. Yang Mo looked at everyone and nodded encouragingly. In the past life, Immortal Armor was developed by the Chinese scientific team during the third round of civilization trials. Defensive armor as a basis. It appears greatly reduced China's casualties, and it depends on the material. The levels of the Immortal Armor produced are also different. The materials dropped by the first level undead can only create the first level Immortal Armor. Similarly, the materials dropped by the second level undead can be used to create the second level Immortal Armor. The defensive attributes are also different. Think of this. Yang Mo took a deep breath and looked at his assistant Zhao Ziyan behind him. Instructed, Ziyan, hurry up and communicate with other departments to manufacture as many Immortal Armors as possible, and give priority to equipping the demon hunting team and frontline combatants with one pair. BR, I'll go right away. Zhao Ziyan nodded solemnly, turned around and left immediately. No sloppiness at all. Asa host, she witnessed the tragic battle between Zhang Yongguang and others. I know very well how many lives of soldiers this Immortal Armor can save and how many unnecessary sacrifices can be avoided. Yanjing Cemetery Memorial Meeting. I'm afraid you left in a hurry and didn't know yet, so I came here to tell you. Yang Mo took a bottle of wine and sprinkled it on the tombstones in front of him one by one. Under the tombstone, buried are the soldiers who died in the Battle of Liangcheng. Look around, there are thousands of tombstones next to each other. Extremely shocking, the lives that were once alive are forever buried in this land. We won the Battle of Liangcheng. Destroy all the enemies. A great victory. Yang Mo stared at the tombstone and quietly shared the news of victory, his mood somewhat heavy. I have seen many tragic scenes in my previous life. Seeing thousands of tombstones at this moment still makes my scalp numb. Under your protection, the 800,000 people in Liangcheng have survived, and the monsters in the country have been completely eliminated. It's all thanks to you. The mountains and rivers are safe, and the world is safe, said. He took off his hat and stood in awe, bowing deeply towards the tombstone in front of him. Behind Zhang Yongguang roared and opened his mouth, blood splattered from his horse throat. Salute! These two words floated over the cemetery. The demon hunting team and other military officers stood with their feet together and raised their right hands in unison. Put your hands up to your forehead. The movements are uniform. Eye in the sky, the dark clouds dispersed quietly, and the warm and bright sunshine fell on the tombstones. Chapter 31. The shocked United States. The Book of Life and Death plan is just the tip of the iceberg. Brothers, have a good journey. Zhang Yongguang pursed his chapped lips and spoke hoarsely. After bidding farewell to our comrades, he turned around resolutely and left the cemetery with the demon hunting team. They will shoulder the mission of their comrades and continue to protect China, Earth. Within each country, when China is having fun and enjoying an unprecedented safe atmosphere, countries are still shrouded in an atmosphere of fear and despair. The mysterious settlement sound notified the ratings of each country, and also revealed the number of monsters remaining in their country. Is the government eating shit? After all this time, why are there still more than 800 monsters in the country? My 7th great-uncle and his 3rd niece's aunt were eaten by monsters yesterday. Yesterday, another 336 people died in our country, and 92 people were missing. The monster passed by. Is it going to be advanced again? Help! I really don't want to become food for monsters. Although the first round of civilization trials has been settled, however, the daily death toll announced by various countries continues to rise more and more. From time to time, you can hear news of monsters raging, breaking into houses and massacring an entire family. In the news, the media are even more worried about the chaos in the world, and are rushing to report on the murders caused by monsters. All kinds of tragic situations are shocking: pessimism, horrified, despair, people from all over the world are afraid of being eaten by store owners disguised as monsters even when they go out to buy groceries. Nowhere in the world is safe now. There are monsters everywhere, except China. I get angry when I talk about China. This country is narrow-minded and has a despicable character. Under such circumstances, it has implemented a closed country. Yes, after all, we are all human beings, but they only care about themselves and do nothing to save them. It is so heartless. They are lucky, they cleared everything in the first round. Monsters, just wait, the second round of civilization trials will come in 3 days, when they beg us. Mention China, people from all over the world were angry and cursed. The reason, of course, China refused to accept them. All international flights closed. Anyone without Chinese nationality is prohibited from entering Chinese territory, just like the isolation of the country hundreds of years ago. It's just that this time of seclusion is not a complacency, but keep to yourself. The United States Department of Defense, several intelligence officers stood in front of Jobs reporting the information obtained. After our close investigation, we found that China's Book of Life and Death plan was born out of the director of the Monster Research Institute, Yang Mo. On the screen, a photo of Yang Mo popped up. It was him who, when the first round of the civilization trial first appeared, established the Monster Research Institute against all objections. It was also him who figured out the monster's habits and compiled it into the Monster Manual, which has become a best-selling book worldwide. And the Book of Life and Death plan was proposed by him. We also found that the Book of Life and Death plan seems to be just a link in a huge plan, just the tip of the iceberg. BR listened to the report. Jobs' heart trembled and he couldn't help but take a breath of air. My face became even more ugly. The Book of Life and Death plan, is it just a part of the series plan? Huaxia, what kind of plan do you want to implement? Why implement such a plan? Is the monster crisis far from that simple? Yang Mo. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, staring at the photo on the screen. How unfair is God? Why'd such talents come from China, not their country, the United States? Where is the core of the Book of Life and Death plan? Have you found it? After a while, he took a deep breath and asked again in a deep voice. Several intelligence officers looked at each other. With a wry smile, he shook his head and said, "We have used all the spies planted in China, but we have not been able to find the core technology of the Book of Life and Death project. This plan, the level of confidentiality in China is too high. There are only a handful of people who know the core secret. No more than 2 hands. Continue to investigate for me." Jobs' face darkened, and he ordered in a cold voice, "Use all means, no matter what the cost, to find out how China created the Book of Life and Death. Now, there are more than 700 monsters lurking in the United States. The daily death toll is as many as 2,000. The people have long been panicked. Unrest. No more ideas. There is no need for those hidden monsters to take action. The United States itself will be in chaos. Call the people from the Scientific Research Institute over here." He thought for a while and shouted to the secretary outside the door. After a while, several old professors with gray hair and white coats walked into the office. "How is your research institute's research on the 001 immortals going?" Jobs got right to the point and asked directly, "Have you found an effective way to kill them?" In the study of monsters, China has gone the furthest and researched the most deeply. Therefore, the scientific research institutes in the United States also followed the monster numbering system proposed by Yang Mo. The goat-horned human-faced monster that appeared in the first round of trials will be called the 001 Undead. According to our research, the 001 Undead have strong vitality and defense, and it is extremely difficult to physically destroy them unless we start from other levels. An old professor's website he came out and analyzed carefully. The second-level undead in Huaxia Liangqing died mysteriously, possibly because they suffered severe mental or brain damage. The specific reason is unknown. We need more 001 undead for experiments. Here. Jobs' expression moved slightly, finally feeling more relaxed. Immediately order the military, send all captured undead to the laboratory of the Scientific Research Institute. The United States has the smartest scientific team and the most advanced scientific instruments in the world. Although the research on monsters started late, but he believed it, sooner or later, we will catch up with China and surpass it in all aspects. Premise, find a way to kill the 001 undead. One more thing, people in the United States now distrust our government more and more. Jobs suddenly remembered something and ordered, "Your Scientific Research Institute should hold a press conference quickly. Publish some research results to appease the people and stabilize people's minds. The situation in the United States is very delicate now. Under the threat of monsters, the crime rate in various states has increased significantly, and the phenomenon of $0 shopping has frequently appeared. It has brought great pressure to public security in various places. This time, the Scientific Research Institute must come forward to give the public confidence and restore the positive official image of the United States." Yanjing Monster Research Institute, recording room. Zhaozian sits in front of the live broadcast camera and conducts daily live broadcasts, answer questions from domestic people, answer doubts. It's just, since the 001 undead in the country were cleared, she found that this generation of netizens had completely let themselves go. The harder it gets, the harder it is to serve. The questions raised are more tricky than the last. Chapter 32 China Press Conference. Didn't I ask him to stabilize people's hearts, and it has nothing to do with monsters. Anchor, I just accidentally dropped the shiitake mushroom in the toilet. Can it still be called a shiitake mushroom? Why doesn't Beethoven release new songs now? Anchor, do you know any health experts? Can you help me ask, can I eat breakfast on an empty stomach? I am watching The Three Kingdoms. I heard that Guan Yu did not kill the old and young. Why didn't Cao Cao send 100,000 old and young to kill Guan Yu? It has been 3 years since I graduated from college. What I learned in school has been returned to teacher. Can I ask the school to refund my tuition? Looking at the questions popping up in the barrage. A few black lines appeared on Zhao Ziyan's forehead, and the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. It's all the dean's fault, making China too safe. These netizens were so full that they went to the live broadcast room to tease her by asking such questions of this. Is this a question that humans can think of? Everyone, stop making noise. The United States is holding a press conference. When she had a splitting headache, she accidentally caught a glimpse of a barrage. As Yang Mo's secretary to IT is also part of her job to pay close attention to the trends of various countries and report them in a timely manner. So she also opened the link and found the web page of the press conference being held in the United States. In the video, the head of a scientific research institute in the United States announced some monster research results and called on the people of the United States not To worry, the United States has found a way to kill the 001 undead. It won't be long, the remaining monsters in the country will be cleared out. At the same time, also stated that the civilization trial was just an accidental and strange phenomenon. It will be over in another round or two. Won't last long. As soon as the news came out, the American people's morale has been greatly boosted. Sweeping away the pessimism and despair of the past, celebrated the news. Why, it's different from what the dean said. Zhao Ziyan frowned slightly and couldn't help but mutter. Dean said it before. Civilization trials, one round after another, once turned on, there is no possibility of stopping. Holy shit. The United States actually said that they also discovered a way to kill 001, and the civilization trial is about to end. How do I feel that the United States is deceiving their people? At Anchor, is the civilization trial really coming to an end? Will there be no monsters coming in the future? I remember the Institute said before that the civilization trial will not end in a short time. Who is telling the truth? Live broadcast room. Many netizens in China also watched the US press conference and had a lot of doubts in their hearts. The barrage was overwhelming, densely packed. The questions asked were all about civilization trials. Where does it come from? Why does it appear? What is its purpose? How many rounds does it have? Since civilization is going to be destroyed, why are there rewards at the end of each round? Looking at these questions, Zhao Ziyan felt her scalp numb. In comparison, she felt that it was easier to answer the question. Guan Yu did not kill the young and old. Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. Yang Mo was deploying a plan to deal with the second round of civilization trials when he suddenly received a call from the cabinet. Wang Yu asked me to host a press conference and answer people's questions? He couldn't help but be stunned. Nowadays, public opinion in various countries is fierce, and they are all trying to stabilize people's hearts. Wang Yu sighed on the phone and said matter-of-factly, "You are the director of the Monster Research Institute and the general person in charge of the Book of Life and Death project. Of course, this kind of matter must be left to you." The current situation subtle. The press conference in the United States has plunged the world into chaos. The undercurrent is surging. People of all countries, they are extremely concerned about issues such as when the civilization trial will end, including Huaxia, although the monsters in the territory have been cleared, but the trials of civilization and the crisis of monsters have always been a hanging sword. Let every Chinese people feel like they have something stuck in their throats of this time. Of course, it is necessary for the Monster Research Institute, as the official representative, to stand up, respond to the problems of the Chinese people, and stabilize people's hearts. I'll give it a try. Yang Mo thought for a while, nodded and agreed. Half a day later, press conference site. This is a Q&A conference specially held for the people of China, take the form of live broadcast, synchronized to major local satellite TVs. Countless people were listening to this press conference. Yang Mo stood in front of the camera, facing the national audience. A familiar feeling come to mind. He remembered in previous lives, many similar press conferences were held with officials in various countries, like the United States this time, have issued many optimistic assertions in order to stabilize public sentiment, such as the civilization trial is about to end, domestic monsters pose no threat, etc., trying to give people confidence, stabilize public sentiment. But, as rounds of civilized trials begin, the role of the press conference is minimal. It's the fourth round of civilization trials. The global power system collapsed and various modern instruments failed. Communications in various countries are paralyzed. There was no press conference held again. Yang Mo calmed down his mind, pick up the microphone, take a deep breath, slowly spoke. I believe that everyone must have many questions in their minds now, but what they are most concerned about is when will the civilization trial end? Just finished speaking and the reporters at the press conference clicked their cameras frantically. I almost slapped Yang Mo in the face, afraid of missing any moment, and this scene through the live broadcast lens. It is broadcast in every corner of China. Now in front of the TV, mobile phones, and computers. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Hold your breath and concentrate. My ears pricked up. Everyone knows the answer to this question. Here, I can tell you responsibly that once the civilized trial starts, it will not stop. As soon as the words fell throughout China, everyone watching the press conference was stunned. Yang Mo's words, it was completely beyond their expectations and completely opposite to what the United States said. The trial of civilization will not stop. Doesn't it mean that monsters will continue to come? Can China survive the first round, survive the second round, survive the 10th round? This is a cruel trial that must be cruel. Immediately afterwards, Yang Mo then spoke and revealed the truth about the civilization trial. In the vast universe, there are mysterious forces, drawing all civilizations on Earth into this trial field. As the name suggests, Either pass all trials and achieve a leap in civilization, or fail the trial, the civilization is destroyed and completely buried. In the long history, all civilizations, there are only two possibilities: die in front of 1.4 billion Chinese people. Yang Mo's words were sonorous, steady, and powerful, and he directly announced this cruel truth. The conference site, the reporters were all stunned with their mouths open, and they even forgot to take pictures, and all over China, countless people fell into silence when they heard the news that the civilized trial would not stop. Backstage of the press conference, Wan Yu's eyes suddenly widened when he listened to Yang Mo's speech, as somewhat dumbfounded. Didn't I let him stabilize the people's hearts? Chapter 33, The Classic of Mountains and Seas, is actually the civilization trial manual of ancient ancestors. Convene this press conference. The most important purpose is to stabilize people's hearts, to give the people of China a reassurance that there will be no civil strife. But now is better. Yang Mo directly told the cruel truth about the civilized trial, shattered the last illusions and hopes in everyone's hearts. People, can they withstand the impact of this truth? He is too hasty. Wan Yu frowned when he thought of this. Suddenly I felt a little regretful. Had I known, Yang Mo would not have been allowed to host this press conference. Now that this scene was happening nationwide, it was too late for him to stop it, even if he wanted to. It this time, the reporters in the audience reacted with excitement. It seems like some big news has been discovered. Come forward enthusiastically. Questions were raised. Ask one question after another. Dean Yang, you just said that the civilization trial will not stop unless the level is cleared or destroyed. Then, how many rounds are there in the civilization trial? Behind the civilization trial, is it an alien civilization in the universe? How do you know these things? The Research Institute in the United States has put forward a completely different conclusion, believing that the civilization trial is about to end. What you said are all personal speculations. Is there any evidence? Every question, they are all very sharp, thorough, and incisive. However, faced with doubts, Yang Mo did not panic at all. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Another more exciting news was revealed. Actually, this is not the first time that the Earth has encountered the test of civilization. The words just finished, everyone in the house was shocked. For those reporters who raised various questions, you looked at me and I looked at you, confused. Earth, have you ever encountered a civilization test before? When did it happen? Did they suffer collective amnesia? Why don't you have any impression at all? Similarly confused. As well as the people across China, everyone is confused. Of course you have no impression. Yang Mo smiled slightly and said calmly, the last civilization trial happened 5,000 years ago. As soon as these words came out, all the reporters widened their eyes again, suddenly feeling that their brain capacity was not enough. 5,000 years ago, it seems that there was no Chinese civilization yet, right? The Earth is full of a group of uncivilized savages. Who are they qualified to participate in the civilized trial? Can they stop these ferocious and cruel monsters? Everyone. Here, I want to remind everyone. When everyone was lost, Yang Mo's voice sounded faintly. The Earth has evolved for 4.6 billion years. Are you sure that only modern civilization was born? Hearing this, the reporters at the scene were stunned again. Not indeed. As Yang Mo said, 4.6 billion years is too long. Many mainstream scholars in modern times firmly believe that other civilizations have appeared in the history of the Earth, just for some reason annihilated in the long river of history, and modern civilization, was developed on the basis of the four ancient civilizations. They are ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, ancient India, and China. Before that, there are also the disappeared Mesopotamian civilization, Mayan civilization, Atlantis civilization, etc. Have you ever wondered about those things that have ever been born on the Earth? Why did all the ancient civilizations become extinct? While everyone was thinking, Yang Mo continued, yes, they encountered the test of civilization and failed to withstand the test, so they were buried forever. In the long history. His tone was low, telling about the past events in the long history of the Earth. Actually, what he said was researched by historians in previous lives. After the civilization trial appeared, historians, paleontologists, and geoevolutionists have joined forces and discovered many clues of ancient civilizations. Final confirmation: civilizations on Earth are mysteriously extinct, all related to the civilization trial. In the vast universe. As long as civilization develops to a certain stage, it will be pulled into the trial field by a mysterious force, or it will be tested and the fittest will survive. Backstage of the press conference. Civilized trials have existed since ancient times? Wan Yu opened his mouth wide, and Gula swallowed his saliva, looking blankly at Yang Emo in front of the stage. Forget about ordinary people, even he is a little confused now. The black hand that led to the successive destruction of Earth's civilizations was all because of civilization trials. These are your own words. What evidence do you have? At this moment, a female reporter in the audience reacted first and raised the question again. Other reporters also came to their senses and cast questioning glances at Yang Emo. It's not them who are the masters, mainly because what Yang Emo said was too outrageous, of course. Faced with everyone's doubts, Yang Emo still looked normal. In front of the camera, take out a book from the bag behind you. This book is the evidence. Everyone was stunned, looking blankly at the book in Yang Mo's hand. The Classic of Mountains and Seas? That's right, the book in Yang Mo's hand is an ancient Chinese book. The Classic of Mountains and Seas. Is it evidence? The corners of the reporters' mouths twitched a few times and they couldn't help asking. Yang Emo nodded, with a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, its origin is mysterious. Many people think that it was written during the Warring States period, but, in fact, its appearance is earlier than the history of Chinese civilization. It's actually a civilization trial manual left by the ancient ancestors. The words just finished, the entire conference site became dead silent again. I was shocked by Yang Mo's words, the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Almost every Chinese person knows this book, but they never thought that this would be the civilization trial manual of the ancient ancestors. You may find it incredible. Yang Emo glanced at everyone, sighed and asked, but this is the fact. Do you still remember the appearance and characteristics of the 001 immortal? Goat horn, human face, 4 feet on the ground, scales all over the body, extremely strong defense. Following, he dropped another bombshell. And in the Nancy Yirjing, this kind of monster is clearly recorded. The original text is, Xuanshan, its yang is made of gold, its yin is made of jade, there is a beast, its shape is like a sheep, it cannot be killed, and its name is. As soon as these words came off, the reporters at the scene were shocked. A male reporter immediately stepped forward and took the Book of Mountains and Seas from Yang Mo's hand. Follow the index, flip through quickly. I found this passage from the second Nancy Sutra. Looking horrified, took several steps back. It's true, it's true. He thought that Yang Mo was just talking nonsense, but he didn't expect that there was actually an original text in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, also named this monster. Remembering that the Monster Research Institute named him the Undead, everyone reacted instantly on site. Suddenly there was a series of gasps. Chapter 34. The ancient ancestors passed the civilization trial and the whole country soared. Looks like a sheep not to be killed. This is so similar to the appearance and characteristics of the undead. At the same time, China, all over the country, countless people in front of the TV and in the live broadcast room looked at Yang Mo in shock, looking shocked. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Dean Yang said that 5,000 years ago, the Earth also encountered a civilization test, so our ancient ancestors of China recorded the monsters they encountered in the Book of Mountains and Seas? I feel like my 9 years of study were in vain. Isn't the Classic of Mountains and Seas just a novel about ghosts and monsters? It is not a novel about ghosts and monsters. It records many mountains and landforms in ancient times, plants, animals, mineral resources, etc., can be called an ancient encyclopedia. What Dean Yang said is true or false? In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of netizens are watching the broadcast of the press conference, and everyone's eyes are wide open, swallowing crazily, seems to be digesting this shocking secret thrown out by Yang Mo. Actually, if you study the Book of Mountains and Seas carefully, you will find many clues. Yang Mo's voice continued to come and netizens pricked up their ears again and listened carefully. The Classic of Mountains and Seas was written by ancient ancestors. Why do there appear so many strange non-Earth species in it? Why are 80% of these strange beasts based on humans? Food? Why are the remaining 20% of strange beasts accompanied by various disasters when they appear? The Mesopotamian civilization with extremely advanced mathematics, the Soviet Union with extremely in-depth research on cosmic astronomy, why did the Maya civilization, the Mayan civilization that was proficient in architecture, and the Atlantis civilization all collapse at the same time? Yang Mo talked eloquently and once again exposed various unreasonable things. It aroused deep thinking among netizens. Non-terrestrial creatures, all like to feed on humans, alien beasts have magical powers. Once they appear, they will be followed by huge disasters, with countless casualties. Aren't these all signs of the trials of civilization? Monsters come to the Earth from unknown space with the purpose of destroying civilization. Hiss. It's terrifying to think about it. In the live broadcast room, the more netizens think about it, the more frightened they become, and the more they think about it, the more scared they become. 5,000 years ago, all civilizations on Earth have experienced a civilization test, then, the entire army was wiped out. Are they all lost in the long river of history? The United States Department of Defense, hearing that China held a press conference, Jobs immediately asked his secretary to pull up the news footage just opened. I saw Yang Mo take out a book and said that it was a civilization trial manual left by the ancient ancestors of China. That's nonsense. Jobs scorned what Yang Mo said, but as Yang Mo gradually analyzed, his expression became more and more solemn. The classic of mountains and seas, the appearance of the 001 immortal has long been recorded and named the monster that appears. They all like to eat people, and all are accompanied by various disasters. There were fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his lips felt dried out. A truth he didn't want to believe. It was gradually revealed in Yang Mo's mouth and gradually surfaced. 5,000 years ago, many splendid civilizations were born on the earth at that time. On the screen, Yang Mo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It has reached the standards of the civilized trial. Like us, it was pulled into the trial by the mysterious force. So, various monsters that do not belong to the earth are coming one after another, and disasters occur frequently. Every civilization is resisting to the death, fighting desperately, leaving behind countless epic legends." But, speaking of this, Yang Mo changed the topic and sighed deeply. Once the civilized trial starts, it will not stop. The monsters are getting stronger and stronger. They carry the power to destroy the world and are called gods. Jobs was trembling and slowly lowered his head. He seemed to have seen what happened to ancient civilizations. The trial has reached the later stage. The monsters are becoming more and more terrifying, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. It swept across the world and destroyed the world. Eventually, all civilizations, they were all destroyed in that civilized trial. Earth returned to deathly silence, until thousands of years later. No, there was a civilization that was not destroyed at that time. Yang Mo's next sentence made Jobs raise his head suddenly, staring at the screen. Yanjing press conference scene. Everyone held their breath and focused on Yang Mo on the stage. The scene was silent. I could clearly hear everyone's breathing, which was a little rapid. Everyone wants to know who the civilization is that has not been destroyed. Intuition tells them that civilization is closely related to them. That's right. Yang Mo held the microphone and said in a very proud tone that civilization is the ancient Chinese civilization, the civilization created by our ancestors. In previous lives, after Huaxia resisted one round of civilization trials after another, they were surprised to find that the monsters above all came from the Book of Mountains and Seas. So, separate the cocoon, continuous pursuit. Finally, an incredible truth was discovered, that is, 5,000 years ago, the ancient Chinese ancestors who were also born on this land were not destroyed. They are the only civilization that survived. Dean Yang, didn't you just say that once the civilized trial starts, it will not stop? The reporters were keenly aware of the loopholes and asked a sharp question. Since it won't stop, how did the ancestors survive? Since it survived, then why did the ancient ancestors, like other civilizations, disappear from the earth? It's simple. Faced with doubt, Yang Mo smiled slightly and said something shocking again. The ancient ancestors passed the civilization test and their country has already ascended. This sentence was like a bomb had been dropped in deep water across China. Countless people watching the live broadcast were even more shocked. Clear the trial, the whole country is soaring. Is this really possible? Dean Yang, do you have any evidence for saying this? After a while, a reporter swallowed and couldn't help but ask. I have said before, the classic of mountains and seas is the civilization trial manual of ancient ancestors. Yang Mo shrugged and raised the Book of Mountains and Seas in his hand. He asked, "Do you think that a civilization that is about to collapse will produce such a complete manual and let it be passed down?" The words just finished, the reporter's expression lit up and he quickly realized what he was saying. A civilization about to be destroyed, there is no time, thought, or ability to create a trial manual. Only civilizations that have passed all trials are qualified to produce trial manuals. In the same period, the Mesopotamian civilization, Atlantis civilization, Mayan civilization, Sumerian civilization, none of the ancient books similar to the classic of mountains and seas were circulated. Come down, only a few fragments of monsters are spread among myths and legends. Only the classic of mountains and seas records more than 200 monsters clearly, completely, and systematically. Chapter 35, Compose Our Own Myth. to note that in each round of civilization trials, only one kind of monster will appear even if the ancient ancestors did not clear all levels. It is enough to explain, they have gone through more than 200 rounds of civilization trials before they can record such detailed monster information. Think of this, everyone present looked shocked. The Earth has only now encountered the first round of civilization tests, and countries around the world are already in a state of distress, pessimism, and despair unimaginable. What kind of courage did the ancient ancestors persevere through more than 200 rounds of trials? I still have a question. Even though there are more than 200 monsters recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, how do you confirm that the ancient ancestors were not destroyed in more than 200 rounds of trials, but that they passed the trials? Where are you practicing? At this moment, another reporter stood up to question Yang Emo passed the trial, and went through more than 200 rounds. Are two different concepts. Because, the battle of chasing deer. Yang Emo seemed to have anticipated this problem a long time ago and opened the Book of Mountains and Seas. By best-selling books online, one of the records was found. Huang Di and Qiyu fought decisively in Zhulu, and in the end Huang Di won miserably and lifted up the clouds. Everyone was stunned for a moment, somewhat unclear. Every Chinese knows about the Battle of Zhulu. Huang Di defeated the invading Qiyu tribe, unified the 9 states, and became the humanistic ancestor of China, the current Chinese civilization. It has been handed down since the Huang Di period. The Yellow Emperor has never been a reference to someone, but the totem tribe of our ancient ancestors, which is equivalent to our current national power. Yang Emo shook his head and patiently explained, and Qiyu, the same is true. You can check the records about Qiyu in the Shanhai Jing. He had 8 legs, 3 heads and 6 arms, a bronze head and an iron forehead. He was invulnerable. He was good at using knives, axes, and guns. He ate iron and sand, breathed deadly clouds, and could also flying in the air. Do you think he is a human being? Just finished speaking, the sound of gasping for air rang out again. Looks weird, still an intruder. The Yellow Emperor tribe led the people to fight to the death. The answer is ready to come out. You guessed it right. Yang Emo nodded and affirmed. The so-called Qiyu is the last round of monsters that came, with the purpose of destroying the ancient ancestors at that time. According to the records in the Book of Mountains and Seas, Qiyu was ferocious and cruel, leading the monsters that came in the early stage to launch a general attack on the ancient ancestors. The Yellow Emperor's tribe resisted desperately and fought decisively to chase the deer. By best-selling books online at the beginning, they were retreating steadily. There were countless casualties. Finally, I asked the 9 Heavens Zuan to come down to Earth and release her power, and then I suppressed Qiyu and his army of monsters. This myth, everyone is familiar with it. I have heard it since I was a child, but, after Yang Emo explained it, everything changed. Qiyu was the last round of monsters. He led the monsters in front that had not been wiped out and launched a general attack on the ancient ancestors. The ancient ancestors are about to be destroyed, but they were defeated by the foreign aid of Zhoutian Zuanv. Wait a minute, who is the 9 Heavens Zuanv? The same question emerged in everyone's mind. It is developed by the ancient ancestors, a quantum concept-level strategic platform for space and space. Yang Emo didn't show off and said in a deep voice, in the past life, Chinese scientists were inspired by the Book of Mountains and Seas to figure out the final version of the science fiction heavenly plan. By best-selling books online, 9 Heavens mysterious lady looks like a visitor from heaven, but actually it is just an aerospace quantum concept-level strategic platform developed by the ancient ancestors specifically to combat monsters, and loaded with all the strategic weapons of the ancestors at that time. Therefore, the Classic of Mountains and Seas records that after its arrival, it bestowed military talismans and commanded battlefields spanning tens of thousands of miles. It set up Kueox drums and the sound shook for 500 miles. It made divine soldiers and spread them among the people, in myths and legends. Zhoutian Zuanv is also the only female fairy who leads the war. Aerospace, quantum, concept level, strategic platform? After hearing Yang Mo's explanation, everyone's eyes widened. The doubts have not been eliminated. On the contrary, there are more. It's a bit too outrageous. Modern civilization has not been able to develop an airborne platform, let alone a quantum weapon system. This is equivalent to a suspended super aircraft carrier, plus a series of unconventional concept-level weapons. Did the ancient ancestors master it 5,000 years ago? If you hadn't mastered these methods, how do you think our ancient ancestors could have lasted more than 200 rounds? Yang Emo glanced at the crowd and asked calmly. Everyone's reaction was exactly the same as when he first heard the secrets of the classic of mountains and seas in his previous life, but after the shock replaced. I am deeply shocked and admired from the time when the Book of Mountains and Seas was first recorded. It can be seen that the scientific and technological level of the ancient ancestors at that time was far inferior to modern civilization. We haven't even entered the age of electricity, but, with the opening of the civilization trial. In the wilderness, monsters are rampant and eat people. In order to fight and survive, the ancestors were forced to research and find a way to save the nation. The classic of mountains and seas, many biogenetic laboratories, strategic weapons bases, etc. are recorded. In Kunlun Mountain, there is an elixir that can increase lifespan. Buzhou Mountain has a four-dimensional pillar weapon spanning the sky and the earth. It's just, monsters are also extremely intelligent. Yang Mo sighed lightly, and his tone was extremely serious. In order to destroy ancient civilizations, they have launched many annihilation plans. They broke through the Buzhou Mountain, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse and destroying the four-dimensional heavenly pillar weapon established by the ancient ancestors. They broke the space cracks and poured endless floods from the sky into the world. They sent 9 golden crows across the sky, and 10 scorching suns shined across the sky, drying up all water sources. They one by one. Every plan of annihilation is a devastating blow to any civilization, but the ancient ancestors were not defeated. Indomitable, they firmly believe that man can conquer nature and that everything depends on oneself. Buzhou Mountain was broken, so they rebuilt four-dimensional space-based weapons. The sky cracked, so they sent the Nuwa spaceship into the cracks in space to repair the sky. More sun, it can be said. The classic of mountains and seas is a history of the vigorous struggles of our ancient ancestors for the continuation of the race. Countless people came one after another. Throw your head and shed your blood. One incredible plan after another was implemented. These stories spread to later generations and evolved into myths and legends. As for why I said that the ancient ancestors passed the customs, Yang Mo paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, that's because it is recorded in the Book of Mountains and Seas that the world is now settled, the 9 states were unified, and the Yellow Emperor also lifted up the clouds and soared, leaving the earth and heading towards the vaster universe. Then he slowly raised his head, looked at the camera with a deep and distant gaze. As if looking at everyone watching the live broadcast at this time, compatriots. What I want to tell you is that the trial of civilization is both a crisis and a blessing. 5,000 years ago, on this land, the ancestors went from drinking blood as raw materials to rising into the clouds, writing a magnificent epic. 5,000 years later. Similarly, on this land, we in China should also believe that man can conquer nature, pass trials, and write our own myths. The classic of mountains and seas, there are quite a lot of magical things. Many researchers speculate that alien species came to the earth in ancient times, and that the ancient ancestors mastered many extraordinary technologies. Anyone who is interested can learn more. Chapter 36, the mentality of the whole people has changed, and China will definitely pass the test. Finished. Yang Mo bowed deeply towards the camera on site. There was thunderous applause, which lasted for a long time. Everyone's face was red, their expressions were excited, and endless pride surged in their chests. Inspiring. Backstage of the press conference, well said. Wang Yu's face turned red and he clapped his hands vigorously. What Yang Mo said just now, it completely spoke to his heart and made him excited. Indeed, the ancient ancestors went from being humble and drinking blood to ascending into the clouds, completing an epic feat. The same can be done. Man can conquer nature and strive for self-improvement. This is something inherited from our ancestors and engraved in the bones of every Chinese. 5,000 years ago, the ancestors could do it. 5,000 years later, they can do it too. China, never die. This press conference also achieved unprecedented success. At the same time, China, after the press conference, countless people were still immersed in shock. Can't help myself. The trials of civilization 5,000 years ago, the secrets and the classic of mountains and seas, the desperate struggle of our ancestors, everything, they all suffered an unprecedented impact on their minds. 5,000 years ago, all civilizations at that time were destroyed, and only the ancient Chinese civilization remained. The ancient ancestors were too awesome, they really cleared the level. Overcome all trials. Brilliant. Huaxia. I probably understand what Dean Yang means. Each round of the civilization trial will be settled. If you can pass them all, you can get more than 200 rounds of rewards. beer, all over the country. Countless people murmured to themselves. His expression became brighter and brighter. Original. They, like people in other countries, are full of anxiety and worry about the civilization test, but after listening to the magnificent struggle history of our ancestors, quietly. Everyone's mentality has changed. The classic of mountains and seas, various myths and legends are recorded. Buzhou mountains fell, Nuwa patched up the sky, Hui shot down the sun, they all tell the story of the horrific disasters that the Chinese ancestors suffered, but, in times of despair, our ancestors never gave up hope. Forcibly find a way out of the desperate situation. Compose our own myth. Everyone quietly clenched their fists and murmured softly. From this moment on, a lot of their fear and worry about the trials of civilization have dissipated. Official website of Monster Research Institute, live broadcast room. As Yang Mo's last words came to an end, tens of millions of online viewers became excited. The barrage was overwhelming, densely packed. I can't see what is being said at all. My ancestors were so awesome. They developed the Jiutianzhuan airborne platform, and the whole country soared, leaving the Earth? More than 200 rounds of trials mean that there are also more than 200 rounds of rewards. Our rewards in the first round are so outrageous. If we get all the rewards, maybe we will also. The whole country can soar. The second round of trials is about to begin. Why am I still looking forward to it now? Everyone seems to have been injected with chicken blood. Emotions are running high, extremely excited. Some people even said that they plan to find a monster from the second round to challenge. This generation of netizens are too arrogant. Zhao Ziyan looked at the situation in the live broadcast room and smiled helplessly. Ever since I heard Yang Mo's words, write your own myth, the live broadcast room has been out of control. The mentality of tens of millions of viewers has undergone earth-shaking changes, from the original anxiety and worry to the unprecedented expansion now, keeping shouting. He completely ignored the monster that was about to come. It's a pity that I don't know what kind of monster is coming in the second round, otherwise I would have to teach him how to be a human being. Didn't Dean Yang say that? The classic of mountains and seas is the ancestors. The civilization trial manual left behind records all the monsters in the civilization trial. I have just placed an order and bought a copy of the classic of mountains and seas. I will study it first. Damn it! I just opened a certain treasure and found that the Book of Mountains and Seas is out of stock. You guys were so quick to grab it. Chatting. In order to be able to fight monsters one-on-one, tens of millions of viewers reacted and began to rush to buy the classic of mountains and seas. After Yang Mo's analysis. No one regards the classic of mountains and seas as an ordinary ancient book anymore. The monsters recorded in it will come to the earth as rounds of civilization trials begin. Learn about monsters in advance. There is 100 benefits and no harm. Maybe you can prepare in advance and give those monsters that. Come a little shock. Liangcheng. A bookstore. Zhou Yuman sighed as he looked at the sparse storefront. In recent years, with the rise of online shopping, it is becoming increasingly difficult to open offline physical bookstores. Business is going from bad to worse. Sometimes I can't sell more than a few books in a day. Especially, Liangcheng has just encountered a monster crisis and is still in the post-war recovery period. 2 days in AROW.NO customers came to the door. He even already considering whether to change careers. Boss, do you sell the classic of mountains and seas in your store? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Zhou Yuman's thoughts. Yes. Zhou Yuman nodded quickly and skillfully took out a translation of the ancient book, the classic of mountains and seas, from a bookshelf somewhere. The other party was also very happy. I paid the money quickly. Finally, there is business. Zhou Yuman's eyes were slightly red and his mood was quite complicated. Just when he thought he had only one customer a day, outside the bookstore, suddenly a group of people ran towards his shop door, quickly pulling against each other, looking anxious, afraid of being overtaken by others. With the 100% physical bonus for everyone, these people can run as fast as Bolt. It was like a gust of wind passing by. He quickly rushed into his shop. Boss, do you have the classic of mountains and seas? I'm here first. Can you guys have some skills and line up? I have a question. Ask the boss. I am half a body ahead of you. Who came first? The crowd was excited, slapping the table, argued. They refused to give even a step. Zhou Yuman looked at the desk covered with slap marks in shock and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After some inquiries, he was surprised to find out these people, like the first customer, are here to buy the classic of mountains and seas. Why is the classic of mountains and seas suddenly so popular? He was a little confused and didn't understand what was happening until, after listening to everyone's explanations, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. The monsters in the classic of mountains and seas are the monsters of the civilization trial? Endure the shock. He walks silently to the bookshelf. I have a private collection of the classic of mountains and seas. At the same time, China bookstores everywhere. There was a buying frenzy after the classic of mountains and seas cannot be purchased online. Many people thought of the bookstore and rushed in aim to grab the classic of mountains and seas, except for the original ancient books. Even the children's book of Mountains and Seas Atlas, the colored version of the classic of Mountains and Seas and the Atlas of Strange Animals, and the Children's Book of Mountains and Seas, etc., were all sold out. Chapter 37 Gods, Demons, Spirits, Witches and Ghosts, Major Bookstores. As long as the books related to the classic of Mountains and Seas are sold out. It was like it had been robbed. America, Department of Defense, looking at the China press conference that had ended, Jobs sat there blankly. Speechless. My mind is still immersed in the shock of the truths. The trials of civilization have existed since ancient times. 5,000 years ago, all civilizations on the earth were destroyed, only the ancient Chinese civilization passed the trial and left behind the trial manual Book of Mountains and Seas, which recorded information on more than 200 monsters. In other words, there are more than 200 rounds of civilized trials. Thinking of this, Jobs couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The truth. It's so disappointing. The United States now, even the first round of monster mess has not been dealt with, and there are still more than 700 hidden undead in the country. There are more than 200 rounds of trials left. The monsters that come will only be more terrifying. In the later period, it is said that there will be terrifying monsters that carry the power to destroy the world. Can they really survive it? The classic of Mountains and Seas, yes, and the classic of Mountains and Seas. Jobs raised his head suddenly, as if grasping the last straw. According to what Yang Mo said, the classic of Mountains and Seas is a civilization trial manual left behind by the ancient Chinese civilization. It contains a lot of information about monsters. Maybe the ancient Chinese civilization recorded the weaknesses and countermeasures of those monsters. Hurry! He took a deep breath, called his secretary and said, "Hurry up and find a way to get me a Chinese ancient book, the classic of Mountains and Seas. It must be the original." The secretary was stunned for a moment. I heard Jobs shaking his head again and saying, "No, one copy is not enough. You buy 1,000 sets first, and you must ensure that everyone in the Department of Defense has one copy." Secretary, Tubing, the world's largest video platform, the video of Yang Mo's press conference was also uploaded here by someone who was interested. 1 stone stirs up 1,000 waves. It caused an uproar, shocked the world. What? The trial of civilization occurred thousands of years ago? Hiss. Was the Mayan civilization destroyed in the last trial of civilization? Atlantis seems to be silent in the sea. Is it related to the trial of civilization? What kind of monster can sink a land? For verification, people from all over the world have found those civilizations that have collapsed. Discover, behind the collapse of civilization is a disaster more terrifying than the last. That kind of supernatural and extraordinary power makes people despair. No wonder, the Earth has evolved for 4.6 billion years, and all civilizations have been destroyed, buried forever in the long river of history. While shocked, people from all over the world also discovered the value of the classic of Mountains and Seas and began to purchase the classic of Mountains and Seas from various channels. Try to learn more about monsters through the classic of Mountains and Seas. For a while, the classic of Mountains and Seas has been snapped up around the world, sold out, leap to the top. It has surpassed the Western Bible and become the best-selling book in the world. China Monster Research Institute. After hosting the press conference, Yang Mo returned here. Once back, I saw Zhao Ziyan and others holding a copy of the classic of Mountains and Seas in their hands and studying, shaking his head, muttering words. It's just, the words in the classic of Mountains and Seas are obscure and difficult to understand. They studied it for a long time, but could not find any information left by their ancestors. Everyone was crestfallen and scratching their heads. "Dean, this Book of Mountains and Seas is too obscure." Zhao Ziyan took the initiative to find Yang Mo, pouted and complained, "Since it is a civilization trial manual, ancestors just say it directly, why do you want to be the Riddler? It is obviously a trial manual left to future generations of civilization, but they've been thinking about it for so long, still not found any useful information. At most, I know the looks, appearance, and habits of those monsters. It is not very helpful in passing the civilization trial. This is not how you read the classic of Mountains and Seas." Seeing this, Yang Mo raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Previous lives, the analysis of the classic of mountains and seas has consumed the efforts of countless scientific research teams. He was one of them. It can be said, the method is wrong, efforts are in vain. Let's do this. You inform the researchers in the hospital and the people in the demon hunting team, and I will teach you how to analyze the classic of mountains and seas. Yang Mo thought for a while. He spoke. With the help of the press conference this time, he revealed the truth behind the classic of mountains and seas. On the one hand, it is to give the Chinese people confidence. He has personally experienced 12 rounds of civilization trials and knows the horror of trials. The further back you go, the more desperate. If a civilization loses confidence, it is basically not far from destruction. On the other hand, I want to use the power of all the people of China to continue analyzing the Book of Mountains and Seas. In the previous life, China went through 12 rounds of trials and was always struggling on the edge of life and death. Only part of the information about its ancestors was analyzed in this trial manual. There are too many secrets hidden, not yet discovered. Yes. Zhao Ziyan looked happy and turned around quickly, started notifying others. Half an hour later, in a conference hall that can accommodate thousands of people, researchers from various departments and combatants from the demon hunting team are all gathered here, sat on the seat, looking ahead with concentration, looking excited, full of expectations. I believe everyone has read the classic of mountains and seas. Front, Yang Mo glanced at everyone and picked up a book of mountains and seas in his hand, slowly spoke. The ancient ancestors of China have personally experienced the trials of civilization and are fully aware of its horror, so they specially wrote this book and passed it down, leaving it to future generations of civilization. When you open the classic of mountains and seas, you cannot read it as an ordinary ancient book. You should read it as a civilization trial manual. Dismantled step by step from macro to micro. Look at the people below who are listening carefully to the class. Yang Mo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, first of all, it contains information about more than 200 monsters, and these monsters can be divided into 5 races. Talk goat here. He turned around, picked up the chalk and wrote these 5 races on the blackboard behind him. God, demon, spirit, witch, ghost. Below, Zhao Ziyan, Zhang Yangguang and others looked at these 5 races with blank expressions on their faces, but then, Yang Mo began to explain. Shin refers to a family of gods. In the Book of Mountains and Seas, they have mastered various supernatural powers, such as the sun god Emperor Jun, the moon god Changshi, and many mountain gods. The words just fell. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard at the scene. Everyone was shocked, that is to say. At the later stage of the trial, will these gods also come to various countries as monsters? It can be called God by ancient ancestors. It is enough to illustrate their terror. Actually, in the eyes of ancient ancestors, the so-called gods are just a little more powerful than humans. Yang Mo glanced at the crowd, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. They are all defeated by the ancient ancestors. Chapter 38. The second round of trials begins. It is different from Western civilization. China, there is no absolute worship of the so-called gods. So God and immortal, these 2 words are all evolved from humans. Fairy, they are just people standing on high mountains. We have reached the later stage of the civilization trial, faced with the coming of the emperor in Shangxi. The ancient ancestors were still fearless, retrograde and attacked the gods. Various vigorous struggles were launched, although tragic, but we still won the final victory and passed the extremely cruel civilization trial. God is also a defeated general. Zhang Yangguang's heart trembled and he murmured softly, I was deeply attracted by what the ancestors did. Be fearless, retrograde and defeat the gods, what a spirit. At this moment, Yang Mo's voice sounded faintly. The second race, demons, refers to the demon clan. It is recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that monsters are transformed by beasts, the number of times they appear the most, and the most fond of eating people. The 001 undead that appeared in the first round of trials is one of the demons. Hearing this, the expressions of the people below moved slightly, and they suddenly thought of the monster illustrations in the classic of mountains and seas. Weird-looking demon clan, its appearance is similar to that of creatures on Earth, but not the same. Almost 90% of the demon clan, the characteristic of cannibalism has been recorded. The third race, Ling, is the spiritual race transformed from the essence of heaven and earth. Yang Mo pursed his lips and continued, they absorbed the essence of heaven and earth before they were born, whose representatives are the 4 spirit beasts, Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. The spirit clan different from the weird-looking monsters, they are born by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, but the destructive power, but it is much stronger than ordinary monsters. Often when the spirit tribe comes, the number of casualties caused is the most terrifying. The 4th race is the Wu tribe. According to the records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, after the arrival of the Wu tribe, they occupied half of the wilderness and used people to refine medicine, raise the body and kill countless creatures. Everyone heard this. He quickly picked up the Book of Mountains and Seas on the table and started reading it quickly. As expected. In the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Western Classic of Great Wilderness, it is recorded that there is a mountain named Fengju in the Great Wilderness, Jade Gate, where the sun and moon enter. There are 10 witches in Lingshan: Wuxian, Wuji, Wupan, Wupang, Wugu, Wuzhen, Wuli, Wudian, Wuxia, and Wuluo, who have risen and fallen since then. Only 10 witches. The clan conquered half of the wilderness? Zhao Ziyan swallowed and looked horrified. The strength of this Wu clan alone, isn't it too strong? The fifth race is the ghost race. Yang Mo paused for a moment, looked at the crowd and said, "The Book of Mountains and Seas records that it has a human face and a snake body, and can communicate with heaven and earth, channeling the dead, reconnecting the lost souls to survive in illusory bodies." Ghost? When Zhao Ziyan and others heard this, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. Always, there are records related to ghosts in various Chinese legends. Unexpectedly, it also comes from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. It originated from the civilization trial 5,000 years ago. That is to say, our deceased relatives and friends still have a chance to live in the form of ghosts? Zhang Yangguang suddenly stood up and asked, suppressing the excitement in his heart. After learning that there are ghosts in the world, this was the first thing he thought of. It's not impossible. Yang Mo was stunned for a moment, then nodded, but the premise is that we can stop the ghost clan from coming, successfully capture them, and control their abilities. Ghost, although scary, but just think about them. He believes it. Every Chinese person will feel extremely safe. Actually, in the previous life, some scientists have proposed the idea of summoning those who have passed away and resurrecting them in another way. For this, science fiction heaven plan also includes a crucial link called Underworld. Brothers, I will definitely resurrect you. Zhang Yangguang listened, but he was excited and murmured, quietly. He clenched his fists. And Yang Mo. He turned around and looked at everyone. Awestruck, these 5 races that appear in the Classic of Mountains and Seas are the enemies we will face in the future. They are very strong. But the ancestors also recorded many of their weaknesses and characteristics, as well as many undiscovered secrets, in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. If you have any breakthroughs in your research, please be sure to report it as soon as possible. Below, everyone heard this. All are aware of the urgency of the crisis. He nodded solemnly. The 5 major races are incredibly powerful. They must race against time to analyze all the secrets in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, leave no stone unturned, improve China's strength. To face the next civilization trial. Time passes slowly. 2 days later, early morning. The majestic sound sounded again in the sky above the earth. The second round of civilization trials has officially begun. Fell with the sound Skyrim. A series of meteors appeared like an epithelemy, fleeting, eventually disappeared within the borders of various countries. Oh, buy it. Has it started? There are still hundreds of 001 undead in our country, and now the second batch of monsters has come? Damn civilization trial, you asked me if you want to participate? These monsters must be hiding among ordinary people again. Everyone, please quickly check whether any of your relatives have been replaced by monsters. It's over, it's over, it's over. It's just the beginning. People from all over the world fell into invisible fear, panic, terrified and uneasy. The public sentiment that countries in various countries had managed to stabilize through press conferences suddenly collapsed. The people are restless and the order is chaotic. Problems such as security and crime are occurring more and more frequently around the world. Scenes of the eve of the end of the world are everywhere. The United States Department of Defense, are these people too glass-hearted? When Jobs listened to reports of security problems from various places, his face turned livid. A group of unruly people don't want to trust the country at all. In order to cope with the second round of trials, they clearly made preparations in advance and held a press conference to stabilize public sentiment. The result? It's useless. The second round of civilization trials has just begun, and the order that was finally established collapsed again. Highway robbery, $0 shopping, kidnapping, rape, various cases, more and more frequent. How about, let's hold another press conference? The assistant smiled bitterly and suggested in a low voice, no need. Jobs waved his hand and pondered for a moment, turned around and asked, is there any latest action from the Monster Research Institute in China? Not yet. Hear the words, Jobs couldn't help but frown. In the first round of civilization trials, the processing capabilities of the Chinese Monster Research Institute amazed the world. He originally wanted to follow a wave of copying homework, now it seems that I can only find a way to deal with it myself. Chapter 39 Monster, this civilization is full of weirdness. After passing the order, the Ministry of National Defense will immediately dispatch experts and professors to establish a monster research group. After thinking for a short time, he made a decision quickly and issued orders one after another: deploy elite troops from the army, equip them with the most advanced weapons, and form a monster hunting team. Set up a 24-hour non-stop live broadcast room and open a reporting hotline all day long. From now on, a nationwide monster census will be carried out, and a nationwide screening will be conducted every 3 days. Next to the secretary in charge of records recorded these measures one by one, but remember it, he suddenly found that every measure seemed familiar. They are all the methods implemented by China in the first round of civilization trials. It cannot be said that there is no difference, all I can say is exactly the same. Of course we have to learn from other people's excellent experiences. In this regard, Jobs explained without blushing and out of breath. Secretary, at the same time, to control domestic chaos, countries around the world quickly adopted positive responses, including the United States. The other 5 permanent countries followed closely behind. Copy China's actions in the first round of civilization trials. Search nationwide. At the same time, countries appeal to all people. Work together. Let's get through the difficulties together. Once you find clues related to monsters, report them quickly to reduce unnecessary casualties. China. At a time when countries around the world are in dire straits, here, it seems out of place. The people were not as panicked as they imagined. On the contrary, after hearing that the second round of trials had begun, everyone felt as if they had been given a shot of blood. The man's hand holds a copy of the classic of Mountains and Seas. Walking around, traveling around, actively search for monsters or brothers. I have already inquired, and the Monster Research Institute has not introduced any measures. This shows that this round of monsters are not to be feared and do not pose any threat. Our physique has improved by 100%. It's time to share some of the pressure with the country. We in China have to pass the test. It's just the second round, and there is no need for the country to take action. Be our monsters, right? Give them a little shock from China. The first round of rewards, gave great confidence to the Chinese people. Coupled with the press conference held by Yang Mo, it made the whole people excited. Those angry youths, every day they clamor for the slogan, "It is our duty to rebuild the glory of our ancestors." Go to the street, ask everyone you meet, open and shut, it's, "Are you a monster in disguise?" Yuncheng. A residential building. This civilization is too scary. A young girl was curled up on the bedside with her legs in her arms, recalling what happened during the day. Shivering. It was one of the monsters that came in the second round, stealing this woman's body and disguising her charming appearance. I was thinking about going out, look for several prey. After eating, your strength will increase. The result, after going out, she regretted it. There are fanatics everywhere, holding a book in their hands and asking everyone, "Are you a monster?" She had only been out for half an hour when she was questioned several times. She was so frightened that she thought she had been discovered. Why are the people in this country not afraid at all? She murmured softly. I am puzzled. As an invader, she participated in the trials of many civilizations. Those civilizations, towards them, they were all in inexplicable awe and fear, and they were afraid to avoid them. But this country, but everything is weird to fear. She couldn't smell this kind of smell at all. On the contrary, those people are still looking for them all over the world. Think of this. She picked up her phone and decided to search for relevant information about this country first. Half an hour later, in the bedroom, there was a sound of gasping air hiss. Her delicate facial features were filled with shock and disbelief. They received an SSS level evaluation in the last round of trials? She couldn't help but swallow, her lips trembling slightly. Oh no, the trial of civilization has radiated across the world. Extremely cruel, generally speaking, not to mention SSS level. Even S-level evaluation is very rare. In her memory, I have never seen any civilization obtain SSS level rewards in trials. This means perfect pass, destroying all the invaders in that round. National physique increased by 100%. Monster Research Institute, Book of Life and Death, Yang Mo. Her slender fingers slid across the phone screen and finally stopped on a name, Yanjing, Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. Dean, the second round of monsters has arrived. Do we, China, really don't need to do anything? Zhao Ziyan looked at Yang, who was studying the classic of Mountains and Seas with his head down. There was a deep look of worry in his eyebrows. Today, the second round of trials has been started for 10 hours. Countries in various countries have successively launched nationwide censuses to screen the whereabouts of monsters within their borders, but, as the most authoritative monster research institute in China, there has been no action. On the contrary, the people, expanding more and more. More positive than them, the fear of monsters is gone, but if this continues, she is worried that something will happen sooner or later. In the Book of Life and Death, have you still not captured the brainwave fluctuations of abnormal creatures in the territory? Yang Mo did not answer directly, but asked. No. Zhao Ziyan shook her head and reported, since the second round of monsters came, the Book of Life and Death was activated again, scanning the country, but no brainwaves other than humans were found. For this, she was also puzzled. Book of Life and Death is the first important national weapon created in the Science Fiction Heaven project. This has many amazing features, can scan the brainwaves of all living beings within 9.6 million square kilometers, and record it in the database, equivalent to entering a name, erase at any time. But, now that the Book of Life and Death has been activated, the fluctuations of those invading monsters have not been collected. This is very surprising. This is the reason why I haven't taken action yet. Yang Mo's eyes flickered and he shook his head. Do you think that monsters that can't even be searched in the Book of Life and Death can rely on the national census to find these monsters? Can the means be found? Zhao Ziyan was stunned for a moment. I vaguely understood what Yang Mo meant. The Book of Life and Death can record the information of all living things in China, and even the brainwaves of various animals can be recorded in the book. If even this fails to record the brainwaves of those monsters, then we want to rely on a census of all employees, even more impossible. Then let's just wait and see what happens. Yang Mo picked up the classic of mountains and seas and continued to study it. Time passes. 3 days later, the United States Department of Defense. Sir, the results of the nationwide census in the past few days have been remarkable. The monster hunting team has wiped out a total of 58,001 undead. When Jobs heard the results reported by his subordinates, he felt unhappy. Chapter 40, Investigating News, Clues to the Monster. 3 consecutive days, census nationwide. The monsters found were all 001 undead. The new monsters that came in the second round didn't even see their shadows. What on earth are these monsters? He frowned, his expression full of worry. Unknown things, often the most frightening. In comparison, the 001 undead, whose habits have been touched, are no longer so scary. They have high defensive attributes at best and are extremely difficult to kill. But the new monster has arrived. Everything is unknown. How much damage will it cause to the United States if it has been hidden in secret? Minister, something bad has happened. Suddenly the secretary hurriedly broke into the office, interrupting Jobs' thoughts. What's the matter? You're so flustered. Jobs' face darkened and he said displeasedly. Just now, large-scale demonstrations broke out in various states, demanding the cancellation of universal census and control, saying that this restricts their personal freedom and violates humanitarianism. What? Hear the words. Jobs' expression changed drastically and he quickly looked at the information in his secretary's hand. There are 50 states in the United States. There were actually large-scale demonstrations in 32 states, openly criticizing their Ministry of Defense and demanding an immediate end to control measures, guarantee everyone's rights to freedom and equality. It's only been 3 days and they can't stand it anymore? After reading it, Jobs' face was livid with anger and his body was shaking a little. Oh no, these measures taken by China lasted for a full month. The whole nation is extremely cooperative, but when the same measures were taken to their country, things changed instantly. What does it mean to protect everyone's rights to freedom and equality? Monster Current, his life was about to be lost. What more freedom and equality do we need? Are these people out of their minds? He slapped the table hard and couldn't figure it out. Then we should continue to control it? The secretary on the side asked softly at Jobs. All of a sudden he felt an inexplicable feeling of heartache and exhaustion. At the same time, countries around the world, after 3 consecutive days of control and screening, countries such as Gaul and Sakura have uncovered a large number of 001 undead. Only no trace of the new monster was found. 3 consecutive days of high-pressure control. It also gradually aroused resentment and resistance among the general public. Large-scale demonstrations have broken out in various countries, demanding the removal of controls and opening up and freedom to IT brings many difficulties to the work of detecting monsters. Officials from various countries conducted an emergency press conference as soon as possible, calling on the people to treat it rationally and follow the arrangements, but the people turned a deaf ear. does not cooperate with the control and full employee screening at all. Until this moment, the top leaders of various countries have truly realized that China's set of measures only apply to China. In the face of disaster, only China can unite as one and respond as a nation. Maybe it is this cohesion that allows Chinese civilization to last for 5,000 years, still blooming with brilliance. There have been many superpowers in the history of the earth, but for thousands of years, there is only one superpower that has survived to this day: China. Monster Research Institute. Dean's office. Calculate the time, it should be almost time. Yang Mo put down the Book of Mountains and Seas in his hand and called his assistant Zhao Ziyan. He ordered, collect all the news about strange events at home and abroad in the past 3 days and send them to my office. Yes. Zhao Ziyan was a little surprised, but she didn't ask any more questions. Leave in a hurry and move quickly. 3 hours later, she walked into Yang Mo's office holding a large pile of press releases. Dean, this is a summary of all the news of strange incidents that have occurred at home and abroad since the second round of civilization trials began. A total of 492 incidents. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Mo took the manuscript and quickly read it. Yangcheng Daily, men's underwear is frequently stolen in a certain community. Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? Liangcheng Briefing, the man who jumped through the window to steal fell asleep, was awakened by the head of the household and was controlled by the police. Yuqing TV, a man removed the traffic lights on the roadside to illuminate his home. China News, surprising phenomenon. Since the start of the second round of civilization trials, there has not been a single abnormal death case across the country. Yunqing Evening News, a man was cheated of 110,000 yuan by chatting with the scammer because he was curious about how the scammer swindled money. In Zhao Ziyan's surprised eyes, Yang Mo glanced at each manuscript quickly. At the same time, he picked out the suspicious manuscripts and put them aside. It took a full 2 hours. I just finished reading the news about these 492 strange incidents. Dean, are there any clues about monsters here? Zhao Ziyan, who was watching the whole process, saw Yang Mo stop and finally couldn't help but asked out of curiosity. Not bad. Yang Mo nodded. But when I was sorting it out, I also paid special attention to these news, and I didn't find any reports of monsters in it. Zhao Ziyan blinked. The monster that came this time is very cunning. It's normal that you didn't notice it. Yang Mo smiled slightly, pointed to the 3 press releases that he had picked out. Zizhou TV station, recently, 2 bodies were stolen from a funeral home in our city, leaving their families in inexplicable grief. Luqing Evening News, the old man in the countryside disappeared from the morgue living room, and his family members said they saw a white bird. Sioux City Weekly, bodies frequently disappear from the morgue, and experts suspect there is illegal organ trading behind them. Read these 3 news articles. Zhao Ziyan couldn't help but widen her eyes, vaguely understanding something. My breathing became a little short. You mean, these things are all done by monsters? Today, it is already the 4th day since the start of the second round of civilization trials within China, but it has always been calm. There are not even cases of disappearance or accidental death. Monster, it's like it didn't come. Some people even suspect that the monsters coming this time may be peace lovers. Yes, they are worried about being discovered, so they have been hiding in disguise, secretly stealing the dead bodies, and growing in secret. Yang Mo nodded and said solemnly, they are too cunning. Zhao Ziyan took a breath of air. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it became. With the IQ of these monsters, it is too high. Hunting the living, afraid of exposure, so secretly steal the dead bodies. After all, killing and stealing corpses are completely 2 different things. The former will inevitably attract national attention, but the latter, except for Yang Mo, I am afraid no one will notice. Think of this. She quickly said, then I will notify the local police immediately and ask them to investigate these corpse theft cases closely. Maybe they can follow the clues, find out the monsters coming in the second round of trials. It's useless. Yang Mo waved his hand, shook his head and said, this time the monster is extremely good at disguise. Unlike the 001 undead, its appearance is no different from ordinary people. What the undead are good at is defense. Therefore, when disguised, the flaws will be revealed to some extent, but this time the monster, do you already know the identity of the monster? Zhao Ziyan spoke curiously, with a slightly surprised look on her face.